Chapter 371. Hearing this, the three leaders couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, the elderly patriarch also heard it. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. With a wave of his big hand, his battle chi condensed into a giant hand that covered the sky and slammed down on the ruins below. Boom! With a loud bang, the ruins were reduced to ashes, and a huge deep pit appeared. The aura spread in all directions. The crowd on the streets on all sides were sent flying, and screams were endless. Some people even died on the spot. Is he dead? The elderly patriarch waved his hand, and a strong wind whistled, blowing away the dust and smoke. Then, he glanced at the deep pit, his expression uncertain. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white figure appeared out of thin air in the deep pit. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? Why is he still alive? The elderly patriarch's eyes widened in anger. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then looked at the three leaders and said, "Do you want to know the truth?" "What truth?" the burly man asked. "Don't listen to his nonsense, he's trying to sow discord between us." The elderly patriarch shouted, and then swooped down toward the deep pit, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He couldn't care less about the treasures now. He just wanted to kill Qin Feiyang to silence him. There are no alchemists in this area, and it has a lot to do with the Meng family. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he disappeared again. "Bastard, get out here!" The elderly patriarch flew into a rage and crazily bombarded the deep pit. Inside the ancient castle. "Little Qin Zi, didn't you say that it's useless to tell them? Why are you telling them now?" Wolf King was puzzled. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Before this, I never thought of wiping them out. But now, I want the Meng family to disappear completely. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. The pangolin's eyes trembled. This fierce man really couldn't be provoked. Outside, the three leaders stood in the air, all looking surprised. How could it be related to the Meng family? Could it be that there was some unspeakable secret hidden within? Old Clan Master sensed their expressions and hurriedly flew up into the sky. He said angrily, "This person has sinister intentions. The three of you must not listen to his nonsense." But before he could finish, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. In order to stabilize the Meng family's position in this area, they despicably assassinated other alchemists. Old man, in terms of viciousness, I can't even compare to 1/10 of you. He saw Qin Feiyang standing in the deep pit with a mocking smile on his face. What? The three leaders were startled, and their eyes flickered. "Little bastard, don't talk nonsense," the old family head roared. "You know very well whether or not I'm spouting nonsense. Leaders, if you don't believe me, you can capture someone from the Meng clan and interrogate them," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "You little brat who spouts nonsense, this old man will tear you to pieces." The old family head's killing intent soared to the heavens. "Wait." But at this moment, the snakeskin old man spoke in a hoarse voice. The old family head was slightly stunned. He looked at the three of them and said in a deep voice, "Do you really believe him? This matter is of great importance. We have to interrogate him first." The old woman with a walking stick said, "If we confirm that he is lying, we will kill him ourselves." The burly man followed. Whoosh! The three leaders swooped down and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. The battle chi barrier that sealed off White Fox City also collapsed on its own. What should we do? The old family head was anxious. Suddenly, his old eyes flashed and he said, "This old man will also listen to how you make up nonsense." Actually, he wanted to take this opportunity to get close to Qin Feiyang and kill him. However, he had obviously underestimated Qin Feiyang's intelligence. Qin Feiyang looked up and said with a smile, "Old Clan Master, don't come down. I will be scared away by you." These words were actually meant for the ears of the three leaders. He was telling the three of them that he was afraid that the old family head would kill him. If the old family head came down, he could only hide. Old clan master, you haven't done anything wrong. You're not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Don't come down for the time being. Don't worry, we will never wrong a good person, and we will never let a bad person go. When the three leaders said this, the old family head really couldn't go down. Because if he still went down now, it would prove that he had a guilty conscience. The burly man looked at Qin Feiyang and whispered, "Young man, do you know the consequences of lying to us?" "Of course I know. After offending the Meng family, I can't offend your three tribes." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The burly man said, "Well then, tell us now, what exactly is going on? I wonder if the three leaders have seen the trading pavilion selling medicinal herbs?" Qin Feiyang did not answer but asked. Only the four of them could hear his voice. "I saw it. Is there a problem?" The three of them were puzzled. Of course there is a problem. Think about it, the old family head is the only alchemist in this area. Why would the trading pavilion sell medicinal herbs? Doesn't he know that the price of a finished grade pill is several times that of medicinal herbs? Qin Feiyang said. The three of them frowned. Qin Feiyang continued, "These medicinal herbs, on the surface, are for sale in the trading pavilion, but in fact," the old woman urged, "tell us, in fact what?" After hearing it, don't overreact. In fact, the trading pavilion is used to lure alchemists to buy. Once someone buys medicinal herbs, the Meng family will immediately find an opportunity to assassinate them. Qin Feiyang said. What? The three of them were shocked. If Qin Feiyang had not told them in advance not to overreact, they would have jumped up on the spot. The burly man asked, "Little brother, are you sure this is true?" Before, he called Qin Feiyang young man, but now he called him little brother. From this subtle change, it could be seen that he already believed Qin Feiyang's words. It's absolutely true. Qin Feiyang nodded. The three leaders' eyes darkened. When the Meng family first came to this area, their three tribes actually had alchemists. But soon after, they died one after another. Some died in battle, while others died in accidents. And later, many alchemists were born. The result was without exception, all of them died young. But because the Meng family did it too perfectly, leaving no trace, the people of the three tribes had never suspected the Meng family. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang telling the truth today, they would have been kept in the dark. However, although they knew the truth, they couldn't help but hesitate at this moment. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three and said, "I know what you are hesitating about." The three frowned. "You are just worried that after the Meng family is eliminated, there will be no one in this area to refine pills. But I can tell you that you don't have to worry at all, because I am an alchemist." Qin Feiyang said. "You?" The three looked at him suspiciously. "If I'm not an alchemist, why would I rob those herbs?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The burly man asked, "You mean, after the Meng family is eliminated, you will help us refine pills?" "I don't have that much time. But I can help you train an alchemist. But you need to find a way to refine the alchemy fire yourself. And as a condition, destroy the Meng family immediately." Qin Feiyang said. Old Man Snakeskin said, "Don't worry about the alchemy fire, our three tribes have it, but we don't have the pill formulas and herbs." "They all have alchemy fire?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and his heart was in disbelief. One had to know. In the spiritual state, except for the Holy Palace, it was difficult to find alchemy fire. But in the Forgotten Land, not only the old master had alchemy fire, but also the three tribes. Could it be that alchemy fire had spread all over the streets here? No. It made sense that they didn't have the pill formulas. After all, every alchemist would carry the pill formulas with them. When a person was about to die, the pill formulas would naturally fall into the hands of others, or shatter and disappear along with the Qiankun bag. But without herbs, it didn't make sense. Qin Feiyang asked, your 3 tribes should be big tribes, how can you not have herbs? We originally accumulated a lot of herbs. But every time we buy pills from the Meng family, we give priority to using herbs. The value of the herbs is not enough, so we use gold coins to make up for it. The old woman said. Qin Feiyang asked, then you don't find it strange, why did the Meng family do this? Generally speaking, they directly used gold coins to buy pills, who would use herbs to trade. The old master is an alchemist, so it's normal for him to want herbs. And our 3 tribes don't have alchemists, so there's no use in keeping the herbs. So, every time the Meng family asked us to use herbs to trade, we didn't refuse. Even in the past, we have always been grateful to him. The burly old man sighed. Only at this moment did they understand that the Meng family's actions were actually to cut off the retreat of their 3 tribes. The Meng clan was truly despicable. Little brother, how about this? Give us the pill formulas, and we will immediately join forces to eradicate the Meng family. As for the herbs, there's no need to trouble you. We'll slowly buy them ourselves. The 3 leaders suggested. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, and said, I don't know many pill formulas. The burly man said, it's fine, as long as there are healing pill, body tempering pill, qi gathering pill, and battle qi pill. These medicinal pills were often used. Qin Feiyang said, I do have these pill formulas. The burly man said, alright, then it's decided. Now, we'll have to trouble little brother to act out a play with us. I'm the best at acting, but are you guys confident? Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, his eyes flashing. Of course we are confident. We are all 3-star war emperor. If we launch a sneak attack, we can guarantee that we can kill them in 1 strike. The burly man said confidently. Next. The 4 of them slowly darkened their faces and began to argue. And the more they argued, the fiercer they became. Little bastard, you don't have any evidence, what are you talking about? Suddenly. The burly man shouted. His palm struck Qin Feiyang's chest like lightning. Ah! Qin Feiyang screamed and smashed into the ground behind him, spitting out blood. In fact, the burly man's strength was not great, at most 1/10 of it. But even if it was only 1/10, it wasn't something that Qin Feiyang could bear. He climbed up in a sorry state, the blood and qi in his body surging. He glared at the 3 of them and said angrily, I'm telling the truth, why don't you believe me? You're still spouting nonsense, you're really courting death. The burly man's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he threw another punch at Qin Feiyang. Young man, don't waste your time. You're just trying to sow discord between us and the Meng family. Unfortunately, your trick has been seen through by us. At the same time, the old woman and old man Snakeskin had a mocking look in their eyes. Trick? I promise you'll regret it. Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed and disappeared without a trace. Little bastard, don't hide if you have the guts. The burly man's punch missed and he couldn't help but roar. Seeing this. Chapter 372. Inside the castle. Fatso said, Boss, you'd better be careful. Those 3 old things shouldn't be good people either. Qin Feiyang nodded and threw down a top-grade healing pill. From the previous conversation, he could already tell that the 3 of them were all old foxes. Indeed, he had to be careful. Outside. The old patriarch landed in the deep pit and said with a smile, the 3 of you, please calm down. As long as we work together, it won't be difficult to get rid of this kid. The burly man turned to look at him and said, he's always hiding like this. How can we get rid of him? Keep wasting time like this? He can hide for a while, but he can't hide forever. Sooner or later, he will come out. How about this, after this matter is done, this old man will give each of you 200,000 battle chi pills. The old patriarch laughed. The 3 leaders looked at each other, and their faces were full of smiles. They cupped their hands and said, Thank you, old patriarch. After saying that, they quietly moved closer to the old patriarch. The old patriarch smiled and said, we're all on the same side, why are you so polite? Besides, the one who should thank you should be me. Huh, the three of them laughed out loud. But suddenly, the three of them attacked at the same time, their battle chi surging. The burly man suddenly punched him in the chest. The old woman and old man Snakeskin also slapped him on the back. Ah, the old patriarch immediately screamed, blood spurting out of his mouth. This sudden turn of events left the old patriarch completely dumbfounded. The burly man sneered and took the opportunity to punch the old patriarch's head. Boom! Accompanied by a loud crack, the old patriarch's head suddenly burst, and blood spurted out. The old patriarch didn't even understand what was going on before he died. With a bang, he fell into a pool of blood. Swish! The next moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air, looked at the old patriarch's corpse, and said with a smile, "The three of you are really good." The old woman chuckled and said meaningfully, "Little brother, you have to keep your word." "Of course," Qin Feiyang said. Old patriarch. A group of guards stood above the deep pit, their eyes filled with disbelief. They heard the old patriarch scream and wanted to come over to see what was going on. However, he didn't expect that. The old patriarch was actually dead. "Hurry up. Go and report to the patriarch that Qin Feiyang has joined forces with the three leaders." After regaining their senses, the guards turned around and ran towards the city lord's mansion. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "I'll have to trouble the three of you to go to the city lord's mansion and get rid of the Meng family lord." The old woman asked, "What about you?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'm going to clean up the remaining evil in the city." The old woman smiled and said, "I don't think that's a good idea. It's better that I go and clean up the remaining evil. You go with the two of them to the city lord's mansion." "You don't believe me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Old man Shipai laughed sinisterly, "You are too cunning, we have to be on our guard." Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them and nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you. Let's go then." Old man Shipai waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang, flying out of the pit and towards the city lord's mansion. The burly man was also preparing to fly out of the pit. The old woman grabbed him and whispered, "All the treasures of the trading pavilion are on him, don't let him slip away." "I understand." The burly man nodded. Whoosh! The two of them flew out of the pit at the same time. The burly man immediately chased after Qin Feiyang and old man Shipai. The old woman soared into the sky alone, looking down at White Fox City with a crazed look in her eyes. The Meng family's people were scattered in every corner of White Fox City. It was too troublesome to find them one by one. She might as well destroy the city and kill everyone. Go to hell. She laughed sinisterly, stretching out her arm and pointing her index finger in the air. A burst of battle chi shot out and blasted into the city below. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, several hundred meters of land was razed to the ground. Everyone died tragically. Qin Feiyang and the other two had already entered the city lord's mansion. Everyone they encountered was mercilessly killed by old man Shipai and the burly man. Not a single person was left alive. Wherever they passed, cold corpses were left behind. The void was filled with a bloody mist, and the smell of blood was pungent. Hearing the explosion outside the city, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is she killing innocent people outside?" The burly man comforted him, "There will definitely be some innocent people who will die, but don't worry, she won't go so far as to massacre everyone in the city." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The burly man sneered, looking at old man Shipai and said, "You take him to the Meng family lord, I will kill everyone in the city lord's mansion." "Okay." Old man Shipai nodded. "Huh, die for me." The burly man turned in the air and waved his hand. A burst of battle chi appeared and turned into countless dazzling arrows, shooting down. One by one, the guards and maids fell to the ground. Miserable screams were endless. What's going on? With such a huge commotion, how could the Meng family lord not hear it? He rushed out from the main hall, and as soon as he saw the burly man slaughtering everyone, his expression changed. Whoosh! Old Man Shipai and Qin Feiyang stopped in the air not far from the main hall. The Meng family lord glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Old Man Shipai and said angrily, "Why are you doing this?" "Why? Qin Feiyang has already told us about your Meng family's shady business. Your Meng family even dares to scheme against our 3 tribes, you're really courting death. Today will be the end of your Meng family." Old Man Shipai said with a sinister smile. The Meng family lord's body trembled, his eyes turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Little bastard, I will kill you." Qin Feiyang said, "The old family lord is dead, what do you have to kill me?" "What? Father is dead?" The Meng family lord was stunned. Right at this moment, Old Man Shipai pointed at the main hall. A stream of battle chi shot out from his fingertip and blasted into the main hall like lightning. Rumble. The main hall was instantly destroyed. A frightening wave of destructive energy swept out in all directions. Everything in the surroundings was crushed into powder. "Bastard! You're going against my Meng family, you're all going to die." Seeing this scene, the Meng family lord gritted his teeth. He clapped his hand in the air, and his battle chi surged, instantly turning into a giant hand that covered the sky, slapping toward Qin Feiyang and Old Man Shipai. "You're just an ant, how high can you jump?" Old Man Shipai said disdainfully. He pointed his finger in the air. A stream of battle chi went against the flow and easily shattered the giant hand. Puff! The Meng family lord spat out a mouthful of blood. Without the old master, the Meng family is just a bunch of mobs. Old Man Shipai's face was full of contempt. He stretched out his hand in the air, and his battle chi turned into a giant wave that covered the sky and the sun, rushing toward the Meng family lord. The Meng family lord's pupils constricted. However, he was not afraid at all. Even without the old master, the Meng family is not something people like you can offend. Right at this moment, a sullen voice sounded. Whoosh! Following that, a white figure rushed out from the dust below and landed in front of the Meng family lord. It was a middle-aged woman. She was wearing a mink fur coat, and her long black hair was tied up high, looking graceful and luxurious. In her arms, she was holding an unconscious young woman, Meng Tong. She turned around and handed Meng Tong to the Meng family lord. Then, she raised her head and looked at the roaring battle chi. Old Man Shipai sneered, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the wife of the Meng family lord. She's the wife that the guards mentioned?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. When Old Man Shipai attacked the main hall, he had used all of his strength. But this woman was unharmed? Could she be a 3-star combat emperor? The woman lowered her head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Old Man Shipai, saying, "The strength of the Meng family is far beyond this." Boom! An aura suddenly erupted. At the same time, she raised her arm and pointed in the air. A dazzling battle chi pierced through the sky and collided with Old Man Shipai's battle chi. Boom! With a loud explosion, Old Man Shipai was defeated. His battle chi was instantly destroyed, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. So strong! Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. He had seriously underestimated the strength of this woman. The aura she released was even stronger than the old master. Old Man Shipai was also shocked and filled with disbelief. "Are you surprised?" The woman glanced at the two indifferently. A terrifying aura, like the eruption of a volcano, enveloped the two of them. The burly man and the old woman in the distance sensed the situation here, and their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Whoosh! The two turned into a ray of light and quickly flew over. She is a 4-star combat emperor. At this moment, Old Man Shipai was completely stunned by the strength of the middle-aged woman. "Don't you know her? Why don't you know her strength?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "I have indeed met her once, but at that time, she deliberately concealed her aura. Old Man Shipai was furious. He didn't expect the Meng family to be hiding such an expert. Strange. Why would she conceal her aura? Qin Feiyang mumbled to himself. What was even stranger was that when he held Meng Tong hostage in the trading pavilion, this woman didn't appear. One had to know. As a mother, she would definitely be anxious if she knew her daughter was in danger. Wasn't this person too calm? Was she not her biological daughter? The Meng family lord's eyes were cold as he said in a low voice, "Madam, don't talk nonsense with them, quickly kill them." Sky-destroying finger. The middle-aged woman raised her hand and pointed in the air. Battle chi poured out like a torrent. In an instant, it condensed into a giant finger that was more than 30 meters long. Destroy. As she spoke coldly. The giant finger trembled in the void, releasing a world-destroying aura that blasted toward Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu. Qin Feiyang, we are no match for her, quickly take me to hide. Old Man Shipai said in horror. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he went to the ancient castle alone. Bringing this old man into the ancient castle was like inviting a wolf into the house. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Damn little bastard. Old Man Shipai cursed angrily. Without any hesitation, he turned around and began to flee. At this moment, the old woman and the burly man rushed over. When he saw the huge finger and the middle-aged woman's cultivation, his expression abruptly changed. He turned around in the air and began to flee without looking back. Help me. Her speed is much faster than us. If we don't kill her, we can't leave White Fox City alive. Chapter 373. Heard of it. The old woman and the burly man had a trace of hostility in their eyes. They turned around abruptly and rushed towards the old man. After the three of them gathered, they immediately launched a counterattack. Boom! 3 streams of battle chi surged out and transformed into 3 giant beasts that were dozens of feet long. They roared ferociously and charged towards the giant finger. However, the power of the giant finger was extremely shocking, and it actually crushed the 3 giant beasts. Then, it continued to charge towards the 3 leaders. Puff! The 3 leaders spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong. Her sky-destroying finger is actually a mid-tier battle art. After one round, the 3 of them were scared out of their wits and no longer had the courage to fight. Because the battle arts they had mastered were all low-tier battle arts. The middle-aged woman's cultivation was not only higher than theirs, but her battle arts were also better than theirs. There was no chance of winning at all. However, it was impossible to escape. There was only one way left: surrender. Meng family lord, this is our fault, please let us go for the sake of our past relationship. Yes, 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 we were instigated by that little bastard Qin Feiyang. We are willing to compensate your Meng family for their loss. The 3 of them hurriedly pleaded. The Meng family lord shouted, "Can you afford to compensate for my father's death?" But at this moment, the middle-aged woman waved her hand, and the giant finger collapsed with a bang. The Meng family lord frowned and said, "Madam, why are you doing this?" The middle-aged woman said, "If we kill them, the old family head won't come back to life. It's better to leave them alive and use them for us." The Meng family lord hesitated for a moment and nodded, "All right, I'll listen to madam. Thank you for not killing us, madam." The 3 leaders were also overjoyed and bowed to thank her. The middle-aged woman said, "From today onwards, your 3 tribes will join my Meng family." What? Impossible. Our 3 tribes are the most powerful tribes in this area. If we join your Meng family, won't we become the laughingstock of the world? Madam, please change the condition. The 3 leaders said. The middle-aged woman said coldly, "Die? Or join my Meng family? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to choose. 1, 2, 3. 3 breaths passed quickly. But to the 3 leaders, these 3 breaths were simply torture. It seems that you have chosen death. The middle-aged woman's eyes turned cold. Wait. We agree to merge with the Meng clan. The three of them hurriedly said. The middle-aged woman said, at least you know what's good for you. Come in front of me. The three leaders looked at each other, their hearts filled with helplessness and anger. They flew in front of the middle-aged woman and cupped their hands. Madam, what are your orders? The middle-aged woman didn't say anything. She placed her hands in front of her chest and formed a seal with her fingers. Wang. Suddenly, 3 pentagrams the size of a baby's palm flew out from her hands. They were majestic and generous, emitting a kind of obscure aura. Whoosh! Following closely, the 3 pentagrams merged into the heads of the 3 chiefs. The 3 of them turned pale and shouted in anger, "What did you do to us? This is an enslavement seal. The enslavement seal will fuse with your bloodline. From now on, you are my slaves. You have to obey my every order unconditionally. Otherwise, I don't need to do anything. With just a thought, your bodies will explode and die." The middle-aged woman said. What? It's actually an enslavement seal. The 3 leaders' bodies and minds trembled, their eyes filled with despair. Inside the ancient castle, Fatso asked doubtfully, "Boss, what is an enslavement seal?" "I'm not sure either." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "But from the sound of it, this enslavement seal should be a kind of battle art to control people. What do we do now?" Wolf King asked. "A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Retreat first," the pangolin beast said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Originally, he wanted to use the 3 leaders to get rid of the Meng clan. However, he didn't expect that there was actually a 4-star combat emperor hidden. Now that even the 3 leaders were controlled by the Meng clan, with the strength of the few of them, there was no chance of winning. Forget it, he would listen to the pangolin beast. Anyway, he had already obtained the treasures in the warehouse, so there was no need to take any more risks. He might as well find an opportunity to leave. He took out a teleportation gate, his eyes flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared outside. Immediately after, with a wave of his hand, he quickly opened the teleportation gate. Boom! However, before he could walk in, a battle chi broke through the air and smashed the teleportation gate. Swish! Following that, the middle-aged woman landed opposite Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned, and said, "What exactly do you want? Do you have to fight to the death?" The middle-aged woman said, "Hand over the treasures in the warehouse and become my slave, then I won't kill you." "Won't kill me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and asked, "Why?" The middle-aged woman said, "Because you are an alchemist, my White Fox City needs an alchemist." Qin Feiyang said, "Are you so sure that I am an alchemist? It's not hard to guess. I heard from Meng Yipping that you only looted those medicinal herbs on the 2nd floor of the trading pavilion, but turned a blind eye to those pills. Doesn't this prove that you are an alchemist? Moreover, according to my speculation, your mental strength is not low, otherwise you would not have looked down on those pills." The middle-aged woman said. Meng Yipping was the name of the Meng family lord. Amazing. Qin Feiyang gave a thumbs up, looked at Meng Yipping, and said, "You are such a smart woman, why did you marry such an idiot? He is not worthy of you at all." Meng Yipping shouted, "Impudent, don't be rude to my wife." Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Why was there a trace of respect between Meng Yipping's brows? Even if this woman was stronger than Meng Yipping, as a husband and wife who slept on the same bed, she should not have such an expression. Moreover, this woman also called Meng Yipping by his name. The relationship between these two was really thought-provoking. The middle-aged woman said, "I will also give you 3 breaths to consider." 3 breaths? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "You are quite straightforward, unlike some people who appear to be a gentleman on the surface, but secretly are despicable villains." Meng Yipping shouted, "I dare you to say that again. It will be the same no matter how many times I say it." Qin Feiyang gave him a disdainful look, then looked at the middle-aged woman and said, I am sorry, although I am weak, I am very stubborn. If you want me to be someone else's slave, I will not do it. Then I will have to kill you. As soon as the middle-aged woman finished speaking, a wave of pressure shrouded Qin Feiyang. It's useless. Although you are a little stronger than the old master, you can't imprison me with your pressure. Qin Feiyang grinned and instantly disappeared without a trace. The middle-aged woman raised her eyebrows, looked up at the three leaders, and said, the three of you, come down. Whoosh. The three of them respectfully landed in front of her. The middle-aged woman said, the three of you stay here. If he escapes, I will kill you. Yes. The three of them bowed in response. The middle-aged woman looked at Meng Yiping and said, you should also quickly clean up the mess. Okay. Meng Yiping nodded. Swoosh. After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, she rose into the air and disappeared into a large hall not far away. Inside the ancient castle. Fatso frowned. The way this couple interacts is really strange. Qin Feiyang nodded, also a little puzzled. Lu Hong suddenly opened her eyes and said, have you ever thought that maybe we have misunderstood and they are actually not husband and wife? That's impossible. If they are not husband and wife, why would Meng Yiping call her madam? Moreover, if they are really not husband and wife, when boss said that Meng Yiping is not worthy of her, she should have denied it. But she didn't deny it. Fatso said. Lu Hong said, then is it possible that she wants to use Meng Yiping to hide her identity? Hide her identity? Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other and frowned slightly. In addition, the title, Madam, is not an exclusive title between husband and wife. It can also be a form of respect. For example, when manager Li Ji in Yen City called Luo Qinxue, didn't he also call her Madam? Lu Hong said again. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Her words woke them up from their dreams. Qin Feiyang and Fatso suddenly felt that the clouds and fog had dispersed, and they suddenly saw the light. When Meng Tong was held hostage by us, that woman did not show up and acted indifferent. Meng Yiping looked at her with respect. During the 2 months when we wreaked havoc in the city lord's mansion, she did not appear once. The most important thing is that she is still hiding her strength. Based on the above traces, Fat Lord can basically conclude that they are not husband and wife. But what is this woman hiding? Fatso frowned, full of confusion. No matter what she is hiding, it has nothing to do with us. Focus on your cultivation and wait for an opportunity. If there's no other way, we'll go into seclusion here and break through to the War Emperor before we go out. Qin Feiyang said. What kind of joke is this? You can break through to the War Emperor in 5 years? I'm afraid that before you break through to the War Emperor, you will have already died from the poison. The pangolin said. Idiot. Fatso and Wolf King rolled their eyes at it. The pangolin said, did I say something wrong? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Wolf King glanced at it disdainfully, then lay down at the side, swallowed 2 battle chi pills, and began to sleep. Fatso also sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a state of cultivation. Qin Feiyang walked to the front of the iron box and continued to copy the 5th stroke. The 5th stroke was just a little bit away. He estimated that he would be able to copy it successfully in less than 10 days. The pangolin looked at Wolf King and Fatso, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, I say, can you guys stop keeping me in suspense? We have all opened the 3rd level of the Gate of Potential, and we also have the highest grade battle chi pill. In at most 2 years, we will all be able to step into the War Emperor. Lu Hong said with a smile, then closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Gate of Potential. The pangolin was dumbstruck. Last time in the Butterfly Valley, when the ugly old woman asked Qin Feiyang to take off his clothes, the pangolin was still unconscious. So, only now did it know that Qin Feiyang and the others had actually opened the legendary Gate of Potential. Its eyes immediately flickered. Opening the Gate of Potential was not an ordinary difficulty. However, Qin Feiyang, Fatso, Ruffian Wolf, and Lu Hong had all broken through the shackles and even opened the third level. This was definitely not a coincidence. Could it be that this Qin Feiyang had some treasure on him that could open the gate of potential? When it thought of this, it became extremely excited. It eagerly ran to Qin Feiyang's side and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Qin, are you free? How about we discuss it?" "Brother Qin?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched, goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he angrily said, "I'm not free, don't disturb me." The pangolin resentfully retreated to the side. But he was unwilling. He then ran to look for Wolf King, but Wolf King ignored him, so he went to look for Fatso. Seeing that Fatso also ignored him, he went to look for Lu Hong. Lu Hong was kind enough to say that when it broke through to the 9-star Battle King, it would look for Qin Feiyang to ask for a few potential pills. It was immediately overjoyed and began to cultivate in seclusion. Chapter 374. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. Qin Feiyang had finally finished the 5th stroke, and his cultivation had broken through to the 6-star Battle King realm. However, Wolf King had already stepped into the 6-star Battle King realm a few days ago. This astonishing speed made Qin Feiyang unable to help but believe that this fellow might really be a god wolf that had been taught by an expert. As for Fatso, he was still stuck at the 3-star Battle King realm, and it would take him a few more days to break through. The 3 leaders had been guarding outside, and they were unable to leave. Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry, and he continued to copy the 6th stroke. All this while, trouble had been knocking on his door, and he had not been able to cultivate properly. Therefore, he might as well take advantage of this rare opportunity to improve his strength. In a certain hall, a middle-aged woman was sitting on a praying mat with her eyes closed. Dong dong. Someone knocked on the door. "Come in." The middle-aged woman opened her eyes. The door was pushed open, and Meng Yiping walked in. He bowed and said, "Greetings, madam." The middle-aged woman asked, "How is your daughter?" Meng Yiping said, "Thank you for your concern, madam. Tong is fine now." "What about Qin Feiyang?" the middle-aged woman asked. "He hasn't shown up yet, so he must be determined to drag this out with us." At the mention of Qin Feiyang, Meng Yiping's face was filled with hatred. The middle-aged woman frowned and asked, "Are you blaming me for not killing the 3 leaders to avenge the old master?" "I wouldn't dare." Meng Yiping hurriedly shook his head. The middle-aged woman looked at him deeply, then waved her hand and said, "You may leave. Inform me immediately if anything happens. This subordinate will take his leave." Meng Yiping cupped his hands, then turned around and left. "There's one more thing you have to pay attention to. Qin Feiyang's mind is not simple. Don't let him find out about our relationship," the middle-aged woman warned. "Understood." Meng Yiping nodded and quickly left the room, closing the door behind him. The middle-aged woman looked at the tightly shut door, and after a moment of daze, she quickly formed a seal with her hands, and an enslavement seal appeared. Next, the enslavement seal rose into the air and floated in front of her. "Everything I once had was destroyed because of you. From now on, I will use you to unify this continent and become the only emperor in this world." She looked at the enslavement seal with an indescribable light in her eyes. In the capital city of the spiritual state, in the resting room of the precious treasure pavilion, a woman in colorful clothes sat alone beside the tea table, muttering to herself. A moment later, Yin Yuanming hurriedly walked into the lounge and asked, "Pavilion master, why did you call me here in such a hurry?" The multicolor-clothed woman asked, "Have you contacted Qin Feiyang?" Yin Yuanming shook his head. "It's been so long, why is there still no news? Is he dead?" The multicolor-clothed woman frowned. "Indeed, some people are saying that he might already be dead. But I don't believe that kid is dead. He must be fooling around somewhere." Yin Yuanming pursed his lips. "Then, do you think we should continue to ban the Lu clan? During this period of time, old monster Lu has been bothering me every day. If it weren't for the manor head, I wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer." The multicolor-clothed woman was somewhat annoyed. Enchanting pondered for a moment and said, let's lift it for the time being. We'll discuss it again when Qin Feiyang returns. The multicolor-clothed woman said, all right, give the order later to lift the ban on the Lu clan. All right. Enchanting nodded and left with a bow. Holy Palace. Lu Yun's residence. Lu Yun sat in the pavilion with Yan Nanshan standing beside him. Lu Yun asked, has Qin Feiyang contacted you? No. I've sent him a message every few days, but it's like a stone sinking into the sea. There's no response. Yan Nanshan's face was filled with worry. Is he really dead? Lu Yun frowned. Yan Nanshan said, that's impossible. With his abilities, no one can kill him. That might not be the case. The Lu clan and the Dong clan both want to get rid of him. I'm just worried that the old monsters of these two clans will assassinate him without anyone noticing. Lu Yun said. Yan Nanshan's heart sank. It might really be possible. Because, if someone else had sent a message to Qin Feiyang, it would have been normal for Qin Feiyang to not respond. However, with his relationship with Qin Feiyang, no matter how busy Qin Feiyang was, he would still take the time to respond and inform him that he was safe. Lu Yun said, Yan Nanshan, why don't you go outside the city and see if there are any clues? You can also go to the Lu clan and the Dong clan to sound them out. All right. Yan Nanshan nodded and transformed into a stream of light that tore through the sky. At the same time, Holy Palace, on a certain mountain peak. A beautiful figure stood in the wind. Her white clothes fluttered as her black hair danced in the wind. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens who wanted to ride the wind. Feiyang, where did you go? She gazed at the distant horizon, her clear eyes filled with worry that could not be dispelled. She was none other than Ren Wuxuang. Some people were worried about Qin Feiyang's disappearance, while others were happy. People like Xiao Hong and Dong Cheng, who had a grudge against Qin Feiyang, naturally hoped that Qin Feiyang would really die outside and never return. The Forgotten Land. Time passed day by day. Qin Feiyang was already halfway through the 6th stroke. During this period, Fatso had also broken through to become a 4-star battle monarch and was crazily trying to become a 5-star battle monarch. Seeing that everyone was improving while it remained the same, the pangolin yearned for the potential pill even more. This king must work hard. With them as my goal, no, this king must surpass them. Sooner or later, this king will ride on the back of a ruffian wolf. It secretly swore. Qin Feiyang, master wants to talk to you. If you hear him, come out immediately. A few days later, the burly man's voice sounded in the ancient castle. However, Qin Feiyang ignored him. Tell him that there's no point in wasting time like this. The sooner he surrenders to me, the sooner he can live a carefree life. After the burly man returned to report to the middle-aged woman, the middle-aged woman snorted coldly. However, when the burly man conveyed the message to Qin Feiyang still ignored him. Time flew by. On this day, the 6th stroke was completed. Qin Feiyang's cultivation once again welcomed a breakthrough. 7-star battle monarch. He finally retracted his arm and closed the 6-word divine formula. Because the battle chi pills were almost exhausted, it was time to start refining pills. And this time, it took him a total of 50 days to complete the 6th stroke. Carefully calculating, it had been more than 4 months since he entered the Forgotten Land. Yan Nanshan and Ren Wuxuang must be worried. Qin Feiyang remembered the time very clearly. Because he had to take a drop of transparent liquid every other month. Including the drop he took in the Butterfly Valley, he had taken 4 drops now. Phew. He let out a long breath and turned to look at Wolf King. This bastard had already stepped into the 7-star battle monarch half a month ago. He estimated that when he refined the pills, he would break through again. Freak. Qin Feiyang muttered, threw away all distracting thoughts, and began to refine the battle chi pills. This time, he refined for more than 20 days in a row. He didn't stop until his mental strength was exhausted. In total, he refined more than 200,000 pills. On average, he could refine one pill every 10 breaths. Even in the entire holy sanctum, no one would dare to compare with him at this speed. Suddenly, his heart was caught off guard, and another sharp pain came. Coupled with the exhaustion of his mental strength, he directly somersaulted and fell to the ground with a bang. What's wrong? Fatso, Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the pangolin were all awakened. Qin Feiyang hurriedly took out a jade bottle and drank a drop of transparent liquid. Only then did the sharp pain disappear. This was the 5th drop, which meant that they had been in the Forgotten Land for 5 months. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, got up, and said with a smile, "It's just the black poison acting up. It's nothing serious. There's no need to cultivate anymore." Wolf King chuckled and suddenly jumped up. And just as he got up, his aura suddenly soared and instantly rushed to the 8-star battle monarch. Sure enough, he broke through. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. The pangolin roared, "Damn, how can I live like this? In just 5 months." Wolf King soared from the 4-star battle monarch to the 8-star battle monarch. Qin Feiyang also raised his cultivation to the 7-star battle monarch. If he didn't refine pills and didn't have those troublesome matters, he would probably be an 8-star battle monarch by now. And Fatso, boom. When it looked at Fatso's cultivation had also broken through. He was a 5-star battle monarch. The pangolin was about to cry. When they first met, Fatso was only a 2-star battle monarch. Now, not only had he caught up with it, he had even surpassed it. A bunch of monsters. At this speed, they wouldn't need 5 years to break through to the Battle Emperor realm. I have to work hard. I have to open the door of potential. It roared and continued to cultivate. Qin Feiyang looked at it and couldn't help but find it funny. He then looked at Fatso and Wolf King and nodded in satisfaction. After this seclusion, their overall strength had increased several times. True enough. As long as they cultivated in seclusion, their cultivation speed would soar like a rocket. He believed that it wouldn't take long for a battle emperor to be born in this small team. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at the ancient castle and asked, "Where is the cluster of pill fire and pill furnace that I collected?" "They're with me." Lu Hong opened her eyes and took out a palm-sized iron box and a pill furnace from her chinkuan bag. It was looted from the old patriarch's alchemy room. At that time, Qin Feiyang directly kept it in the ancient castle. Lu Hong was afraid that the pangolin would have other ideas, so she kept it. "You're too considerate." Qin Feiyang smiled. He grabbed the iron box with one hand and the pill furnace with the other, then turned around and walked to the altar. After placing the pill furnace beside the bronze pill furnace, he opened the iron box. A wave of heat immediately surged out from the iron box. The old patriarch was dead, so the pill fire was an ownerless item. Without an owner, the pill fire would automatically recover and release its original high temperature. However, the grade of this cluster of pill fire wasn't high. The high temperature was no longer a threat to Qin Feiyang and the others. However, the iron box that contained the pill fire surprised Qin Feiyang. Although the temperature of the pill fire wasn't high, it was still easy to melt iron. However, it had been more than 2 months since the old patriarch's death. In other words, the pill fire had recovered for more than 2 months. However, the outside of the iron box couldn't feel the slightest bit of heat. There was even a cold feeling. This iron box shouldn't be an ordinary item either. Qin Feiyang grabbed the iron box and looked at it curiously. But he didn't notice. The nether devil flame floating above the bronze pill furnace was also undergoing a change. Chapter 375. Boss, look at your head. Fatso was the first to discover the change of the netherworld demonic flame. He heard about it. Wolf King and Lu Hong looked up. What's going on? The Wolf King's eyes widened. Qin Feiyang looked at them suspiciously. What's the fuss? However, when he looked up and saw the change of the netherworld demonic flame, his pupils shrank slightly. What's going on? He didn't revive the netherworld demonic flame. Whoosh! Suddenly, wisps of black flame shot toward Qin Feiyang. Rebellion? Qin Feiyang was stunned. His eyes suddenly turned cold. With a thought, the black flame disappeared into thin air. The revived netherworld demonic flame returned to normal. Wolf King came up and asked curiously, "Little Qin Zi, what's going on?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. He temporarily put down the iron box and stretched out his arm. The netherworld demonic flame fell into his palm. After carefully sensing for a moment, there was no change in the netherworld demonic flame. But why did it suddenly change? There must be a reason. After pondering for a moment, he simply didn't control the netherworld demonic flame. Let's see what the netherworld demonic flame wanted to do. The netherworld demonic flame that lost control, like a runaway wild horse, immediately rushed toward Qin Feiyang's left hand. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Was it really going to rebel? However, the result was far beyond his expectations. The target of the netherworld demonic flame was not him at all. It was the cluster of alchemy fire in his left hand. The netherworld demonic flame, like a hungry wolf, rushed toward the alchemy fire. Patches of dark demonic flame spurted out and wrapped around the alchemy fire. Then, an amazing scene appeared. The netherworld demonic flame was actually swallowing the alchemy fire. That's right. It was swallowing. The alchemy fire wrapped in the demonic flame disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the netherworld demonic flame was burning more and more vigorously. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. After all this time, it turned out that this nether devil flame wanted to devour that cluster of pill fire? But wasn't this too inconceivable? Wolf King asked in surprise, "Little Qin Zi, have you ever seen something like this in the capital?" "I can swear that I didn't." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Damn, you really are from the imperial capital." The Pandalin had originally planned to enter seclusion in peace, but when it heard these words, it suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, its eyes shining. But at this moment, no one paid any attention to it. They were all looking at the netherworld demonic flame. A dozen breaths later, that cluster of flames completely disappeared. The revived nether devil flame finally calmed down. But at the same time, some information appeared in Qin Feiyang's mind out of nowhere. This was information about the netherworld devil flame. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and carefully read the information. A moment later, he abruptly opened his eyes. 2 rays of bright light burst out of his eyes. "What is it?" Fatso and the others looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang said, "The netherworld devil flame is a first-grade pill fire." Wolf King said, "Is there something wrong with you?" "It's just a second-grade pill fire." "Why are you so happy?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "If it was just an ordinary second-grade pill fire, of course I wouldn't be so happy." "What do you mean?" Wolf King was surprised. Although the netherworld devil flame is only a second-grade pill fire, it has an amazing ability. It can increase its grade by devouring other pill fires. Qin Feiyang said. The Wolf King was dumbfounded when he heard this. The grade of pill fire could be increased? Was this a joke? But it seemed that little Qin Zi never joked easily. Fatso said in surprise, "How many pill fires does it need to devour? Can it devour all pill fires?" Of course not. The netherworld devil flame can only devour pill fires of the same grade. Now, the netherworld devil flame is a second-grade pill fire, so it can only devour second-grade pill fires. And it needs to devour 3 second-grade pill fires to reach the 3rd grade. Similarly, when the netherworld devil flame reaches the 3rd grade, it needs to devour 3 third-grade pill fires to reach the 4th grade. In short, that's it, and so on. Qin Feiyang said. Damn, it's so awesome. Fatso was dumbfounded and said, if it devours a first-grade pill fire now, will there be any effect? There will be an effect, but the effect is very small and almost negligible. Only by devouring pill fires of the same grade can the effect be fully exerted. Qin Feiyang said. Awesome. Fatso looked at the netherworld devil flame with shock in his eyes. Lu Hong frowned and said, don't blame me for dampening your enthusiasm. It's too early to be happy. Why? Wolf King didn't understand. Lu Hong said, you all know how rare pill fires are. It's unrealistic to find 3 second-grade pill fires for it to devour. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned, and then they smiled bitterly. Lu Hong was right. Although the netherworld devil flame could be upgraded, there were too few pill fires. To upgrade it by 1 grade was harder than ascending to the sky. Fatso asked, what grade was the pill fire that it devoured just now? Qin Feiyang said, 2nd grade. That is to say, as long as it devours 2 second-grade pill fires, it can upgrade the netherworld devil flame to the 3rd grade. Fat Lord remembered that the 3 chiefs said that their tribes have pill fires, right? Let's just rob them. Maybe the pill fires in their tribes are 2nd-grade pill fires. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Wolf King urged, there's no time to lose. Let's start immediately. Start my ass. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he gave it a slap on the head. Of course, he knew. As long as the netherworld devil flame was upgraded to the 3rd grade, it would be able to refine pills with 2 pill veins. But now, even going out was a problem, let alone going to the 3 major tribes. Fatso suddenly asked, Boss, can the netherworld devil flame devour pill fires that are of a higher grade than itself? It can't. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Lu Hong asked, is the netherworld devil flame a 2nd-grade pill fire when it's born? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Hong pursed her lips and smiled. It seems that Zhuan still doesn't know about this ability of the netherworld devil flame. Otherwise, he would have killed you. He really doesn't know. Because the netherworld devil flame is very special. It needs to devour a pill fire before it can be considered a true master. Only then will the information about the netherworld devil flame appear in the mind. Let's not talk about it. Isn't that woman looking for me? I'll go out and talk to her. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong said, then you have to be careful. Qin Feiyang nodded, grabbed the iron box, looked at it curiously, and put it into his Qinquan bag. Swish. The next moment, he appeared outside. You still came out. And here I was wondering how capable you were. It turns out that you're just a so-so. The 3 chiefs' eyes were cold. Qin Feiyang laughed, I'm not that capable, but at least I didn't become someone's watchdog. Who are you talking about? Old Snake Skin's eyes were cold. Qin Feiyang said lightly, I'm talking about whoever is in front of me. Bastard. Otherwise, because of your selfishness, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Little bastard, if it weren't for the master's order, would kill you now. The 3 of them said coldly. I'm selfish? Ridiculous. Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? If that woman didn't appear, after the Meng family was eliminated, the next one to die would be me. Am I right? Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of mockery. The 3 chiefs' eyes were spitting fire, they couldn't wait to tear Qin Feiyang into pieces. Qin Feiyang said, don't stare at me like that. I'm not interested in you, and you're not qualified to talk to me now. Take me to see your master. Just you wait. You'll die miserably sooner or later. The 3 of them smiled coldly, surrounding Qin Feiyang in the middle, and walked toward a hall. At the entrance of the hall, there were 10 guards. When they saw Qin Feiyang coming, their eyes were full of coldness. Old Snake Skin gloated, see, the Meng family can't wait to tear you into pieces. Qin Feiyang said lightly, so what, it's better than being someone's watchdog. You're courting death. Old man Snake Skin abruptly turned his head, staring at Qin Feiyang. Why don't you try touching me? Qin Feiyang wasn't afraid at all, looking at him provocatively. Humph. Old Snakeskin snorted, turned around and continued walking toward the hall. A short while later, the four of them arrived at the hall. Old Snakeskin bowed and said, "Master, we've brought Qin Feiyang. Bring him up." The middle-aged woman's voice came from a room on the second floor. The three of them brought Qin Feiyang into the hall, went upstairs, and stopped in front of a door. In the meantime, Qin Feiyang wanted to find a chance to slip away, but the three of them were watching him carefully, not giving him the slightest chance. Old Snakeskin said respectfully, "Master, he's here." The middle-aged woman said, "Come in." Old Snakeskin pushed open the door, and a lounge of about 10 feet suddenly entered Qin Feiyang's sight. The middle-aged woman was sitting at the tea table, sipping tea while looking at Qin Feiyang. "Go in." The burly man pushed Qin Feiyang hard. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, turned to look at the three leaders, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Immediately, he walked into the lounge and sat opposite the middle-aged woman casually. He didn't hold back. He directly picked up the teapot, grabbed a teacup, poured a cup of tea, tasted it, and nodded with a smile. "The taste is not bad, madam really knows how to enjoy." "How dare you! Don't be rude in front of madam." The three leaders shouted angrily and rushed toward Qin Feiyang aggressively. "You guys step back." But at this moment, the middle-aged woman said indifferently. The three of them froze. Old Snakeskin said, "Madam, he's so rude, you should kill him." The middle-aged woman frowned and said, "I'll only say it twice, step back." "Yes." The three of them responded respectfully, and then glanced at Qin Feiyang with resentment, bowed, and left the lounge. And closed the door tightly. They wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of Qin Feiyang, but they didn't expect that they would be reprimanded by the middle-aged woman in the end. A little battle king was more important than the three of them? On what basis? They were not convinced. Chapter 376. In the lounge. There was dead silence. The middle-aged woman looked at Qin Feiyang with a strange light in her eyes. Breaking through to the 7-star battle king so quickly? Qin Feiyang did not say anything and continued to drink his tea. A moment later, the middle-aged woman finally broke the silence and said with a faint smile, "You are very bold. Aren't you afraid that I will poison your tea?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I'm not even afraid of the black demon poison, let alone other poisons." Black demon poison? The middle-aged woman was stunned and asked, "What kind of poison is that?" Qin Feiyang did not answer. While drinking his tea, he smiled and said, "Madam, if you have something to say, just say it." The middle-aged woman pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "Become my subordinate, and I will guarantee you a lifetime of glory." Qin Feiyang was stunned. A mere 4-star battle emperor dared to say such words? He looked at the middle-aged woman and said, "Just you?" The middle-aged woman asked back, "Are you looking down on me?" Qin Feiyang said, "I don't deny it, but I'm very puzzled. Why do you want me to be your subordinate? Just because I know how to refine pills? No. What I'm interested in is your brain and your talent. In just a few months, you broke through to the 7-star battle king. Your talent is unparalleled in the entire world." The middle-aged woman said. "Thank you for your compliment." Qin Feiyang smiled, nodded, and said, "Sure, teach me the slave seal, and I will be your subordinate." The middle-aged woman's eyes flashed and she shook her head, "You should know that the battle art cannot be taught to others." "Then there's no other way. We can only announce the end of the negotiation." Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders. The middle-aged woman said, "Although I can't give you the slave seal, I can give you a perfect battle art." Perfect battle art. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and he immediately became spirited. No. The sky-destroying finger that this person used was only an intermediate battle art. How could there be a perfect battle art? Moreover, if she really had a perfect battle art, why didn't she pass it on to the Meng family? Qin Feiyang calmed down and thought for a moment. The corner of his mouth pursed into a sneer. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Seeing is believing, hearing is false. I'll let you experience it. The middle-aged woman flipped her hand and a jade slip appeared out of thin air. Then, she tossed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang held it in his hand and looked at the middle-aged woman in surprise. Then, he sank his consciousness into the jade slip. A message immediately flowed into his mind. Perfect battle art, void end tactics. There were a total of 4 moves. The first style, landslide. The second style, earth splitting. The third style, splitting sky. The fourth move, ruins of end. The power of the first move was equivalent to an inferior battle technique. And so on. The power of the fourth move was equivalent to a perfect battle art. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was actually a perfect battle art. The middle-aged woman smiled faintly. Do you believe me now? Swoosh. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath of air and mocked. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the void end tactics if you give it to me so easily? The middle-aged woman smiled. You're a smart man and I believe that you won't do that. This also represents my sincerity. I like to deal with people who are sincere. However, it's definitely impossible for me to follow you. It's even more impossible for me to become your slave. However, we can work together. Qin Feiyang smiled as well. Work together? The middle-aged woman frowned. I only work with people of value. Although you're talented, you're still too weak. Value? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. If I'm wrong, you and Meng Yiping aren't husband and wife. The middle-aged woman's pupils constricted as she asked calmly, how do you know? The way you interact with Meng Yiping is truly too strange. Therefore, I started discussing with my old buddies. The final conclusion was that the Meng family is merely a pawn in your hands. Qin Feiyang said. The middle-aged woman was stunned. There was a trace of disbelief in her eyes. Looking at your expression, our conclusion should be correct. It's just that I don't understand. What exactly are you hiding? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Huh, the middle-aged woman laughed. I was afraid that you would see through it. I even specially told Meng Yiping to be more careful in the future. But I didn't expect that you've already seen through it. Your brain is indeed not simple. The middle-aged woman was full of praise. In the end, she shook her head and said, but it's still not enough to cooperate with me. Then what do you think is enough? Also, don't just talk about my value. I also want to see your value. If your value is not as high as mine, I won't bother to cooperate with you. Qin Feiyang was furious. He turned hostile on the spot. His talent and brain, although not invincible in the world, were absolutely rare among the younger generation. But this person actually said that it was not enough? Even a clay bodhisattva had anger, let alone a person of flesh and blood. Hearing these words, the middle-aged woman could not help but be stunned. He actually dared to doubt her value? This brat really didn't know how much he was worth. She asked, how many companions do you have? Qin Feiyang said, 4. Including the pangolin beast. The middle-aged woman said, I can give each of you a perfect battle art. This is my value. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. 1 for each of them? Could it be that in the Forgotten Land, perfect battle arts were so common that the streets were filled with them? Who exactly was this person? With so many perfect battle arts, her identity was definitely not simple. The middle-aged woman said again, I can even give you auxiliary perfect battle arts. Auxiliary battle arts. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with deep disbelief. Perfect auxiliary battle arts, even in the imperial capital, were unique. As far as he knew, only the current emperor had perfect auxiliary battle arts. Calm down. You must stay calm. Qin Feiyang returned to his seat and looked down at the jade slip in his hand. His eyes flickered. If this person really had perfect auxiliary battle arts, then her background must be very shocking. If he cooperated with her, it was undoubtedly asking a tiger for its skin. Because he had no idea what this woman's motive was. However, the temptation of a perfect battle art was simply too great. There was no way to resist it. Taking a few deep breaths, Qin Feiyang raised his head and asked, "Why don't you give the battle arts to the Meng family?" The middle-aged woman said, "Very simple, their value is not enough. Giving it to them is purely a waste." This was a very reasonable explanation. However, Qin Feiyang read the middle-aged woman's ambition from this. This woman must be planning a big conspiracy. Qin Feiyang said, "Wait a moment, I have to discuss with a few of my companions. Lend me this jade slip first." "Go ahead." The middle-aged woman smiled. She was not afraid of Qin Feiyang running away, because she believed that no one could resist such a temptation. Inside the castle. "You all heard what she said, what do you think?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso and the others. "Fat Lord, take a look at the jade slip first." Fatso anxiously grabbed the jade slip and sank his mind into it. Suddenly, he revealed a face of shock. Lu Hong and Wolf King also looked at it one after another, their eyes filled with disbelief. Everyone was silent for a moment. Fatso said, "Boss, cooperate with her." Qin Feiyang said worriedly, "There's no problem with cooperating, but I'm afraid of getting into trouble." "What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten? We are just passers-by in the Forgotten Land. As long as we get the perfect battle arts, no matter what scheme she has, it has nothing to do with us. Moreover, we can also use her power to make the three leaders obediently hand over the pill fire." Fatso laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong and Wolf King and asked, "What about you guys?" Wolf King said, "Of course we'll cooperate." "I agree too." Lu Hong nodded. The pangolin hurriedly said, Hey, can you ask for my opinion? Are you looking for a sense of presence?" Wolf King and Fatso looked at him unkindly. The pangolin said angrily, "Nonsense, I'm ignored by you guys every day, of course I have to find a sense of presence." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then what do you think?" "Cooperate, we must cooperate." The pangolin chuckled. "That's all nonsense." Wolf King glanced at him in disdain. "All right, then we'll cooperate. When we get the battle arts, we'll leave immediately." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He took out a healing pill with 2 patterns, held it in his hand, and appeared in the lounge. The middle-aged woman asked, "How did the discussion go?" "Let's see what this is first." Qin Feiyang stretched out his arm and opened his palm. The healing pill appeared in front of the middle-aged woman's eyes. "What?" The middle-aged woman's eyes widened. She grabbed the healing pill and looked it up and down, left and right. A pill with 2 patterns. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment as she raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You refined this?" "Who else?" Qin Feiyang shrugged. "Good. Very good. You're qualified to cooperate with me." The middle-aged woman was overjoyed. She put down the healing pill and said, "Call your companions out." Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he immediately became vigilant. "Don't worry. I won't harm them. I just want to see what their battle souls are. Then I'll know what battle arts are most suitable for them." The middle-aged woman smiled. "Really?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The middle-aged woman shook her head. "You're really suspicious. I can swear." Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. He flicked his sleeves and Fatso, Lu Hong, Wolf King and the pangolin appeared out of thin air. The moment they appeared, they ran behind Qin Feiyang. This way, if the middle-aged woman wanted to harm them, they could hide in the castle immediately. The middle-aged woman's face twitched. Was she a demon? Did she have to be so vigilant? No wonder these little guys dared to cause trouble in White Fox City. With their temperaments, it would be difficult to catch them. She smiled faintly. Activate your battle souls. Wolf King said, here? If the main hall collapses later, don't blame us. Let's go outside then. The middle-aged woman waved her hand and swept the 3 people and 2 beasts out of the window, landing in a garden outside. Wolf King activated his battle soul immediately. Chapter 377. What battle soul is this? The middle-aged woman raised her head and looked at the golden beast with a trace of doubt in her eyes. But she was more shocked. Because the golden beast's shadow gave her a very strong sense of oppression. Her eyes flashed as she lowered her head to look at Wolf King. Have you cultivated any battle arts? Wolf King was about to say no. But the middle-aged woman said again, tell me the truth, or I don't know how to arrange it. Wolf King thought for a while and said truthfully, I have cultivated a superior slaughter battle art. The middle-aged woman nodded and said, I see, next. Fat Lord first. Fatso took a step forward and laughed, boss, haven't you always wanted to know Fat Lord's battle soul? Roar. Before he finished speaking, his whole body emitted a black light. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a huge monster appeared out of nowhere. It was a dragon. It was hundreds of meters long and its body was covered with palm-sized scales. Its entire body was as black as ink, and the dragon's aura shook in all directions. Black Dragon. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This damn Fatso had indeed activated his dragon soul. And it was an extremely rare black dragon soul. He could not help but look at Lu Hong. What battle soul did this little girl activate? Seeing Qin Feiyang looking at her, Lu Hong said with disappointment, I haven't broken through to the 1-star Battle King level, so I can't summon my battle soul. Qin Feiyang frowned. The middle-aged woman was stunned and looked at Lu Hong. You haven't broken through to the Battle King level, how can you have a battle soul? Madam, you don't know. She had already broken through to the Battle King level, but she was harmed by a villain and took the spiritual disaster pill, causing her cultivation to be crippled. Qin Feiyang sighed. I see. But you don't have to worry. Even if her cultivation is crippled, her battle soul is still there. Once her cultivation recovers, she will naturally be able to summon it. The middle-aged woman comforted her and asked, what battle soul did you activate? White Dragon. Lu Hong said. Another dragon soul? The middle-aged woman was dumbfounded. Isn't this too outrageous? 2 dragon souls actually appeared at once? Qin Feiyang was also shocked. Fatso was a black dragon soul. Lu Hong was the white dragon soul. He had a purple gold dragon soul. In other words, there were 3 dragon souls in this small team. As long as he grew up, he wouldn't have to worry about not getting his revenge. However, Qin Feiyang knew that this was all thanks to the first-generation emperor statue. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Fatso and Luo Yunyang to activate their dragon souls. He might be able to activate other dragon souls. After all, the power of the emperor's bloodline flowed in his body. However, it was impossible for him to activate the purple gold dragon soul. Therefore, he was very grateful to the first emperor. Qin Feiyang, what fighting soul have you awakened? The middle-aged woman turned her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Fatso chuckled and said, Boss's fighting soul is awesome. Did I ask you? Qin Feiyang glared at him. The 9-leaf fire lotus and the crimson battle sword appeared one after another. However, he did not summon the purple gold dragon soul. He did not know if the Forgotten Land was within the Great Qin Empire's borders. Hence, he did not dare to summon the purple gold dragon soul. Even so, the middle-aged woman was still shocked. He had 2 fighting souls. This young fellow was a genius. What about you? The middle-aged woman looked at the pangolin again. The pangolin suddenly became awkward. He smiled sheepishly and said, I don't have a fighting soul. Just give me any battle technique. You don't have one? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Isn't this fellow usually arrogant? Why doesn't he have a fighting soul? The middle-aged woman was stunned as well. She shook her head and said, if you don't have a fighting soul, it means you're not worth nurturing. The pangolin was taken aback. He asked suspiciously, and? Are you an idiot? If you're not worth nurturing, I won't give you any battle techniques. Don't you know that? Wolf King looked at the pangolin disdainfully. A hint of schadenfreude could be seen in his eyes. You can't do this. The pangolin panicked and shouted, I have a fighting soul. You do? The others were puzzled. If the pangolin had a fighting soul, why did he say he did not have one? The middle-aged woman said, hurry up, then. Don't waste my time. The pangolin gritted its teeth. A khaki-colored light shot into the sky. Immediately, a fighting soul appeared above its head. The others looked up curiously. They were petrified. That fighting soul was actually a fong. It was more than 10 meters long. It was slender and flat. It was khaki-colored, and its tip was pointed upward. At first glance, it looked like the tip of a sword. The pangolin looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, I'm telling you, don't laugh. Haha, it would have been better if it did not say that. However, as soon as it said that, Wolf King could not help but burst out laughing. He had seen many fighting souls. However, this was his first time encountering such a strange fighting soul. No wonder the pangolin was so shy. No matter who it was, they would be too embarrassed to summon it. Qin Feiyang and the other two could not help but laugh as well. The fighting soul was a fong. This was indeed a strange thing. The pangolin was furious and roared, I said, don't laugh. Shut up, shut up. Oh, don't be like this. It's just a strange fighting soul. We won't look down on you. After all, you're a strange one yourself. A strange couple. Hee, what a perfect match. Brother Wolf laughed strangely. Ruffian Wolf, I'll fight you to the death. The pangolin was so angry that its eyes were red. The fong fighting soul shook in the void and charged toward Wolf King. I'll give it a try. What's so great about your strange fighting soul? Wolf King's eyes flashed fiercely. His body instantly grew bigger. After breaking through to an 8-star battle monarch, his body grew another fist. He was more than 8 meters tall, like a giant. Boom! It swung its claws and slammed into the sharp fangs. The fong fighting soul was instantly sent flying. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the middle-aged woman's pupils constricted. They were obviously shocked. However, they were not shocked by Wolf King's strength. Instead, they were shocked by the hardness of the fong fighting soul. One had to know. Wolf King was an 8-star battle monarch now. And the pangolin was only a 4-star fighting soul. Wolf King's full-force attack was enough to shatter the pangolin's fighting soul with a single claw. But at this moment, the fong fighting soul was actually intact. How is this possible? Suddenly, the Wolf King cried out in alarm. Everyone looked toward him and saw that the skin on his claw was lacerated and fresh blood was flowing. What? The fong fighting soul actually broke through Wolf King's defense? At this moment, no one could laugh anymore. Although it looked a little ridiculous, its power was too powerful. Why did you hide such a powerful fighting soul? Because you're afraid of being laughed at? Qin Feiyang frowned. The pangolin smiled embarrassedly. All right, I'm convinced. Qin Feiyang was somewhat helpless. Wolf King suddenly jumped up and said angrily, I'm not convinced. Little follower, fight me if you have the guts. No. The pangolin shook his head decisively and snorted coldly. A gentleman has his reasons. I won't accept this kind of meaningless battle. A gentleman again? Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he shouted, Enough, all of you, calm down. They were really funny. He turned to face the middle-aged woman and said, Madam, when are you going to give us the battle art? At the mention of the battle art, Wolf King and the pangolin's eyes lit up and they looked at the middle-aged woman expectantly. The middle-aged woman glanced at them, lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, she waved her hand and 6 jade slips appeared out of thin air. So straightforward? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. They thought that this woman would give them some conditions or give them some difficult problems. Unexpectedly, she took them out without hesitation. This is for you. The middle-aged woman waved her hand and a jade slip flew towards Wolf King and floated above his body. Wolf King immediately immersed his mind into the jade slip and said in surprise, "Perfect auxiliary battle art." Next. The middle-aged woman waved her hand again and 2 jade slips flew towards Fatso and Lu Hong respectively. Perfect massacre battle art. The 2 of them were also wild with joy. Quick, quick, give it to me. The pangolin looked at Fatso and Wolf King, then looked at the middle-aged woman and urged impatiently. Whoosh! A jade slip flew in front of it. Perfect massacre battle art, I finally have a perfect battle art. The pangolin looked at it and immediately jumped up and down in excitement. At this moment, there were only 2 jade slips left in front of the middle-aged woman. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 jade slips with longing in his eyes. Of these 2 jade slips, one is an auxiliary battle art, and the other is a sword art. Together with the ultimate steps in your hand, I will give you 3 battle arts. After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, she waved her hand and the 2 jade slips flew towards Qin Feiyang. What? 3 battle arts? Fatso and the others were stunned. Qin Feiyang was also stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The middle-aged woman's lips curled into a playful smile and said, "What? Not satisfied?" Qin Feiyang quivered and nodded, satisfied, very satisfied. As he spoke, he grabbed the 2 jade slips. What a joke, these were perfect battle arts. There wasn't one in the entire spiritual state. If he hadn't met this woman, he probably wouldn't even have been able to find one, let alone 3. Fatso and the others were envious and felt that it was unfair. Why did Qin Feiyang get 3? But they could only get 1? But they didn't dare to voice out their dissatisfaction. If they angered this woman and took all of them back, the loss would outweigh the gain. These jade slips can only be used once. After you have comprehended them thoroughly, they will automatically shatter. But before you comprehend them, Qin Feiyang, you have to refine some battle chi pills for me first. They must have 2 elixir patterns. The middle-aged woman said. Qin Feiyang was about to check the jade slips, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Why? Can't you do it? The middle-aged woman raised her eyebrows. I can definitely do it. But I need a 3rd-grade elixir fire to refine elixirs with 2 elixir patterns. And my current elixir fire is only a 2nd-grade elixir fire. Qin Feiyang said. The middle-aged woman said, Then how did you refine the healing elixir you gave me? To be honest, I used to have a 3rd-grade elixir fire, but I met a strong enemy last time and it was accidentally stolen. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. He couldn't say that he wasn't from the Forgotten Land, right? So, he could only make up an excuse. What did you say? There is someone who can take the elixir fire from your hands? The middle-aged woman was surprised. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. Horses also have times when they stumble. Then you hurry up and think of a way. After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, she flew toward the main hall. Suddenly, she stopped in the void again, looked down at Qin Feiyang, and asked, When you looted the warehouse, did you see the old master's iron box in the alchemy room? Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. The iron box was this woman's? He could never give it to her. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I haven't been to his alchemy room, so I didn't see it. Is that so? The middle-aged woman asked, with an inexplicable light flashing in the depths of her eyes. Qin Feiyang nodded and guessed, it may be buried under the ruins, or I'll let the pangolin beast drill into the ground to look for it. No need, anyway, it's not something precious, it's fine if it's gone. Chapter 378. As soon as the middle-aged woman left, Fatso and the others burst into laughter. They thought that the middle-aged woman would become their mortal enemy. However, they didn't expect that she would give them perfect battle arts. This time, it was really a blessing in disguise. They were really lucky. Wolf King leaned over to Qin Feiyang and said sneakily, "Little Qin Zi, let's just run away now. No hurry. That woman shouldn't be harmful to us now. Let's wait until we get the alchemy fire of the 3 tribes." Qin Feiyang said, his eyes shining. Wolf King urged, "Then let's hurry up. I can't be at ease if we stay here. You guys go to the castle to comprehend the battle arts first. I'll go talk to the 3 leaders." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso and the others to the castle. Then he walked towards the gate of the main hall. At the same time, his mind sank into the 2 jade slips. 2 pieces of information suddenly flowed into his mind. The sword art was called the Guiyuan sword technique. It could condense 99 sword qi. The power of each sword qi was comparable to a perfect battle art. But it consumed a lot of battle qi. According to Qin Feiyang's estimation, the red sword qi in his qi C could only condense 9 sword qi at most. The auxiliary skill was called Phantom Steps. It was also a perfect battle art. Every step would leave an illusion, which could confuse the opponent's eyes. In actual combat, it could play a key role. After a while, Qin Feiyang withdrew his mind and put away the 3 jade slips. Phantom Steps. Void Returning Technique. Guiyuan Sword Technique. He didn't expect to get 3 perfect battle arts on this trip. It was really like the old saying, the world was unpredictable. Originally, he still hated that ugly old woman. But now, he also had a trace of gratitude in his heart. If it weren't for the ugly old woman who forced him to come to the Forgotten Land, how could he have encountered such an opportunity? Soon, Qin Feiyang came to the front gate of the main hall. The 3 leaders were standing respectfully outside the gate. When the guards looked at them, their eyes were full of gloating. Cough. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and coughed dryly. Immediately, everyone raised their heads and looked at him with cold eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Now that we're on the same side, there's no need to be so hostile." "Who's on your side?" The 3 leaders and the group of guards glared at each other. Qin Feiyang shook his head and directly ignored him. He walked up to the 3 leaders and said with a smile, "I would like to ask for your help." Old Man Snakeskin said sternly, "If you have something to say, then say it." Qin Feiyang said, "Go back immediately and get all of your alchemy fires." How preposterous. How dare they have designs on our alchemy fire? Don't go too far. You want the alchemy fire? No way. The 3 of them angrily shouted. They were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. "Madam and I are partners, but you are Madam's slaves. Aren't you afraid that Madam will be angry if you talk to me like this?" Qin Feiyang joked. The old woman said, "Madam is reasonable. She will definitely not help you run amok." "I am not running amok. I want your alchemy fire to help Madam refine pills. If you don't give it to me, I can only go find Madam." Qin Feiyang laughed. "I don't believe it," the old woman said angrily. "From today onwards, Qin Feiyang is your young master. His words are equivalent to my words. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed without mercy." At this moment, the middle-aged woman's voice came from the 2nd floor. "What? Young master?" The group of guards opened their eyes wide in anger and disbelief. Not long ago, Qin Feiyang was still Madam's enemy. However, in the blink of an eye, he had become their young master. The 3 leaders' faces became even uglier. They, the 3-star war emperor, had been reduced to slaves. But this Qin Feiyang, who was just a battle king, was actually so valued by Madam. What was so good about this kid? Wasn't he just talented and knew how to refine pills? Besides these, what else did he have? "Master, I won't accept it." The old woman shouted. If you don't accept it, then die. The middle-aged woman's cold voice came out. At this moment, the old woman's body cracked open and blood splattered everywhere, as if it was about to explode. Ah! The old woman screamed and hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, Master, please spare my life. I was wrong. I won't dare to object anymore. Remember what you said today. If there is a next time, you will be killed without mercy. The middle-aged woman said with a bone-piercing murderous intent. After the words, the bloody wounds on the old woman's body stopped as well. Thank you, Master, for not killing me. After the old woman thanked him, she quickly swallowed a healing pill. Then, she turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. She knelt in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed, Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. The burly man, old man Snakeskin, and the group of guards all knelt on the ground. Young master? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was still not used to this identity that had suddenly appeared. Cough, cough. Get up. Let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. Everyone will help and support each other in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. Everyone bowed in response, then got up and stood respectfully to the side. Qin Feiyang said, 3 chiefs, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Go and come back quickly. Yes. We'll go get the alchemy fire right away. How would the 3 dare to have any objections? They hurriedly rushed into the sky and turned into a stream of light, breaking through the sky like lightning. Qin Feiyang looked calm on the surface, but he was quite nervous in his heart. If the alchemy fires of the 3 tribes were all first-grade alchemy fires, then it would be meaningless. Don't let me be happy for nothing. Amidst the endless anticipation, the 3 leaders finally returned an hour later. Whoosh! The 3 of them landed in front of Qin Feiyang and offered the alchemy fire with both hands, saying respectfully, Please accept it, young master. There was a battle chi barrier around the 3 alchemy fires, so they couldn't feel the slightest heat. Open the barrier. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Yes. The 3 of them moved their minds, and the barrier instantly collapsed. A wave of scorching heat instantly surged out in all directions like a torrential flood. However, although it was hot, it was still bearable. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, sweeping up the 3 alchemy fires and entering the ancient castle. Fatso and the others were focused on comprehending the battle arts. Only Lu Hong wasn't, because she hadn't reached the Battle King level yet, so she couldn't comprehend it. I didn't expect that woman to make you the young master. If you stay here, your future will be limitless. Lu Hong stood up and teased. I think so too. Qin Feiyang smiled. Did you notice that that woman is exactly the same as you used to be? Lu Hong said. Did I? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Look, back in the county of Yan, perfect battle arts were priceless, but you casually threw out several of them. Now, that woman also casually waved several perfect battle arts. So I guess that her status is probably not lower than yours. Lu Hong said. Now that you mention it, I do feel a little similar to her. Qin Feiyang smiled, cut his wrist, and began to drip blood to recognize him as the master. With the experience of the Nether Devil Flame recognizing him as its master, he knew what to do. Soon. The recognition was successful. The information of the 3 alchemy fires also flowed into his mind. How is it? Lu Hong asked. There's only 1 second-grade alchemy fire. He waved his hand, and the second-grade alchemy fire flew toward the Nether Devil Flame. The Nether Devil Flame also awakened on its own and began to devour the alchemy fire. The remaining 2 alchemy fires were undoubtedly first-grade alchemy fires. Lu Hong frowned. Where are we going to find alchemy fires now? You focus on your cultivation, I'll think of a way. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he casually threw the 2 first-grade alchemy fires aside and left the ancient castle, appearing in front of the 3 chiefs. He looked at the 3 chiefs and asked, is there any tribe nearby that has alchemy fires? No. The three chiefs thought for a while and shook their heads. It seems that I have to leave. Qin Feiyang muttered secretly, his eyes flashing, and said, Where does Meng Yiping live? Young master, I'll take you there. A guard took the initiative to come up and said with a flattering face. Okay, lead the way. Qin Feiyang smiled. After a dozen breaths, the guard led Qin Feiyang to a loft. There were also 4 guards on both sides of the door of the loft. The guard who led the way shouted arrogantly, Madam has already ordered that Qin Feiyang will be our young master from now on, hurry up and salute. Greetings, young master. The 4 hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. In fact, even without the guard saying it, they already knew. Because they all heard the middle-aged woman's order. Qin Feiyang looked at the guard and said, You can go back, I'll go in by myself. Yes, I'll take my leave. The guard ran away eagerly. What a bunch of snobs. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disdain. He turned around and strode into the loft, entering the reception hall. The reception hall was empty. But soon, accompanied by a series of footsteps, Meng Yiping came down from the 2nd floor. What are you doing here? Don't think that you can order me around just because you're the young master now. Let me tell you, I'm still in charge of the Meng family. Meng Yiping frowned and said in a deep voice. Can you make the decision? Madam has already said that you two are not husband and wife, so don't pretend in front of me. Qin Feiyang laughed disdainfully. What? You even said that? Meng Yiping was shocked and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, young master. That's more like it. Qin Feiyang laughed coldly and asked, Do you know the coordinates of the Ziyang tribe and Sky Thunder City? This subordinate knows. Meng Yiping nodded. Tell me. Qin Feiyang said. Meng Yiping frowned and asked, May I ask, young master, did you get Madam's permission? What do you think? Qin Feiyang sneered. Meng Yiping's eyes trembled as he hurriedly told him the coordinates of the Sky Thunder City and the Ziyang tribe. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. I finally got the coordinates. Let's leave quickly. Qin Feiyang muttered and took out a teleportation gate without hesitation and quickly opened it. Then, under Meng Yiping's respectful gaze, he strode in. When the teleportation gate dissipated, Meng Yiping's face immediately twisted. Originally, he wanted to take revenge for his father, but he didn't expect Qin Feiyang to actually become the young master. Father. Your son is unfilial, I can't take revenge for you. He lowered his head and clenched his eyes tightly. His eyes were filled with pain. That's not right. Suddenly, Meng Yiping suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining. Qin Feiyang had just become the young master. Why was he in a hurry to go to the Sky Thunder City and the Ziyang tribe? There was a problem. Chapter 379. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the main hall, the Meng family lord looked at the 3 leaders and asked, Did Qin Feiyang obtain Madam's permission to go to Sky Thunder City and Ziyang tribe? What did you say? He went to Sky Thunder Pool and Ziyang tribe? The 3 leaders were surprised. You don't know? The Meng family lord frowned. We don't know. When he was talking to Madam, we weren't there. We don't know if Madam agreed. The 3 leaders shook their heads. Go and ask. A cold light flashed in the Meng family lord's eyes. The 4 of them ran up to the 2nd floor, stood at the door of the lounge, and gently knocked on the door. Come in. The middle-aged woman's voice sounded. The 4 of them pushed the door open and walked to the tea table. They cupped their hands and said, Greetings, madam. The middle-aged woman said, I heard everything you said downstairs. He went to Sky Thunder City and Ziyang tribe without my permission. The 4 of them looked at each other, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Madam, he's too ignorant. Let us kill him. That's right. We can't let such a person live. The 4 of them cupped their hands and said. The middle-aged woman waved her hand and said, it doesn't matter. Let him go. The four of them were stunned. A free-range person is more malleable. The middle-aged woman said with a meaningful smile. What do you mean? The four of them were puzzled. Don't worry about it. He can't run away. As long as I want to, I can find him at any time. By the way, I'll warn you. Don't touch him again. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Do you understand? The middle-aged woman glanced at the four of them. Her cold eyes carried a great pressure. We understand. The four of them said respectfully. You may leave. The middle-aged woman waved her hand and said. We'll take our leave. The four of them bowed and left. You want to run away after getting the battle arts? Is there such a good thing? Grow up quickly. When you can really help me, I'll look for you. The middle-aged woman looked out of the window and muttered to herself. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. Heavy snow swirled in the air, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air on a glacier where ferocious beasts roamed. Where is this? He looked around suspiciously. Roar. When the two ferocious beasts nearby saw him, they bared their sharp fangs and pounced towards him. Qin Feiyang looked over. The strength of the two ferocious beasts was not ordinary. One of them was a 4-star battle king. The other was a 5-star battle king. Whoosh. He didn't pay any attention to it and used the wind-riding steps to rush towards an ice mountain. When the two ferocious beasts saw his speed, their eyes widened and they immediately turned to flee. The ice mountain was several hundred meters in front of them, and it was several hundred meters tall. A moment later, Qin Feiyang climbed to the top of the ice mountain and looked around. To the west, north, and south, there were endless glaciers. In the east, at the end of the glacier, there was an ancient city. However, because it was too far away, he couldn't see it clearly. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and he entered the ancient castle. He would think about it after he comprehended the 3 battle arts. 2 days later, Wolf King and Fatso opened their eyes one after another. The jade scroll in front of them also shattered with a crack. Wolf King said in surprise, you've comprehended it too? Nonsense, don't you know who Fat Lord is? Fatso smiled proudly and asked curiously, Brother Wolf, what's the name of your battle art? Wolf King said, Void Escape Steps. What about you? Void Escape Steps. What an old-fashioned name. Fatso's face was full of disdain. He rolled his eyes and said, Fat Lord's battle art is called Black Dragon Technique. How is it? Domineering, right? TSK. Wolf King's eyes were full of disdain. You're jealous. Fatso chuckled and said, Shall we go out for a walk? Brother also had the same idea. Wolf King nodded. At this moment, Qin Feiyang also opened his eyes, and the jade scroll in his hand shattered. Void Returning Art, successfully comprehended. He looked at Fatso and Wolf King, and said, You can go out, but you can't act recklessly. Wolf King laughed, Don't worry, we're just going out to practice our battle arts. Qin Feiyang really wanted to say, with the two of you, who would be at ease. But now, he didn't have the time to talk nonsense with them. With a wave of his hand, he sent Fatso and Wolf King out and continued to comprehend the Guiyuan sword art. A perfect battle art was not something that a low-grade battle art could compare to. Back then, Qin Feiyang had only comprehended the Imperial Wind Steps and the Cold Wind Palm for less than an hour. And now, the perfect battle art took an entire 2 days. If he hadn't opened the 3rd level of the Gate of Potential, no matter how talented he was, it would have taken him 2 to 3 years. 4 days later, when he opened his eyes again, he had already thoroughly comprehended the Guiyuan sword art and the Phantom Step. Sensing the movement, the pangolin beast opened its eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise, asking, It's all done? What do you think? Qin Feiyang stood up and laughed. It's only been 6 days, can you guys not be so abnormal? the pangolin beast wailed. Qin Feiyang had thoroughly comprehended all 3 battle arts. And it only had one battle art, but until now, it had yet to enter the threshold. Now, it even had the heart to hit the wall. Staying together with this group of perverts was simply suffering. It might as well not comprehend it. Wait until it cultivated to the 9-star battle king and opened the gate of potential. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. With a thought, he appeared on the ice peak. Glancing around, there was no sign of Wolf King and Fatso. 4 full days passed. He didn't know where these 2 guys went to fool around. He jumped down, landed on the glacier, and began to look for berserk beasts to practice his battle arts. Another 3 days passed. He was almost proficient in the 3 battle arts, but Wolf King and Fatso hadn't returned yet. What are they doing? Qin Feiyang finished off a berserk beast and stood at a commanding height, scanning all directions. They really don't let me be at ease. Let's go to the city over there first. Muttering to himself, Qin Feiyang used the imperial wind steps and sped towards the city in the east. A woo. Suddenly, a wolf howl faintly came from the west. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, suddenly braked, turned back, and rushed towards the west. The sound was too soft, so he couldn't judge whether it was Wolf King or not. But just in case, he still planned to take a look. A woo. More than 10 breaths later, the wolf howl sounded again. This time, he heard it clearly. It was indeed Wolf King. After all, after being together for so long, he could still recognize Wolf King's howl. Sure enough, he went to cause trouble again. He was quite angry. His footsteps paused slightly, then he used the phantom steps and quickly left, leaving behind afterimages. In the distance, there was an ice valley. But at this moment, the ice valley was in ruins, and the ground was full of traces of battle. And in the center of the ice valley, Wolf King and Fatso were back to back, their bodies dripping with blood as they coldly glanced around. There were 4 middle-aged men surrounding them, blocking all their escape routes. The 4 of them were all murderous. One of them said in a deep voice, "Hand over the alchemy fire immediately, and we will spare your lives. Since you've entered our pockets, don't expect us to spit it out." Wolf King disdained. "That's right, if you dare to kill us, Fat Lord will crush the Chinkuan bag, making the alchemy fire and the bag disappear together." Fatso sneered. The 4 of their faces immediately darkened. Fatso rolled his eyes and said with a sneaky smile, "Why don't we make a deal?" "What deal?" The 4 of them frowned. Fatso said, "We'll give you some gold coins to buy your alchemy fire." "Can alchemy fire be bought with gold coins?" "How dare you trick us? Even if you crush the Chinkuan bag, we'll kill you." The 4 of them were furious, and at the same time, they charged towards Wolf King and Fatso. "Look, what's that?" Fatso pointed to the sky and roared. The 4 of them instinctively stopped and looked up. Fatso sent a sound transmission, "Brother Wolf, run." Wolf King waved his claws, and his battle chi surged, sweeping up Fatso. Then, he used the void step and slipped out of the encirclement, rushing towards the exit of the ice valley. Despicable bastard, we were tricked by them again. The 4 of them were so angry that they flew into the air and chased after them. They were all combat emperors. Their speed was much faster than Wolf King's, and they soon closed the distance. Fatso said in horror, "Brother Wolf, what should we do?" "Don't panic, little Qin Zi must have heard my howl and should be on the way. Let's hold on a little longer," Wolf King said in a low voice. Fatso hurriedly said, "What if the boss didn't hear us?" Wolf King said helplessly, "Then we can only pray for our own good." At this point it was useless to return the alchemy fire to the 4 of them. "Let's see where you can run to." The 4 of them shouted and stood in front of the man and the wolf. Fatso pointed behind them and shouted, "Look, there's someone behind you." "Damn Fatso, do you think we're stupid? Do you think we'll fall for your trick again?" The 4 of them sneered. One of them stretched out his arm and pointed in the air. Two streams of battle chi with shocking killing intent shot towards the man and the wolf. But this time, there really was someone. A white figure flashed into the valley like a stream of light. It was Qin Feiyang. Wolf King and Fatso looked at each other and hurriedly lay on the ground to avoid the two streams of battle chi. Boom! Not far behind them, a broken ice mountain was instantly razed to the ground. The fatty couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He signaled Qin Feiyang with his eyes. Then he looked at the four people and begged, "Sirs, please don't kill us. We know we're wrong." One of them sneered, "It's too late to beg for mercy now." At the same time, Qin Feiyang took out the Chang Shui and silently approached one of them. However, before he got close, he was discovered by one of them. That person shouted, "Who are you? Are you their accomplice? There really is someone." The other three people were shocked and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang holding a dagger in his hand, their eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. Oh no! Fatso and Wolf King were anxious. It was not easy for them to come all the way from Iron Ox Town to this day. They could not fall here. Qin Feiyang was also burning with anxiety at this moment. He wanted to kill one of them without anyone noticing, tear open a gap, and rescue Wolf King and Fatso by surprise. Unexpectedly, he was discovered. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. "Seniors, you've misunderstood. I'm not their accomplice. On the contrary, they're all my enemies. I've been looking for them for a long time. Please step aside. I want to kill them with my own hands." Chapter 380. The four of them looked at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. But at this moment, Wolf King rolled his eyes and stared at Qin Feiyang. He laughed and said, "I remember you. You're the young man who was thrown into the cesspit by us 2 years ago." Thrown into the cesspit? Fatso looked at Wolf King suspiciously. But in an instant, he suddenly realized. He also looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Fat Lord also remembers. How is it? How does the cesspit taste?" Hearing this, the four of them looked at each other and looked at Qin Feiyang with pity. "I'm going to kill you." Qin Feiyang's hair stood on end as his eyes turned blood red. Seeing this, the four of them looked at each other and retreated to the side with a playful smile. There was a good show to watch now. Idiot. Fatso and Wolf King couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang rushed in front of the four of them. When he approached the man and the wolf, he directly took them to the castle. The four of them who were ready to watch the show were stunned. What was going on? Not good. They're together. Damn it, we've been fooled again. Damned little bastard, get the hell out here. The four of them were burning with anger. They were teased again and again. It was unforgivable. In the castle. Missing for a few days in a row and being chased by 4 war souls. You're really capable. Say it. What shameful things have you done these days? Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso and Wolf King with a gloomy look. You've wronged us. That's right. We've been helping you find the alchemy fire these days. We've been so busy. The man and the wolf both looked very wronged. Alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang stared blankly and asked, "Where is the alchemy fire?" Fatso said, "We'll only give it to you if you promise not to scold us." You're still bargaining? Qin Feiyang secretly snorted and nodded. Fine, I won't scold you. The man and the wolf looked at each other and smiled. Fatso took out an iron box the size of a palm. Next. Fatso opened the iron box, and a cluster of flames entered Qin Feiyang's sight. Wolf King grinned and said, "We've asked around. This alchemy fire is of the 2nd grade. Does it have an owner?" Qin Feiyang frowned. If there was no temperature, it meant that the alchemic fire had not awakened, which meant that it had an owner. Yes. The owner of the pill fire is a one-star battle king. We have no choice but to erase the blood contract inside. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang asked, is it one of the 4 people outside? That's right. Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang grabbed the alchemy fire and said, tell me, how did you find this alchemy fire? A man and a wolf immediately began to talk excitedly, their saliva flying everywhere. It turned out that after they left the castle that day, they searched the glacier while honing their battle arts. They wanted to see if they could find any precious medicinal herbs. But inadvertently, they broke into the territory of a tribe. It was called the Sioux tribe. The 4 people outside were from the Sioux tribe. Originally, Fatso and Wolf King did not want to cause trouble, because they were afraid that Qin Feiyang would flip out. However, a few young people from the tribe stopped them and insisted that they hand over their Qingquan bags. Was Wolf King someone to be trifled with? Of course not. Even if an immortal came down, it would not be afraid. In a fit of anger, it directly killed those people. However, before killing them, it was forced by Fatso to know that there was a second-grade alchemy fire in the tribe. After killing those people, Wolf King turned into the size of a palm, sneaked into the Sioux tribe, and stole the alchemy fire. However, not long after leaving the tribe, the people of the Sioux tribe found that the alchemy fire was stolen. So they tracked it all the way to this ice valley. How about it? We're amazing. As long as we erase the blood contract and let the nether devil flame devour it, it will transform into a 3rd-grade alchemy fire. The Wolf King chuckled. Boss, you have to give us a reward. Fatso asked for a reward. Dong dong. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he directly gave a reward. Do you know how to write the word death? If anything happens, I'm afraid I won't even be able to find your bodies. Next time you do these things, can you inform me first? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Didn't you say you won't scold us? A man and a wolf muttered in dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was both angry and amused. It really didn't stop at all. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise he wouldn't know how to face it. Alright, don't look like a little wife who has been wronged. Tell me, what else do you want to know? Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Humph, we have been wronged. Wolf King snorted coldly. Seeing Qin Feiyang's face darken again, it hurriedly smiled embarrassedly. The city in the east is indeed the Sky Thunder City. Fatso continued, we also inquired about the flame of heavenly thunder. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up, and asked, any clues? Fatso said, more than clues, we already know where the flame of heavenly thunder is. Where? Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said, the flame of heavenly thunder is in Sky Thunder City. Sky Thunder City. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He really hoped to get the flame of heavenly thunder as soon as possible. In this way, he could start refining the 9-chew yellow dragon pill. We don't know the details for the time being. We have to go to Sky Thunder City to inquire again. Fatso said again. Qin Feiyang nodded, listening carefully to the movements outside. Wolf King suddenly said, do you think that woman will come to kill us? Who knows? Fatso shrugged his shoulders. Although he looked relaxed, he was actually very worried. Qin Feiyang said, that woman probably won't come. What do you mean? Wolf King and Fatso looked at him doubtfully. She is lurking in White Fox City, obviously hiding from something. She won't leave unless she has no other choice. However, it's hard to say if she will send the 3 leaders and Meng Yipping to find us. In short, just in case, we have to change our appearance. Qin Feiyang said. Damn it, where did they go? I've lost contact with Dan Hua. They've probably escaped. Escaped? Impossible, unless they can teleport. Then tell me, where are they? The 4 middle-aged men stood in the air above the ice valley, searching every corner, but couldn't see Qin Feiyang and the others. They couldn't help but quarrel. Okay, stop quarreling. Let's go to Sky Thunder City to inquire. I don't believe that they will disappear into thin air. One of them shouted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Finished. He stretched out his index finger and pointed in the air. A bright battle chi blasted into the ice valley below. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering noise, the ice valley was instantly razed to the ground. The four of them scanned the bottom again, confirming it again and again before leaving. White-eyed wolf, focus on cultivation. Qin Feiyang reminded and left the castle with Fatso. Amongst the few of them, Qin Feiyang's cultivation speed was the fastest. However, he had to copy the battle character, so his speed was slowed down. Then now, Wolf King was the fastest. So, he hoped that Wolf King could break through to the War Emperor realm as soon as possible. With the War Emperor overseeing things, he could be bolder in the future. After changing his appearance slightly, Qin Feiyang and Fatso sped towards Sky Thunder City. However, Fatso looked like he wanted to say something along the way. A few hundred breaths passed. The two of them walked out of the glacier and Sky Thunder City entered their line of sight. The scale of Sky Thunder City was not very big, about the same as Yen City. However, there was not a single bit of snow on the city walls, including the buildings in the city. This was a bit strange. One had to know that it was snowing heavily. Even if someone cleaned it, it would not be so clean. And looking from afar, in the center of the city, there was an ancient tower that was hundreds of feet tall. It was like a towering mountain, emitting a grand and ancient aura. Let's go. Qin Feiyang glanced at the ancient tower, retracted his gaze, called out to Fatso, and walked towards the city gate. Fatso frowned, gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, I have something to discuss with you." What? Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at him in confusion. Fatso said, "Might as well not go this time, Fat Lord." What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was even more puzzled, and asked, "Are you afraid?" What a joke, Fat Lord would be afraid. To be honest, Fat Lord actually wants to go into seclusion. Look, you are now a 7-star war king, Brother Wolf is an 8-star war king, and I am only a 5-star war king. The gap is too big. Your talent is also better than Fat Lord's. If you don't work hard, the gap between you and Fat Lord will be even bigger. And today, if you didn't come in time, Fat Lord and Brother Wolf would have been in deep trouble. Fat Lord is now deeply aware that our strength is far from enough. Fatso sighed. Ah. Qin Feiyang was extremely surprised. This guy also knows how to be anxious. This is a good thing. I'm just afraid that the few of you will only know how to laze around all day and not cultivate. Alright, don't worry and go cultivate. I will think of a way to deal with the heavenly thunder fire. Qin Feiyang smiled. Fatso chuckled and said, "Thank you, boss. If you are too busy, just call Fat Lord." Qin Feiyang nodded, waved his hand, and sent Fatso to the ancient castle. Then, with a smile, he walked towards the city gate. Back in the county of Yan, whether it was himself, Fatso, or Lu Hong, they were all still underage teenagers. Wolf King was also a child at that time. At that time, Fatso, Lu Hong, and Wolf King didn't know what responsibility was at all. But as the days passed, they had all become adults, sensible, and responsible. In the future, their names were destined to become legends in the great Qin Empire. "Brother, how are you?" The city gate was close, but suddenly, someone patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder from behind. Qin Feiyang collected his thoughts and turned his head to look. He saw a 17 or 18-year-old youth with tiger skin looking at him with a smile. He looked very bright and gave people a sense of familiarity. Beside the youth with tiger skin, there was a young woman wearing mink skin. Her skin was whiter than snow, her hair was black and beautiful, and her bright eyes were as clear as a mirror. Her entire body was filled with an ethereal aura. Chapter 381. Qin Feiyang looked at the two in confusion and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" The young man in leopard skin smiled and said, "I'm Mu Qin, and this is my sister Mu Shua. May I know your name?" Su Ping. Qin Feiyang made up a name. Su Ping? Mu Qing sized up Qin Feiyang and smiled. May I ask which tribe you're from, Brother Su? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Rogue cultivator? Mu Qing was stunned and smiled. Brother Su, it's fate that we meet. Why don't we go and have a few drinks? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What's wrong with this person? Qin Feiyang said, thank you, Brother Mu, but I still have something to do. Let's meet again another day. I see. Mu Qing's face showed a trace of disappointment, but he nodded and smiled. Okay, then we'll have a drink the next time we meet. Goodbye. Goodbye. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. Mu Qing looked at the girl beside him and smiled. Sister, let's go. Mu Shui nodded, and the brother and sister quickly walked into Sky Thunder City. Strange? Qin Feiyang frowned. Who would invite someone to drink on their first meeting? What was this person's purpose? With a trace of doubt, Qin Feiyang walked towards the city gate. There were 2 guards on both sides of the city gate. But they didn't check Qin Feiyang. Whoosh! However, just as Qin Feiyang was about to enter the city, 5 figures rushed over. The 4 people from the Su tribe were among them. The other person was also a guard. However, his aura was much stronger than the 2 guards guarding the city. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he retreated to the side. The 5 people swept past him and stopped at the city gate. The 2 city guards bowed and said, Greetings, Commander. The guard commander nodded. He took out a piece of paper from his Qinquan bag and stuck it on the city wall. Qin Feiyang took a few steps back and looked over curiously. His expression suddenly stiffened. This was a wanted poster. There were 3 heads carved on it. They were none other than himself, Wolf King, and Fatso. Below the portrait of the human head, there were a few lines of bold and powerful words. The general content was as follows. These 2 people and a wolf had stolen the Su tribe's alchemy fire. They deserved death for their crimes. Anyone who makes a report will be rewarded with 1 million gold coins. After that, the commander looked at the 2 guards and said, Capture them if you see them. Yes. The 2 of them bowed and replied. The guard commander looked at the 4 people and smiled. You all can go back first. If there's any news, this commander will inform you immediately. Then I'll have to trouble you, Commander. The 4 of them cupped their fists and soared into the sky. The guard commander also followed them into the city and soon disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight. Wanted poster. Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze, looked at the wanted poster, and followed them into the city. Fortunately, he had changed his appearance in advance. Otherwise, he would definitely attract a lot of trouble now. Somewhere on the street ahead, Mu Qing and his sister walked side by side. Brother, haven't you always been arrogant? Why did you take the initiative to greet Su Ping just now? Mu Shui was puzzled. Mu Qing smiled and said, Sister, don't you know your brother? Your brother, I, never do meaningless things. Why do you say that? Mu Shui was surprised. Mu Qing smiled and said, Su Ping actually changed his appearance. Maybe Su Ping is not his real name. So what? Mu Shui was puzzled. There were many people who changed their appearances. What was the problem? If it was just a change of appearance, I definitely wouldn't be interested in him. But I found out that he is a 7 stars battle king. And his real age is at most 18 years old. A glint flashed across Mu Qing's eyes. 7 stars battle king? How was this possible? Mu Shui was shocked. An 18-year-old 7 stars battle king? Was this a joke? Your brother has the all-seeing eye. I can see through all illusions, including a person's true appearance and cultivation. I can't be wrong. I know the geniuses of all the major tribes like the back of my hand. An 18-year-old 7 stars battle king. I've never heard of such a monster. This person's identity is worthy of being investigated. Mu Qing chuckled. Brother, I don't object if you want to investigate him, but you can't delay the proper business. Mu Shua whispered. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Let's go to the Pill Pagoda to register first. Mu Qing said with a smile. There was a wisp of wisdom in her bright eyes. Back to Qin Feiyang. As soon as he entered the city, he felt that the temperature in the city was completely different from outside the city. Outside the city, there was thick snow everywhere and bone-chilling wind. But the atmosphere in the city was very warm, and he couldn't feel the slightest bit of coldness. It was as if he was in spring. The city wall separated the two worlds. And along the way, he also found something unusual. There were many young people on the streets. There were young boys and girls around 13 or 14 years old and young men and women in their teens. They were in groups of 2 or 3, playing and fooling around on the streets. If that was the case, Qin Feiyang certainly wouldn't find it strange. But the key was that these people had extraordinary temperaments. At a glance, he could tell that their identities were not simple. Moreover, Qin Feiyang could conclude that they were not from Sky Thunder City. Because he noticed that these people felt that everything in Sky Thunder City was very fresh. Unknowingly, the sky darkened. Qin Feiyang stopped in front of the door of a restaurant. The restaurant was called Wanru Restaurant. It was dozens of meters high and had a total of 10 floors. Its appearance was luxurious and grand. Many young people went in and out. Laughter and chatter could be heard coming from the inside. Young master, our Spring Rain restaurant is the best restaurant in Sky Thunder City. We have all kinds of good wine and delicacies. Why don't you come in and have a seat? When a waiter at the door saw Qin Feiyang, he immediately ran out of the restaurant and said with a flattering smile. The biggest restaurant? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. To inquire about information, a restaurant was undoubtedly the best place. The bigger the restaurant, the more luxurious it was, and the faster the efficiency. This was because people with status would usually come to such high-end places. I'm not interested in food, but I want to stay for a while. Is there a quiet room? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The waiter hesitated for a moment and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, our Spring Rain restaurant's rooms are all full. Full? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Spring Rain restaurant had 10 floors and who knew how many rooms there were? It was actually full? Was the business here so good? The waiter said with a smile, young master, I'm really sorry. It's okay, I'll go take a look at other restaurants. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to leave. But when he turned around, he saw a man and a woman walking towards him. It was Mu Qing and her sister. But at this moment, both of them had changed their clothes. Mu Qing was wearing a fitted white robe. She was about 1.8 meters tall and looked very energetic. Mu Shua was slightly shorter, about 1.75 meters. Her snow-white robe fluttered with the breeze. Her black hair was like a waterfall, messily draped over her shoulders. She was like a blooming snow lotus in the midst of ice and snow, pure and untainted by a speck of dust. The brother and sister also noticed him. When I saw your back just now, I felt that it was you. It really is you. Brother Su, we meet again so soon. Don't you think this is fate? Mu Qing said with a smile. It is indeed fate. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. Although he did not know the brother and sister's purpose, he could not just turn around and leave since they were so polite. Brother Su, we agreed to have a few drinks together the next time we meet. Don't tell me you're going to reject my invitation this time. Mu Qing said with a smile. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, when I find a place to stay, I'll come and have a few drinks with Brother Mu. Find a place to stay? Mu Qing was slightly taken aback. Why don't you stay here? Although the Spring Rain restaurant is a little expensive, Brother Su doesn't look like a poor person. Mu Shui was puzzled. Her voice was like the sound of nature, pleasant to the ear. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "There are no rooms in the Spring Rain restaurant. I can only look elsewhere." "No? That's impossible. The room next to mine is still empty, isn't it?" Mu Qing said with a frown. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the waiter. The brother and sister also looked at him. Mu Qing said with dissatisfaction, "What do you mean by the Spring Rain restaurant? Are you looking down on us?" "No, no. Young masters, miss, please don't misunderstand. Our Spring Rain restaurant is indeed full. Those empty rooms have also been reserved in advance." The waiter hurriedly explained. "Brother, I think we've really misunderstood. People from all the major tribes will come for the Pill Pagoda examination. As the largest restaurant, it's normal for the Spring Rain restaurant to be full." Mu Shui said. The waiter nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. The two of you are already the last two rooms. Pill Pagoda examination?" A trace of suspicion crept into Qin Feiyang's eyes. How could I forget about this? Mu Qing slapped her forehead and her eyes suddenly lit up. She turned to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "It's troublesome to look for them again. Why don't we just make do with it?" This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. Wasn't this person too enthusiastic? What was he trying to do? Mu Shui glanced at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "Brother, can't you be more reserved? Brother Su Ping will misunderstand if you act like this." Mu Qing said with a smile, "Your brother is upright and righteous. I'm not afraid of misunderstandings." Mu Shui was helpless. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Su Ping, please don't worry. My brother has no ill intentions. Young Master Su, forgive me for being blunt, but there are too many people participating in the examination. You may not be able to find a place to stay if you go now. In a few days, there will be more people. I'm afraid that by then, you can only set up a tent outside the city." The waiter said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "All right, then I'll have to trouble Brother Mu." He didn't want to have too much interaction with this pair of siblings. After all, he would leave as soon as he got the fire of heavenly thunder. Everything here had nothing to do with him. But on second thought, why not stay and see what this pair of siblings wanted to do? "Brother Su, you don't have to be so polite. It's not easy to go out. It's only right to take care of each other." Mu Qing smiled and said to the waiter, "Prepare a table of good wine and dishes. I want to entertain Brother Su well." "All right, please come in." Chapter 382. There was a small dining table in the corner. Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing sat opposite each other. Mu Qing looked up at the waiter and said with a smile, "Go and arrange it." "Okay." The waiter responded respectfully and turned to leave quickly. Qin Feiyang glanced at the hall. There were 50 to 60 tables in the hall, but they were all crowded at the moment. Most of them were young people. Some of them were whispering to each other. Some were teasing each other and laughing. There were also some young men and women sitting together whispering sweet nothings to each other, but they didn't do anything too out of line. The people here are basically here to take part in the Pill Pagoda's assessment. Brother Su should be here too, right? Mu Qing was holding a cup of water, drinking while smiling. Qin Feiyang asked in confusion, "What is the Pill Pagoda's assessment?" Pfft. Mu Qing suddenly spat out the water he had just drunk. Qin Feiyang was sitting opposite him, and he was sprayed all over. Immediately, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This guy did it on purpose, didn't he? But he found that Mu Shui was also looking at him with a shocked face. I'm sorry. Mu Qing quivered and came back to his senses. He hurriedly grabbed the towel on the table, stood up, and apologized while wiping the water stains on Qin Feiyang's body in a panic. "It's okay, I'll do it myself." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile. He grabbed the towel, wiped it a few times, and was about to wipe the water stains on his face. But before he got close, a smell of oil entered his nostrils. It was also at this moment. Mu Shui stared and hurriedly said, "Brother Su, wait, that's a rag for wiping the table. It's very dirty." Rag? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He took a closer look and found that it was indeed a rag. There were obvious oil stains on it. What bad luck! Qin Feiyang was quite angry and threw away the linen cloth. At the same time, Mu Qing was also stunned and hurriedly said, "Brother Su, His face was full of embarrassment. "Brother, you're really too much. Don't you know how to look at it clearly before taking it? Big brother Su, use this." Mu Shui chided Mu Qing. Then, he took out a white handkerchief and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was also not polite. He directly grabbed the handkerchief and wiped the water stains on his face. On the handkerchief, there was a unique fragrance of a woman. "It smells good." Qin Feiyang looked down and saw a blooming snow lotus embroidered on the handkerchief. Beside it was Mu Shui's name. This handkerchief probably meant something to Mu Shui. Otherwise, he wouldn't have embroidered his name on it. Qin Feiyang handed over the handkerchief and said with a smile, "I'm sorry for dirtying your handkerchief." "It's all right." Mu Shui shook her head and smiled, appearing gentle and polite. Mu Qing forced a smile and said, "I should be the one apologizing." Qin Feiyang said, "I was wondering why Brother Mu would have such a big reaction." Mu Qing smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Su, if it were anyone else, they would have such a big reaction after hearing what you said just now." Qin Feiyang frowned slightly. Seeing this, Mu Qing smiled and said, "It seems that Brother Su really doesn't know about the Pill Pagoda's assessment. Then Brother Su should know about the Pill Pagoda, right?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. The brother and sister were stunned again. He didn't even know about the Pill Pagoda. Wasn't this person too ignorant? "This is my first time in Sky Thunder City. I've been cultivating in the mountains before, so I don't know much about the outside world." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The brother and sister revealed a look of realization. Mu Qing smiled and said, "Brother Su, this Pill Pagoda is very famous." Qin Feiyang said, "I'd like to hear the details." Mu Qing was about to speak, but at this moment, the waiter walked over with 5 or 6 side dishes and 2 pots of good wine. "Please enjoy." After putting down the dishes, the waiter turned and left. Mu Qing picked up a wine pot and said with a smile, "Brother Su, let's talk while drinking." Soon, Qin Feiyang learned from the brother and sister that the ancient tower located in the center of the city was the Pill Pagoda. The Pill Pagoda was actually a place for alchemy. But in the eyes of the world, the Pill Pagoda was a supreme holy land for alchemy. Even the super tribes would do everything they could to send their disciples into the Pill Pagoda. Qin Feiyang was a little curious and asked, "What's so great about the Pill Pagoda?" "Of course it's great. Because in the Pill Pagoda, not only are there various pill formulas, there is also a 6th grade pill fire." Mu Qing laughed. 6th grade pill fire. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Could it be the flame of heavenly thunder? He said calmly, "I wonder if Brother Mu knows the name of that pill fire?" "This is not a secret. The people of the nearby tribes basically know about it. That pill fire is called the flame of heavenly thunder. You should have noticed that the temperature inside the city is completely different from outside the city. Actually, this is the credit of the flame of heavenly thunder." Mu Qing smiled. "I finally found you, flame of heavenly thunder." Qin Feiyang muttered secretly and asked with a smile, "You siblings are also here to participate in the Pill Pagoda's assessment?" Mu Qing nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "So, you are all alchemists. Sorry for the disrespect. Brother Su is too polite. We only know a little about it. For the assessment, we have no confidence at all. Brother Su, I wonder if you are an alchemist?" Mu Shui smiled. Qin Feiyang said, "Like you, I know a little about it. The brother and sister looked at each other, both quite surprised. An 18-year-old 7-star battle monarch was already very frightening. They didn't expect him to know alchemy. How many secrets did this person have that no one knew? Mu Qing's eyes flashed and said with a smile, since Brother Su is also an alchemist, why don't we participate in the Pill Pagoda's assessment together so that we can take care of each other? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. Of course I have to try such a good opportunity. He didn't dare to inquire about anything else. Because he realized that the brother and sister were not simple. If they noticed something, it would be bad. When it was almost midnight, the brother and sister went upstairs to rest. Qin Feiyang sat alone at the dining table with his head lowered and didn't say anything. Although he didn't ask Mu Qing and Mu Qing anything else, the discussions of others allowed him to learn a lot of information. The first was the situation in Sky Thunder City. Sky Thunder City was the same as White Fox City. It didn't belong to any tribe and was an independent existence. But no one dared to behave atrociously here. Even those super tribes didn't dare to be presumptuous in Sky Thunder City. The reason was that the Pill Pagoda's pagoda master was a super expert. But this person's name, appearance, and true cultivation level, not many people knew. Similarly, this person also possessed the flame of heavenly thunder. In other words, if you want to obtain the flame of heavenly thunder, you must first find out the details of this person. The second was the situation of the various super tribes. In this area, there were a total of 3 super tribes. They were the Purple Sun tribe, the Black Tortoise tribe, and the Bright King tribe. The leaders of the 3 tribes were all 9-star battle emperors. And this time, people from the 3 tribes would also come for the Pill Pagoda's assessment. Of course. These things had nothing to do with him. But there was one thing that he was very concerned about. The large and small tribes in the vicinity basically all had alchemy fires. The 3 super tribes each had a 3rd-grade alchemy fire. This made him feel very inconceivable. He couldn't help but start to doubt again. Could it be that alchemy fires in the Forgotten Land had really spread all over the streets? But this was a good opportunity. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He got up and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, he noticed that Mu Shue's handkerchief was left on the table. Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, grabbed the handkerchief, and directly put it into his arms. I'll give it to her after dawn. Then, he strode out of the restaurant. The streets in the middle of the night were silent. He looked around and walked towards the city gate. At the same time, there was a half-closed window on the 5th floor. Mu Qing and his sister stood behind the window, looking at Qin Feiyang's back, their eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Brother, this person is a bit mysterious. We'd better not have too much contact with him, so as not to ruin things. Mu Shui whispered. Mu Qing smiled and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. Go and rest. Mu Shui nodded and turned to leave the room. Su Ping, interesting. Mu Qing muttered to himself, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, pursing a touch of playfulness. A moment later, Qin Feiyang came to the city gate. Little brother, why are you going out of the city so late? The 2 city guards looked at him suspiciously. The Pill Pagoda's assessment is imminent. I'm a little nervous and can't sleep, so I'm going to the deep mountains to find fierce beasts to practice and ease my mood. Qin Feiyang smiled. So that's the case. Don't be nervous. Although the Pill Pagoda's entrance assessment is very strict, as long as you have the ability, it's not difficult to enter. The mountains near Sky Thunder City are very dangerous. You'd better not go. The 2 said. Thank you for your reminder. But I won't go deep. I'll just stroll around the edge. By the way, I wonder if the 2 brothers know the location of the 3 super tribes? One of them was puzzled and said, I know, why are you asking this? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I have long heard of the great names of the 3 super tribes. I want to pay them a visit after the test is over. Visit? The 2 looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Not just anyone can go to the 3 super tribes. If you're not afraid of being rejected, we'll tell you the coordinates. The 2 smiled and said, "Thank you, 2 brothers." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked them. After getting the coordinates, Qin Feiyang chatted with the 2 for a while and then walked towards the mountains ahead. In the process of chatting, he learned from the 2 that the 3 super tribes were located in different directions. And they were very far from Sky Thunder City. Even a warlord would need at least half a year to rush there. The attitude of the 2 guards was also beyond his expectations. He had been to quite a number of cities. Basically, the city guards of every city were arrogant, conceited, and unreasonable. And these 2 were very kind. Chapter 383. After entering the mountains, Qin Feiyang opened a portal. In the next moment, he landed in front of a frozen lake. The night was as dark as ink. He could not even see his own fingers. On the other side of the frozen lake, there was a very bright fire. It was a super large tribe. It was almost as big as Sky Thunder City. But the difference was that the tribe was built with wooden buildings. There were no walls around it, only fences that were 10 feet tall. Through the fire, he could see clearly that there were 2 middle-aged men guarding the gate of the tribe. The aura they exuded was very strong. They were 9-star battle kings. Above the gate, there were 3 bold words. Ming Wang Tribe. Qin Feiyang looked at the Ming Wang tribe, his eyes flickering. He came here for the 3rd grade alchemy fire of the Ming Wang tribe. Now that he had the 2nd grade alchemy fire of the Su tribe, the nether demonic flame could be upgraded to the 3rd grade once the blood contract was erased. If he could get the 3rd grade alchemy fire of the 3 super tribes, the nether demonic flame could be upgraded to the 4th grade alchemy fire. When he was in Black Bear City, he used the alchemy fire of the martial arts hall to refine elixirs. Although it was very vague. But the alchemy fire of the martial arts hall was only 1st grade. The nether demonic flame was a 2nd grade alchemy fire. It could refine an obvious alchemy pattern. The 3rd grade alchemy fire of the sacred hall could refine 2 alchemy patterns. If it was a 4th grade alchemy fire, it was very likely that it could refine an elixir with 3 alchemy patterns. The 9 tunes yellow dragon elixir with 3 alchemy patterns could increase one's cultivation by 3 small realms. The red fire glazed elixir could increase one's cultivation by 4 small realms. When he returned to the state capital, he could use these elixirs to make a fortune and increase his value. Dong clan, Lu clan, just you wait. I will make you regret it. Qin Feiyang sneered. He took out a face-restoring elixir and swallowed it. After his appearance was restored, he went around the frozen lake and came to the gate of the Ming Wang tribe. Stop right there. This is the Ming Wang tribe. Please leave immediately. The 2 burly men immediately shouted. Qin Feiyang said, if it's not the Ming Wang tribe, I won't come. What do you mean? The 2 men looked at each other, puzzled. No. Why does he look so familiar? The 2 of them carefully sized up Qin Feiyang for a moment. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and they immediately became vigilant. Why have you come to our Ming Wang tribe? Don't tell me you want to steal our alchemy fire too. The 2 of them shouted sternly. Ah, how did you know? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Ming Wang tribe was very far away from Su tribe and Sky Thunder City. They shouldn't have received the news so quickly, right? Our Bright King tribe has people in Sky Thunder City all year round. We'll be able to find out immediately if anything happens. Brat, I advise you to scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The 2 of them sneered. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, shouldn't you capture me? Now that he was a wanted criminal, the 2 of them didn't care and even let him leave. What was going on? It's just a reward of 1 million gold coins. We don't care about it. Scram. Their expressions were arrogant, and their eyes were filled with disdain. You're right. 1 million gold coins is indeed nothing for a mighty super tribe. However, I won't leave before I get the alchemy fire. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What do you mean? You're really here to steal the alchemy fire. The two of them flew into a rage. The aura of a 9-star battle monarch erupted and turned into an invisible giant wave that surged toward Qin Feiyang. Steal? Qin Feiyang snorted. He used the wind-riding step and quickly dodged to the side. He dodged. The two of them were stunned. Have you ever seen such a brazen thief? I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Call your leader out. I want to talk to him. Qin Feiyang said. Who do you think you are? You want to see our leader? Go to hell and repent, snowstorm. The two of them raised their arms at the same time and slapped the air. The accumulated snow within a few hundred meters suddenly rose into the air. Woo-woo. The next moment, two snowstorms appeared with ear-piercing whistles and roared toward Qin Feiyang. You don't have the ability to kill me. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He pointed a finger in the air and a red sword aura appeared. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the red sword aura turned into two sword shadows that were more than 10 meters long and slashed toward the two snowstorms. Bang! In an instant, the sword aura collapsed. The snowstorms were annihilated. The three of them each took a step back. What? He's so powerful. The two burly men's expressions changed. This kid looked to be in his teens, but his strength was on par with theirs. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and looked toward a tall wooden building in the middle of the tribe. He shouted, Leader of the Wise King tribe, I, Qin Feiyang, am here to visit. Please come out and meet me. The silence in the Ming Wang tribe was broken because of this. The doors of the rooms opened one by one. Everyone walked out of the wooden building at the first moment. All of them were bewildered. I won't see him. Soon, a voice filled with vigor echoed in the wooden building. Won't see him? Qin Feiyang sneered coldly. He took a step forward and dashed into the Wise King tribe at lightning speed. He left behind many shadows and headed straight for the wooden building. Where is he? The two burly men were stunned. Stop right there. However, when they saw that Qin Feiyang had already entered the tribe, their expressions changed drastically. They hurried to chase after Qin Feiyang. However, although they were 9-star combat kings, they could not catch up with Qin Feiyang without any supplementary combat arts. Damn scoundrel. Stop him. They hollered. Lad, do you want to die? How dare you barge into the Wise King tribe? Die. In front. Many figures dashed toward Qin Feiyang from all directions. Battle auras surged and engulfed the sky. All of a sudden, this place was as bright as day. However, Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to it. He unleashed the phantom steps to the maximum. He shuttled through the crowd at high speed, leaving his afterimages everywhere. It was as if he was passing through a no-man's land. No one could stop him. Die. A burly man blocked in front of Qin Feiyang and threw a punch. It landed on Qin Feiyang's chest. However, there was no blood. The burly man also felt that this punch seemed to have landed on air. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang's figure dissipated rapidly. Damn it, it's a phantom. The burly man was furious. He turned around and saw that Qin Feiyang had already run dozens of meters away. Why is he so fast? It's a supplementary combat art. Even the 3 super tribes don't have any supplementary combat arts. He actually has one. What is his background? Everyone was shocked and bewildered. They were in disbelief. Stop right there. Suddenly, another person blocked in front of Qin Feiyang. He was wearing a leopard skin coat next to him. He was about 18 or 19 years old. His eyes were like pearls and his face was like jade. He was 7 feet tall and straight. His aura was quite outstanding. But his cultivation was not very good. Qin Feiyang could tell at a glance that there was a big difference between him and a 7-star martial grandmaster. You dare to block my way with such strength, idiot. He landed in front of the young man and slapped him directly. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. Ah! The young man screamed and flew out like a meteorite. He smashed into the snow and saw stars. He got up awkwardly and roared with a ferocious face, "Bastard, all of you go and destroy him." The surrounding crowd immediately swarmed toward Qin Feiyang. "Oh, you have a big background?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he landed in front of the young man. "What do you want to do?" The young man was shocked and angry and kept retreating. "Why don't you stay in the house and come out to join in the fun? Aren't you looking for death?" Qin Feiyang grinned. His big hands suddenly stretched out. His 5 fingers were like iron pliers, tightly grasping the young man's neck. The young man started to struggle, unable to breathe. "I advise you not to move, or I'll crush your throat." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He turned to the crowd and shouted, "Stop right there, or I'll kill him." Everyone stopped in unison. They did not know what to do. "Let go of the young lord. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape today." A few middle-aged men flew through the air. They were all war emperors of the wise king tribe. "I'm timid, don't scare me. Otherwise, don't blame me if I do anything to hurt him." Qin Feiyang glanced at them and chuckled. "What do you want?" A middle-aged man flew over. He was wearing a golden tiger fur coat and looked energetic. There was a great majesty between his brows. He was the leader of the wise king tribe, Luo Guang. Qin Feiyang said, "I want the alchemy fire." "Preposterous. How dare you steal the alchemy fire of the wise king tribe? How dare you?" The people of the wise king tribe were furious. "Leader, he's the one who stole the alchemy fire of the Lu tribe." At this moment, the 2 men guarding the gate hurriedly ran over. "I was wondering why he looked so familiar." "So it's him." The surrounding crowd sized up Qin Feiyang, their gazes extremely unfriendly. "Qin Feiyang, right? Let him go and leave immediately." "I'll let bygones be bygones," Luo Guang said. Qin Feiyang said, "That won't do. I'm here for the alchemy fire. If you don't give it to me, I won't leave." Luo Guang shook his head and said, "I can't give you the alchemy fire. Change your conditions. Then I'll have to kill him and find a chance to steal it. Actually, I'm very sincere. Look, have I hurt anyone from your tribe? On the other hand, your tribesmen attacked me without saying a word. That's so rude. I have no choice. I can only steal it now." Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Luo Guang frowned and said, "All right then. Let him go and we can talk. If I let him go, I'm afraid you'll gang up on me immediately. Don't treat me like an idiot. Cut the crap and hand over the alchemy fire." Qin Feiyang tightened his fingers. The young man in the leopard pelt was in agony. His face was flushed with blood. "Father, save me," he struggled frantically and cried for help. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. Luo Guang looked at his son and then at Qin Feiyang. His expression was grim. Qin Feiyang said, "I'll count to 3. If you don't give it to me, I'll kill him. 1, 2, 3. Stop, I'll give it to you." Chapter 384. Not long after, an old man broke through the air and flew over. He had white hair and a white beard. His face was full of wrinkles, but his back was straight and his eyes were full of spirit. Above his head, there was a palm-sized flame floating. The flame jumped, filled with spirituality. When Qin Feiyang saw the flame, his eyes immediately lit up. Luo Guang nodded at the high priest, but at the same time, he gave him a look. "Take it." The high priest waved his hand, and the pill fire flew towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "Erase the blood contract first." Luo Guang coldly snorted, "If you have the ability, then erase it yourself, or else you can kill him." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. He could see through what this person was thinking with a single glance. Once he obtained the pill fire and released this youth, the high priest would definitely take back the pill fire. Because the blood contract was still there, the high priest could control it at will. Even if he held it tightly in his hands, the high priest only needed to think about it and the pill fire would break free. However, it had to be said that Luo Guang was too naive. There was never a possibility of him spitting out anything that had reached Qin Feiyang's hands. Whiz! The pill fire broke through the air and floated in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a teleportation gate. You want to leave? No way. There was a big-sized man beside Luo Guang. He was also a war emperor, and when he saw Qin Feiyang opening the teleportation gate, his gaze immediately turned cold. He stretched out his arm and raised his hand to point at the air. His battle chi surged, preparing to destroy the teleportation gate. Don't do it. Luo Guang grabbed his wrist and shook his head. The big-sized man hurriedly said, Leader, if we don't stop him, he will escape. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Luo Guang said in a low voice, his eyes filled with a cold light. But he quickly covered it up and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, Can you let him go now? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. He suddenly lifted the leopard skin youth and threw him towards Luo Guang and the others. At the same time, he grabbed the pill fire and ran into the teleportation gate without looking back. The next moment, the portal quickly disappeared. Luo Guang waved his hand and caught the young man. He frowned and asked, Are you all right? The young man in leopard skin swallowed his saliva with lingering fear. He shook his head and said, I'm fine. But father, you must kill him. He can't run away. Luo Guang smiled coldly and turned to look at the high priest. He said in a low voice, Retract your alchemic fire immediately. However, before he could finish his words, he noticed that the high priest's expression was very stiff, and his old eyes were filled with disbelief. Luo Guang frowned and asked, High priest, what are you doing? Quickly take back the alchemy fire. Leader, the high priest stammered as if he had encountered an unbelievable situation. He could not say a complete sentence for a long time. What's going on? Hurry up and say it. Luo Guang watched anxiously. The high priest said, I've lost contact with the alchemy fire. What? Luo Guang's expression changed. The surrounding battle emperors, as well as the tribe members below, stared with their eyes wide open in disbelief. When he entered the portal, I was about to retract my alchemic fire. But suddenly, something seemed to have cut off my connection with the alchemic fire. Leader, I'm afraid we're really going to lose the alchemic fire. The high priest said. That damn bastard. Luo Guang stomped his feet in anger. He thought that his plan was flawless, but he did not expect that he would be tricked by a little bastard. The young man in leopard skin said anxiously, Father, quickly send someone to look for him. Look for him? He left through the portal. No one knows where he went. Tell me, how can I find him? I'm just wondering. Why didn't you stay in the house? Why did you run out? If you didn't come out and get caught by him, would he be able to snatch the alchemic fire? You can't do anything right, but you're good at ruining things. Why did I give birth to such a stupid son like you? The more Luo Guang spoke, the angrier he became. In the end, he could not help but slap the young man in the face. Pfft! The young man in leopard skin spat out a mouthful of blood and fell head first into the snow. He crawled up hurriedly. Half of his face was swollen and the blood-red palm print was extremely striking. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. Ignoring the pain, he knelt on the ground and begged, Father, I know my mistake. Please forgive me. The high priest said, Leader, you can't blame him for this. It's all Qin Feiyang's fault. He's too cunning. Don't speak for him all the time. You'll spoil him. Luo Guang looked at him in dissatisfaction and lowered his head to look at the young man. Go to Sky Thunder City tomorrow morning. If you don't enter the Elixir Pagoda, don't ever return. Do you understand? I understand. The young man in leopard skin nodded. Also, Qin Feiyang snatched the alchemic fire. He should be an elixir refinement master as well. He might even take part in the elixir pagoda test. After you reach Sky Thunder City, keep a lookout. Inform us immediately if you discover anything. I'll definitely not let him have an easy time. Luo Guang said sinisterly with intense killing intent in his eyes. At the same time, at a certain place, there was a mountain ridge. The mountain ridge was covered in snow and stretched for dozens of miles. It was like a snow-white python lying on the ground. At this moment, Qin Feiyang stood at a high point of the mountain ridge and looked down. A few hundred meters below, there was a super large tribe. It was about the same size as the Ming Wang tribe. That was the Black Tortoise tribe. After leaving the Ming Wang tribe, he came here directly. No matter what, he had to obtain the alchemic fire of the 3 super tribes tonight. As for the alchemic fire of the Ming Wang tribe, it was in the ancient castle. The ancient castle could cut off the connection between the alchemic fire and its owner. That was why the high priest of the Ming Wang tribe could not recall the alchemic fire. Huff. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and consumed a disguise elixir to change his appearance. He then used the wind-riding steps and ran down. He had to be fast. Otherwise, when the Black Tortoise and Purple Sun tribes received the news, they would definitely be on guard. They might even hide the alchemic fire. There were also 2 burly men guarding the entrance of the Black Tortoise tribe. It was silent all around. There were 2 huge torches on both sides of the entrance. They were about 5 to 6 meters long and were burning fiercely, illuminating the surroundings. Suddenly, there was a series of footsteps. Who's there? The 2 burly men immediately became alert and looked in the direction of the footsteps. I don't mean any harm. Don't be nervous. A calm voice rang out in the darkness. Qin Feiyang walked out of the darkness quickly and entered the sight of the 2 burly men. Who are you? The 2 of them sized up Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang walked in front of the 2 of them and cupped his fists. I'm from the Ming Wang tribe. I have an urgent matter to see your leader. Hasn't the Ming Wang tribe always liked to go against the Black Tortoise tribe? Now that you've taken the initiative to look for us, how strange. The 2 of them sneered. The 3 super tribes had been fighting openly and secretly for many years and did not have a harmonious relationship. Qin Feiyang said, "This is extremely urgent. Please don't waste any more time." The 2 burly men looked at each other and asked in surprise, "What's the matter that made you come in the middle of the night?" Qin Feiyang said, "The leader said that only your leader can know about this." The 2 of them saw that Qin Feiyang did not seem to be lying and did not dare to delay any longer. One of them said, "You follow me." Qin Feiyang followed behind him and sped towards the wooden building in the middle. 100 breaths passed. The 2 of them arrived at the door of the wooden building. The burly man knocked on the door and said respectfully, "Leader, the people of the Ming Wang tribe have something to say." "Come in." A loud voice came from inside. The burly man pushed the door open and a hall of about 100 feet appeared. There was a bonfire in the middle of the hall. There was a bed next to it. A burly man who was 2 meters tall sat on the bed, filled with a valiant aura. He was hugging 2 delicate women in his arms and his hands were exploring their clothes restlessly. The 2 women's faces were flushed and their eyes were rippling with lust. The Black Tortoise leader looked up at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "Why are you looking for me?" Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "The leader would like to invite you to the Ming Wang tribe." The Black Tortoise leader's hands paused. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 women and asked, "Is it convenient to talk?" The Black Tortoise leader frowned and patted the 2 women's plump buttocks. He smiled and said, "I have something important to talk about. You can leave first. Then hurry up." The 2 of them flirted with the Black Tortoise leader and walked out giggling. They then closed the door. Only Qin Feiyang and the Black Tortoise leader were left in the hall. The Black Tortoise leader said, "You can talk now." Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, to be honest, our high priest accidentally obtained a pill formula and wants to invite you to study it together. Pill formula? The Black Tortoise leader was stunned and asked in surprise, what pill formula? I'm not sure what pill formula it is exactly. But the leader wants me to tell you that as long as we can refine the pill and the formula, the overall strength of our two tribes will double overnight. Qin Feiyang said. What? The Black Tortoise leader suddenly stood up. His huge eyes were filled with disbelief. But then, he returned to the bed and sneered, would the Ming Wang tribe be so kind? Tell me honestly, what is your purpose? Absolutely no purpose. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He thought that this person was all brawn and no brains. But he did not expect him to be so smart. I don't believe that the Ming Wang tribe will let the Black Tortoise tribe have a share of such a good thing. Also, why don't you go to the Ziyang tribe? The Black Tortoise leader said. Our leader said that he wants to take this opportunity to form an alliance with the Black Tortoise tribe and eliminate the Ziyang tribe first. The leader also said that if you are unwilling, we will go to the Ziyang tribe. Qin Feiyang said. The Black Tortoise leader's heart skipped a beat, but his eyes turned cold. Are you threatening me? Leader, don't misunderstand. This is not a threat. We are very sincere. Otherwise, the leader would not have asked me to come to the Black Tortoise tribe first. Chapter 385. The leader of the Black Tortoise tribe stared at Qin Feiyang for a moment before asking, are you sure that what you said is true? If you don't believe me, you can head to our tribe and ask our leader. Furthermore, you're so strong. If we have any ill intentions towards you, you can just leave and none of us can stop you. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. Your Ming Wang tribe doesn't have the ability to stop me. If you guys really have ill intentions, I can find a reason to destroy your tribe and kill all of your people. Alright, I'll go with you. The leader of the Black Tortoise tribe licked his lips and a bloodthirsty glint appeared in his eyes. He stood up and prepared to open the teleportation gate. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Wait, leader. What's wrong? The leader of the Black Tortoise tribe frowned and looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, our leader instructed you to bring the elixir fire with you. The leader of the Black Tortoise tribe asked, don't you guys have an elixir fire? The leader said that we'll open the cauldron and refine elixirs together. That way, we'll be more efficient. Bring the cauldron along too. Qin Feiyang smiled. The reason why he added the cauldron was to increase the authenticity. If he only brought the elixir fire, he would definitely have doubts. The leader of the Black Tortoise tribe pondered for a moment and said, I'll have to call the high priest along then. High priest, come out for a moment. Boom. Before he could finish, the ground in the depths of the hall suddenly split open, revealing a secret passage. Immediately after, along with the sound of light footsteps, an old woman over 50 years old with mottled white hair walked out of the secret passage. The old woman arrived in front of the two of them and glanced at Qin Feiyang. Then, she looked at the leader of the Black Tortoise tribe and asked, what's the matter? The leader of the Black Tortoise tribe smiled. Bring the cauldron and elixir fire. We'll make a trip to the Ming King tribe. Yes. The white-haired old woman nodded. She waved her hand. A pitch-black pill cauldron and a cluster of bright flames flew out from the entrance of the secret passage. Qin Feiyang glanced at the elixir fire and cauldron with a glint in his eyes. There was a faint treasure light on the cauldron. Good. Not only did he obtain an alchemy fire, but he also obtained a grade 3 alchemy furnace. This time, he really struck it rich. The alchemy fire and alchemy cauldron streaked across the sky and landed in front of the white-haired old woman. Just as the old woman was about to put them away. Who's there? Qin Feiyang suddenly let out a loud shout as he looked to the left. The Black Tortoise leader and the white-haired old woman were also shocked and instinctively looked over. Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang moved as fast as lightning, grabbing the pill furnace with one hand and the pill fire with the other. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. The two of them were stunned for a moment. When they came back to their senses, they were immediately enraged. He had been tricked. Damned little bastard, how dare you lie to this chief? Boom! The black tortoise leader roared angrily. With a shocking aura, he rushed out of the hall and stood in the air above the wooden building, sweeping his gaze in all directions. Whoosh! The white-haired old woman glanced around the hall. Seeing that there was no trace of Qin Feiyang, she also ran out of the hall. Did you see him? Her gloomy face was even scarier than the black tortoise leader's. No. The black tortoise leader shook his head. I'm not someone from the Bright King tribe. Remember my name. My name is Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the hall. The two of them ran into the hall hurriedly and saw a teleportation gate that was dissipating rapidly. Little bastard, don't let me find you. The black tortoise leader was enraged. As the leader of a super tribe, he was fooled by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. This was an utter humiliation. The white-haired old woman said, "Don't be anxious. I've already acknowledged the pill fire and pill furnace as my master. He can't take them away." However, the moment she said that, her old face was filled with disbelief. At the same time, Qin Feiyang appeared at the peak of a snow mountain. The cold wind howled, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. Below the snow mountain, there was a basin surrounded by mountains. Within the basin was the Purple Sun tribe. Torches burned one after another, illuminating the Purple Sun tribe in the middle of the night as though it was daytime. There's only one pill fire left. Hopefully, I can get it successfully. Qin Feiyang mumbled. At this moment, he was very excited and a little nervous at the same time. This was the last step. He could not fail. When he left the Black Tortoise tribe, he told them his real name because he did not want the Black Tortoise tribe to ruin his plans. Because, if he did not tell them his real name, the Black Tortoise tribe would definitely go to the Wise King tribe to clarify things. When the time came, when the leaders of the two tribes confronted each other, they would probably guess that his next target was the Purple Sun tribe. But even so, he was still a little worried now. If the Black Tortoise leader did not believe him and went to the Wise King tribe to confirm, then the same thing would happen. So now, he had to race against time. Phew. He took a few deep breaths in a row. The cold air entered his body and calmed him down quickly. Success or failure depends on this. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He took out the face-restoring elixir and recovered his true appearance. Then, he sped down. There were also two people guarding the gate of the Purple Sun tribe. They were also 9-star battle monarchs. In less than 10 breaths, he arrived at the gate of the tribe. Who are you? Why have you come to our Purple Sun tribe? When the two saw him, they immediately shouted. Qin Feiyang said, I am Qin Feiyang. I am here to challenge your Purple Sun tribe. Challenge? Is this kid out of his mind? The two of them looked at each other. A wild kid dared to come and challenge their Purple Sun tribe. Was he courting death? Why do you look a little familiar? The man on the left suddenly said in surprise. The man on the right looked at Qin Feiyang carefully and said, I remember now. You are the kid on the wanted poster. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Forget it. You can't make the decision. Take us to see your leader. Qin Feiyang did not talk nonsense. What a big tone. Come. Let's exchange a few moves first. The two of them rubbed their palms together, their expressions full of disdain. I am a gentleman. I won't use force. Let's compete in alchemy. Qin Feiyang said. Alchemy saved time. Alchemy? The two of them were stunned. That's right. This person snatched the alchemy fire of the Lu tribe. He must be an alchemist. However, for the Purple Sun tribe, they were not afraid of competing in martial arts. They were even more afraid of alchemy. Because there were many alchemy geniuses in the tribe. Ignorant kid, come with me if you have the guts. The man on the left smiled coldly and turned to walk into the tribe. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang used Imperial Wind Step and ran inside like a wisp of smoke. Ah, he really dares to go in? The man guarding the door was shocked. He thought that Qin Feiyang was just joking. He did not expect him to be serious. Whoosh! Two figures came to the door of the wooden building in the center. You can keep up with my speed? The man leading the way turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang behind him. He was quite surprised. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, walked straight up, and kicked the door open. Who has the guts to disturb this chief's meditation? An angry shout suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang looked over and found that there was also a bonfire in the center of the hall. Beside the bonfire, a thin middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on a futon, glaring at Qin Feiyang at the door. There was a scar on the left side of his face, like a ferocious centipede, which was a little scary. The man leading the way hurriedly said, "Leader," he kicked the door. "It has nothing to do with me." "Who are you? What are you doing in the Purple Sun tribe in the middle of the night? Do you know the consequences of doing this?" The middle-aged man shouted. The man leading the way said, "Leader, his name is Qin Feiyang. He is the man on the wanted list. Now he is here to challenge the Purple Sun tribe." "Challenge us?" The middle-aged man was stunned. He stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang playfully, saying, "You really don't know what's good for you. Tell me, how do you want to challenge us?" Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. "Don't get too excited. I'm just recording what I'm going to say, so you won't regret it later." Qin Feiyang said calmly. "Regret?" The middle-aged man was furious. How dare he look down on the Purple Sun tribe? How unforgivable. "Kid, there's a price to pay for your arrogance. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Bring it on." His eyes flashed coldly. "Let's compete in alchemy. Whoever can refine a higher quality pill will win. The wager is the third-grade pill fire of the Purple Sun tribe. Do you dare?" Qin Feiyang shouted, his eyes full of provocation. "Compete in alchemy?" The middle-aged man was stunned. He couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang and frowned. This kid, isn't he too confident? Does he have something to rely on? But why haven't I heard of the name Qin Feiyang before? The middle-aged man asked, "Kid, do you know where this place is?" "Of course I know. The Purple Sun tribe is one of the 3 super tribes, with a strong foundation. But so what? With my alchemy skills, I can completely crush all of you." Qin Feiyang laughed arrogantly. "Arrogant, too arrogant. Okay, I accept your challenge, but what if you die?" The middle-aged man was so angry that he laughed. This was the first time someone dared to be so rampant in front of him. It was simply lawless. If he still didn't accept the challenge, then the Purple Sun tribe would really become a big joke in the future. Laughing at the Purple Sun tribe for being incompetent and cowardly. This was absolutely not allowed. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation, "If I lose, you can kill me or torture me as you wish." "Okay. High Priest, come over immediately." The middle-aged man shouted. What should be recorded had been recorded. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal. The High Priest of the Purple Sun tribe lived next door. Soon. A beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s walked into the hall quickly. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look, and couldn't help but be taken aback. The high priests of the Ming Wang tribe and the Black Tortoise tribe were both old men in their 70s or 80s. Therefore, he was not used to seeing this woman. However, this woman's aura was unfathomable. Obviously, she was also an old monster who had lived for many years. The high priest glanced at Qin Feiyang and asked the middle-aged man, "What's the matter?" The middle-aged man briefly explained the situation. The high priest was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, as if she wanted to see through him. "Can you hurry up?" Are the people of the Purple Sun Tribe so slow? Or are you afraid? If that's the case, then forget about the competition. Pretend that I'm not here. But this way, the Purple Sun Tribe might become the laughing stock of the world in the future. Qin Feiyang's face was full of impatience. The high priest frowned and said with a smile, "Little brother, it's better to keep a low profile. You talk too much. I won't accompany you." Qin Feiyang turned and left. "Okay, let's compete. I won't bully you. We'll refine whatever pill you're best at," the high priest said. "I'm good at everything." Chapter 386. The high priest frowned, and there was obviously displeasure on her face. This young man was too arrogant. She had to teach him a lesson. In that case, let's refine the battle chi pill. The high priest had a thought. A cluster of bright alchemy fire and a pure white alchemy furnace broke through the air one after another. This alchemy furnace was also suffused with a layer of treasure light. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He wanted to take the opportunity to snatch it. But thinking about it, the conversation had already been recorded, so he was not afraid that the two of them would go back on their words. There's only one chance in the competition. If the medicinal materials are accidentally ruined during the refining process, it's equivalent to losing. Do you have any objections? The high priest said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "No, but I want to add a condition." The high priest said, "Speak. Add your alchemy furnace to the bet. In addition, no one is allowed to disturb me when I'm refining the pill, not even a word." Qin Feiyang said. "Little brother, your appetite is really big, be careful not to overeat." "Okay, I promise you." The high priest did not talk nonsense, took out a set of medicinal materials for the battle chi pill, and began to refine the pill. Her movements were very skilled. Every step was just right. Obviously, she was a very experienced alchemist. After a while, a stream of light rushed out from the alchemy furnace. The high priest did not even look at it. With a wave of her hand, the pill turned in the air and flew toward Qin Feiyang. It showed full confidence. Qin Feiyang grabbed it and looked down. He found that there was a pill pattern on the pill. Although it was not very dazzling, it was not very blurry either. "Not bad," Qin Feiyang praised. The quality of this pill could already be considered above average. The high priest smiled and said, "It's your turn now, go all out, let me see what you're capable of." Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "I won't let you down. Anyone can talk big." The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. With a wave of his hand, the bronze furnace and the netherworld devil flame appeared out of thin air. Clang! The bronze furnace fell to the ground. The high priest glanced at the bronze pill furnace and frowned. "This is only a second-grade pill furnace?" Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "That's right. The alchemy fire is only of the second grade." The middle-aged man's face twitched as he asked, "Kid, do you know what grade the high priest's pill fire and pill furnace are?" Qin Feiyang said, "They're all rank 3. "You also know that? Then why did you take out a second-grade pill fire and a pill furnace? You think you can win against the high priestess like this?" The middle-aged man looked at him strangely. This brat was overestimating his own ability too much. "There's no other way. I don't have a Tier 3 alchemy fire or alchemy furnace, but a Tier 2 alchemy fire and alchemy furnace are enough." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and took out a set of battle chi pill ingredients. "Arrogant brat, just wait for your death." A hint of disdain flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. He did not believe that the pills that Qin Feiyang refined with a second-grade pill fire and pill furnace could surpass the high priest's. Swoosh! However, at this moment, 4 figures tore through the air and landed in the hall. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look, and his pupils instantly constricted. They really came looking for him. These 4 people were none other than the leaders and high priests of the Bright King tribe and Black Tortoise tribe. At the same time, the middle-aged man and high priest exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion. Why did these 4 old things come here? And together? You're really here. Hand over the pill fire and pill furnace immediately, and I can consider leaving your corpse intact. The 4 of them stared at Qin Feiyang, their faces full of anger. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, if there's anything, wait until I'm done refining this pill. Refining pills? The 4 of them frowned and looked at the middle-aged man and high priest suspiciously. He's competing with me in pill refinement. What are you guys doing here? The high priest looked at the 4 of them in confusion. Luo Guang said gloomily, he snatched my tribe's pill fire. He went overboard in my Black Tortoise tribe. Not only did he snatch the pill fire, but he also snatched the pill furnace. The Black Tortoise leader said angrily. The middle-aged man and high priest were stunned and could not come back to their senses for a long time. He even dared to snatch the pill fire of the Bright King tribe and Black Tortoise tribe. Wasn't this brat too bold? In that case, this brat was still considered polite in their Purple Sun tribe. At least he did not snatch it. However, how did this brat do it? The 2 tribes were very strong. Even they were not confident that they could snatch the pill fire of the 2 tribes. Unbelievable. It seemed that they had underestimated this brat's ability. Brat, didn't you hear? Hand over the pill fire immediately. Otherwise, you can wait to be cut into pieces. Luo Guang and the other 3 shouted, the killing intent in their eyes undisguised. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 4 of them, looked at the middle-aged man and high priest, and said with a smile, the 2 of you, we agreed just now that no one can disturb my pill refinement. Did we say that? The 2 of them were stunned. After thinking carefully, they did say that. However, at first, they did not care at all. They only thought that Qin Feiyang told the 2 of them not to make a sound and disturb his pill refinement. However, it was only now that they understood. It turned out that Qin Feiyang was really afraid of Bright King and the people of the Black Tortoise tribe coming to find trouble with him. This way, he would not be able to refine pills in peace. In short, this brat was using their Purple Sun tribe as a shield. This brat's scheming was too terrifying. He actually set a trap for them from the beginning. The 2 of them were a little angry in their hearts. However, they had already agreed in advance. They could not go back on their words, right? One had to know that Qin Feiyang still had a conversation record in his hands. The high priest looked at Luo Guang and the other 3 and said helplessly, give me face and wait for my competition with him to end before we settle your personal grudges. The 4 of them frowned and nodded one after another. Although they were all the leaders and high priests of the super tribes, they were now in the Purple Sun tribe after all. If they fell out, it would not be good for anyone. The high priest looked at Qin Feiyang and said, all right, now you can refine pills in peace. Then you guys watch carefully. Qin Feiyang smiled, tidied up the herbs, and controlled the nether devil flame to begin refining. Medicinal herbs were continuously thrown into the bronze pill furnace one by one. Throughout the entire process, he did not panic at all and was calm and composed. The high priests of the 3 super tribes revealed a hint of surprise in their eyes. They were all highly accomplished alchemists. At a glance, they could tell that Qin Feiyang was an experienced alchemist. In fact, his speed was even faster than theirs. In less than 15 breaths, the battle chi pill was out of the furnace. Whoosh! The battle chi pill flew out of the pill furnace. Qin Feiyang grabbed it and threw it directly to the high priest of the Purple Sun tribe without even looking at it. The high priest caught his palm and smiled, you are very confident. Of course. Qin Feiyang smiled. Whoosh! Everyone's eyes fell on the high priest's hand. The high priest stretched out his arm and gradually spread out his hand. Immediately, streaks of dazzling light shot out from between her fingers. Such a strong light, is it also an elixir vein? Everyone's heart trembled. The high priest's breathing also became rapid. His 5 fingers suddenly stretched out, and the battle chi pill suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. For a moment, everyone was stunned. There was actually such a dazzling elixir vein. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, he quickly opened a portal. At the same time, he waved his sleeves, rolled up the nether devil flame and the bronze pill furnace, as well as the 3rd-grade elixir flame and the pill furnace, and ran in without looking back. If Luo Guang and the other 3 did not come, he would not do this. But now he had no choice. If he did not do this, when Luo Guang and the other 3 came back to their senses, he was afraid that he would not be able to leave. Damn it! Quickly catch up. Luo Guang and the other 3 were stunned and immediately rushed towards the portal. However, it was a step too late. The portal disappeared. The 4 of them were furious. He escaped when they were not paying attention. This little bastard was really more slippery than a loach. The middle-aged man and the high priest also looked at each other. Luo Guang looked at them and said angrily, "It's all your fault. If we had caught him from the beginning, he would not have been able to escape." The high priest smiled bitterly. "How would we know that he was so cunning?" Humph. Luo Guang snorted coldly and did not say anything more. He left with the white-haired old man. The black tortoise leader and the white-haired old woman did not continue to stay and quickly left. After watching the 4 leave, the middle-aged man frowned and turned to look at the high priest. "See if the blood contract is still there?" The high priest carefully sensed for a moment and shook his head. "The blood contract is still there, but it seems like something has cut off my connection with the pill fire." The middle-aged man was stunned and sighed. "We've all underestimated this Qin Feiyang." "Yes. His alchemy attainments have far surpassed mine. Why don't we talk to him and ask him to join our tribe?" The high priest said. "Impossible. Didn't you see his eyes? He doesn't care about our 3 super tribes at all." The middle-aged man said. The high priest said, "If he agrees, I can even give the position of high priest to him." The middle-aged man was stunned and shook his head with a smile. "Looks like you like him very much." The high priest smiled. "He's a rare talent. If he can be nurtured well, his future achievements will be even greater." "That makes sense. All right, let's talk to him. He's so talented in alchemy. He should be participating in the Pill Pagoda test. Get someone to keep an eye on him." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he thought for a moment and said, "What if he doesn't join our tribe? As long as he doesn't join another tribe, we won't care. But if he goes against us, we'll have to get rid of him." The high priest said with a smile. The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully and smiled. "Do as you see fit." The high priest turned and left. A glint flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes, then he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Sky Thunder City. Somewhere in the mountain range outside the city, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. As soon as he appeared, he bent over with his hands on his knees and panted heavily. Although he looked relaxed in the Purple Sun tribe, he was actually very nervous. Especially when Luo Guang and the other 3 arrived, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Fortunately, there was no danger. Huff. Chapter 387. Early in the morning, a lot of people gathered at the city gate, making a lot of noise. Qin Feiyang walked over curiously. On the city wall, there was another arrest warrant. And on the arrest warrant, it was his portrait. In one night, he took away the elixir fire of 2 super tribes. Where did this Qin Feiyang come from? You're wrong, he took away the elixir fire of 3 super tribes. Yes, but because Qin Feiyang competed with the Ziyang tribe in alchemy and won the elixir fire. So, the Ziyang tribe didn't arrest him. People were talking about it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. The news spread really fast. However, when he saw the situation at the city gate, the smile on his face instantly froze. In front of the city gate, there was a long line. The two guards who chatted with him last night, each holding a heaven's eye stone, carefully checked every person who entered the city. Not good. Qin Feiyang muttered secretly. Brother Su, so you're here. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw Mu Qing and Mu Shui walking towards him. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Why are you here too?" Before dawn, this matter has spread like crazy in Sky Thunder City. My sister and I are very curious, so we came to have a look. He actually dared to go and snatch the elixir fire of a super tribe. This Qin Feiyang is also a badass. Brother Su, don't you think so? Mu Qing looked at the arrest warrant and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Yes, he is indeed very powerful. Qin Feiyang nodded. Mu Qing said, I also heard that when Qin Feiyang went to the Ziyang tribe last night to challenge, it was the priest of the Ziyang tribe who competed with him in alchemy. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, Are you kidding? How could the high priest of the Ziyang tribe lose to him? Yeah. My sister and I were surprised when we first heard about it. I only found out after asking around. So that Qin Feiyang can refine top-grade pills, and the pill veins are very dazzling. I really want to see this Qin Feiyang in person. Mu Qing chuckled, but a wisp of strange light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Brother, what's the hurry? Since that Qin Feiyang has such high talent in the Tao of alchemy, he will definitely participate in the Pill Pagoda's examination. Big Brother Su, don't you agree? Mu Shui said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Mu Shui sized up Qin Feiyang and asked, Brother Su, what did you do last night? Why are you in such a sorry state? Qin Feiyang's body was covered in blood after fighting with the fierce beasts for an entire night. He also had many injuries. I didn't feel sleepy last night, and I had nothing to do, so I went outside the city to find fierce beasts to practice and increase my combat experience. Qin Feiyang smiled. Mu Shui suddenly understood and said, So that's how it is. Brother Su is really hardworking. Mu Qing's eyes flashed, and he smiled and said, Brother Su, you haven't registered yet, right? My sister and I have nothing to do now, so we'll accompany you. Then I'll have to trouble you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile. The three of them left the crowd, lined up behind a burly man, and slowly moved toward the city gate. What should we do? Qin Feiyang looked at the two guards, and he was quite anxious. If they entered the city like this, their identities would definitely be exposed. Soon, it was Mu Qing and Mu Shui's turn to be checked. Both of them were fine. They entered the city smoothly. Next, it was naturally Qin Feiyang's turn. Mu Qing and his sister also stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, as if waiting for him. But in the depths of his eyes, there was an inexplicable light. Next, the two guards lowered their heads and shouted. Qin Feiyang walked in front of them. Little brother, it's you. The two guards looked up, and when they saw Qin Feiyang, a smile immediately crept up on their faces. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Two big brothers, you've worked hard. It can't be helped. We're just tired. Unlike you, little brother, you can take things wherever you want. You're carefree and free. Look at you, you must have fought with the beasts all night. How is it? Are you relaxed now? The two asked. I'm a lot more relaxed. When you're done with your work, I'll invite you to have a few drinks and relax. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Okay, we'll look for you then. Don't go back on your word. The two laughed and said. Qin Feiyang said, I'll be waiting for you at any time. Anyway, the people behind are waiting anxiously. It's time to be checked. You don't have to check. Just go in. The two smiled and said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and whispered, That's not good. What's not good about it? We watched you leave the city last night. The blood on your body hasn't dried yet. What's the problem? Don't be long-winded. Just go in. The two guards waved their hands and said, "Okay, I won't disturb the two big brothers. Let's meet again when we're free." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Brother, wait. Sky Thunder City is very chaotic recently. You have to be careful." The two guards warned him in a low voice. "Thank you for your reminder." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked them. Then, he walked toward Mu Qing and her sister. The brother and sister looked at each other with a hint of surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Let's go." The three of them walked side by side and strode into the city. "Brother Su, is this really your first time in Sky Thunder City?" Mu Shui looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Why do you ask?" Qin Feiyang didn't understand. Mu Shui said, "If it's your first time here, why are you so familiar with the two guards? And you don't even need to check. When I left the city last night, I chatted with them for a while. They're not bad. I can make friends with them." Qin Feiyang explained casually. "Oh." Mu Shui nodded in realization. "Get lost." But at this moment, a violent shout came from behind. "Don't be presumptuous here. You have to be checked." Immediately after, the two guards' voices were heard. Qin Feiyang frowned and turned to look. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He saw the two guards stopping a young man in leopard skin. He had seen this person before. It was the young master of the Bright King tribe. Last night, he had been kidnapped by him. And behind this person, there were two fierce-looking burly men. They were also from the Bright King tribe. They had a strong aura. Qin Feiyang judged that they were 9-star combat kings. "Don't you have eyes? Don't you know who I am?" The young man in leopard skin glared at the two guards with a haughty look. "I know who you are. But you have to be checked too." The two guards' attitudes were also very tough. "This is outrageous. Even this arrest warrant was requested by the Bright King tribe. How dare you check me? I think you're tired of living. Get them out of my way." The young man in leopard skin shouted. The two burly men behind him took a step forward and punched the two guards in the chest. Poof! The two guards were sent flying. They rolled in front of Qin Feiyang and the other two, spitting blood from their mouths. The Heaven's Eye Stone also fell to the ground. The young man in leopard skin stomped on the two Heaven's Eye Stones and said disdainfully, "You're just two watchdogs. How dare you block my way? You're overestimating yourselves. What's the big deal about being checked? How dare you hit them? That's too much. What can we do? He's from a powerful family. Stop talking. If he hears you, you'll be in trouble." Many people had gathered behind Qin Feiyang and the other two. They were whispering, but no one dared to step forward and speak up for the two guards. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. He bent over and helped the two guards up. He asked with concern, "Brothers, are you all right? We won't die. Don't worry about us. He's the son of the Bright King tribe's leader. His name is Luo Yi. You're an outsider with no family background. You can't afford to offend him. Don't worry. There are rules in Sky Thunder City. He won't dare to kill us," the two guards said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. At this moment, Luo Yi, surrounded by the two burly men, walked to the front of the few people. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. When he saw Mu Shui, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Following that, he retracted his gaze and looked at the two guards with contempt. "Apologize to me. Not only did you hit them, you even want them to apologize? That's too unreasonable." Mu Shui muttered softly, feeling indignant for the two guards. The leopard skin youth raised his eyebrows and said, "Little beauty, you have to understand a principle. There are some things that can't be said carelessly." Mu Qing frowned and cupped his hands with a smile. "I'm sorry, my sister is young and insensible. Brother, please do your best. I think that Miss Schwer's words make sense. You came to participate in the Pill Pagoda's assessment and even brought 2 lackeys? Just like the rumors, you're a hedonistic scum. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The 2 guards' expressions changed. They hurriedly said, Little brother, why are you interrupting? Leave quickly. I just can't stand some good-for-nothings who rely on their family background to abuse their power outside. Qin Feiyang laughed. What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. The leopard-skin youth's face darkened. It's none of his business. If you have the ability, come at us. The 2 guards said angrily. Yeah. The leopard-skin youth looked at the 2 of them in surprise. Although I don't dare to kill people in Sky Thunder City, if I want to teach a few trash a lesson, the city lord won't say anything. The leopard-skin youth smiled playfully. His gaze suddenly turned cold as he shouted, Cripple the 2 of them. The 2 burly men behind him had a fierce look in their eyes as they punched towards the 2 guards. Courting death. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Because of these 2 guards, his true identity was not exposed. He had no choice but to repay this kindness. He pushed the 2 of them away and stretched out his hands. Golden light emerged from his palms and collided with the 2 burly men. Ah! Accompanied by a painful scream, the 2 burly men were directly sent flying. Their 2 arms were shattered on the spot. What? He actually made a move? The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. Mu Qing and his sister looked at each other and there was a trace of shock in their eyes. The 2 guards were also stunned. He sent the 2 burly men flying with 1 palm. What a powerful strength. Luo Yi also looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. On one hand, it was because of Qin Feiyang's strength. Chapter 388. Everyone was silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Bastard. Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of offending me? Luo Yi was furious and roared at Qin Feiyang. Consequences? Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. How dare he threaten him now? Whoosh. He took a step forward and landed in front of Luo Yi. Luo Yi immediately retreated in panic. Then do you know the consequences of offending me? Qin Feiyang took another step forward and his eyes flashed with a piercing murderous intent. Thump. When Luo Yi saw his eyes, he couldn't help but feel scared and fell to the ground. I've seen too many hedonistic sons like you. If there's no one to back you up, what are you? Qin Feiyang said as he walked toward Luo Yi, his eyes full of contempt. Luo Yi kept retreating and his face was full of panic. Aren't you very arrogant? What are you afraid of now? You don't even have the courage to stand up and fight with me. Is this your courage? With your character, if you weren't born in the wise king tribe, you wouldn't even be considered a scum. At most, you're a useless idiot. Qin Feiyang stopped and looked at Luo Yi in disdain. He then turned and walked toward the 2 guards. Well done. This is so satisfying. The 2 guards laughed. The surrounding crowd was also full of praise. Mu Shui looked at Qin Feiyang and there was a strange look in her beautiful eyes. His temperament was outstanding. His courage was amazing. He was loyal. This man was really charming and irresistible. At the same time, Mu Qing's eyes were also shining with an inexplicable brilliance. How dare you say that I'm an idiot, Luo Yi muttered to himself. Since he was young, he had been the pride of the wise king tribe. Anyone who saw him had to be polite. He had never been humiliated like this. No one dared to say that he was an idiot. All of a sudden, he raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang's back, his eyes flashing with hatred. Boom! He suddenly stood up. His aura suddenly erupted. He charged towards Qin Feiyang angrily like a wild beast that had gone mad. Young master, you can't. Seeing this, The two burly men's faces suddenly changed as they hurriedly shouted. However, Luo Yi was already rational. How could he possibly listen? He only had one thought now, and that was to kill Qin Feiyang. This was the only way to wash away the humiliation he had suffered today. Die, you piece of shit. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his true qi surged. He suddenly slapped his palm toward Qin Feiyang's back. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He stopped in his tracks. Trash like you, I can kill you 100 times over even if I don't do anything, he said without turning his head as his flaming battle qi gushed out. Clang! The next moment, two crimson blades were formed. As if they were cast from magma, they emitted an amazing sharpness. At the same time, there was a piercing murderous intent. Little brother, you can't kill him. Listen to my advice. You can teach him a lesson, but don't kill him. The two guards hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Whoosh! The two blades cut through the sky and instantly cut off Luo Yi's arms. Suddenly, blood spurted out like a fountain. Ah, that heart-wrenching pain swept over. Bang! Luo Yi immediately fell to the ground and kept rolling on the ground, howling miserably. Young master, I'll fight with you. When the two burly men saw Luo Yi's miserable state, they were immediately furious and rushed toward Qin Feiyang aggressively. Do you really think I don't dare to kill? Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around. Like an enraged lion, he pointed his finger in the air. Ultimate ruin. He spat out these two words coldly. The flaming battle qi suddenly emerged like a tide, turning into a huge wave and directly drowning the two men. Ah! Two miserable screams suddenly resounded through the sky. When the flaming battle qi dissipated, the two burly men were nowhere to be seen. There was not even a drop of blood. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. Killed? The surrounding onlookers were dumbfounded. Good job. Such people should be killed. When they came back to their senses, they could not help but secretly applaud. Luo Yi. He looked at the place where the two burly men disappeared, his face was pale. He even forgot about the pain. All of a sudden, he quivered and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, laughing crazily. Huh, you killed someone. You're dead this time. How dare you kill someone in Sky Thunder City? Even if God comes down, he won't be able to save you today. Guards of Sky Thunder City, come quickly. Someone died here. There were rules in Sky Thunder City. In the city, no one was allowed to kill anyone. In his opinion, Qin Feiyang had committed a capital crime. Whoosh! In less than 5 breaths, a burly man in black broke through the air. Greetings, Commander. The two guards bowed and said. This person was the commander of the guards of Sky Thunder City. He stood in the air and glanced at the situation below. He frowned and said, "What's going on? This person is audacious. Not only did he cut off my hands, but he also killed the people of Ming Wang tribe. Guard Commander, you must punish him severely." Luo Yi roared angrily. The commander looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned slightly. He asked, "Why did you attack in the city?" "Commander, this is what happened." Luo Yi was arrogant. Not only did he not accept our interrogation, he even injured us. He even wanted to destroy our cultivation. It was this little brother who couldn't stand their behavior, so he helped us. This little brother didn't do anything to them at first. But this Luo Yi bullied him and wanted to kill him. So this little brother fought back. To be honest, this little brother was defending the dignity of our guards. Commander, I beg you to be lenient. We are telling the truth. If you don't believe us, you can ask the others. The two guards knelt on the ground and said respectfully. The commander looked at the crowd around him. Everyone nodded. The commander glanced at Qin Feiyang and then at Luo Yi. His gaze turned cold. Even your father doesn't dare to be presumptuous in Sky Thunder City, let alone you. I will report this to the city lord. Also, I will propose to disqualify Ming Wang tribe from participating in the Pill Pagoda test. Get out of here immediately. With that, the guard commander turned around and flew away, not giving Luo Yi the slightest chance to refute. What? Luo Yi was stunned. He thought that the commander would be furious and kill Qin Feiyang in front of everyone, but he didn't. Not only that, he didn't even blame him. Instead, he wanted to disqualify Ming Wang tribe from participating in the Pill Pagoda. He didn't expect this at all. He was done for. If his father knew about this, how would he punish him? Meanwhile, the people around him were gloating. How delightful. This was the right attitude to treat a good-for-nothing rich kid. The two guards got up and looked at Luo Yi. They sneered, "Take your arms and get out." Yes. Get out now. Sky Thunder City doesn't welcome good-for-nothing rich kids like you. If you want to be arrogant, go back to your tribe and do it. No one can stop you. If you don't get out, we'll each spit at you and drown you. The crowd also started to jeer, their faces full of disgust. Luo Yi scanned the crowd. He had never been in such a sorry state since he was born. The resentment in his heart towards Qin Feiyang had also become even more intense. He abruptly raised his head, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said harshly, "Just you wait, your death will come very soon. How dare you threaten me?" Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before he playfully said, "Say, if I were to kill you now, would the guard commander blame me?" Luo Yi's body and mind trembled. He immediately got up and fled out of the city like a stray dog. Serves you right. Retribution. The people lining up at the city gate were also disdainful. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Phew. The two guards let out a long breath and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. They cupped their hands and smiled, "Little brother, thank you." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled, "Don't be so polite. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for these two people who told him the coordinates of the three super tribes, he wouldn't have been able to get the pill fire of the three tribes overnight. In short, he was grateful to these two people. We're polite. You're more polite than us. Let's not talk about it anymore. We'll meet again when we're free." The two guards smiled. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. "By the way, I still don't know your name?" The two just turned around and looked back at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled, "Su Ping." Su Ping? The two were stunned. What an unfamiliar name. But they didn't think too much about it. After the two left, the crowd around also greeted Qin Feiyang enthusiastically. After a few words of greeting, Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing left. Soon, two young men in their teens entered Sky Thunder City. One of them was burly, 1.9 meters tall. His upper body was exposed, and his whole body was full of explosive power. He looked extremely valiant. The other was about 1.8 meters tall. He was quite thin, wearing a white robe, and his black hair draped over his shoulders. He held a jade flute in his left hand. There was a faint smile on his face, with a scholarly aura. The refined young man asked, "Have you heard of the name Su Ping?" "No." The burly man shook his head. The refined young man smiled faintly, "This person is a bit interesting. We have to pay attention to him. He's just a nobody. There's no need to." The burly man frowned with a touch of disdain on his face. "Don't underestimate him. Otherwise, you might end up like Luo Yi." The refined young man smiled. "Don't always compare that idiot Luo Yi with me. And don't always act high and mighty. If you piss me off, I'll cripple you one day." The burly man glanced at the refined young man and strode away. "Cripple me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability," the refined young man whispered. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and then he followed unhurriedly. Chapter 389. Pill Pagoda. This ancient pagoda landed in the middle of a square in the center of the city. Tall and majestic. When Qin Feiyang followed Mu Qing and arrived outside the square, an ancient aura immediately hit him in the face. It was hard to imagine how many years the Pill Pagoda had existed. He raised his head and looked at the Pill Pagoda, a light flickering in the depths of his eyes. The moment he thought that the heavenly thunder fire was inside, he could not help but feel excited. Mu Qing glanced at Qin Feiyang and also raised his head to size up the Pill Pagoda. He said with a smile, "Are you very eager and can't wait to go in now?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then work hard. If you don't pass the test, forget about the Pill Pagoda, you won't even be able to get close to the gate," Mu Qing said with a smile. Around the square, there was a guard standing guard at every set distance. Unless one was a disciple of the Pill Pagoda, one could forget about stepping in. "I'll definitely go in," Qin Feiyang muttered secretly. He came for the heavenly thunder fire. Now that it was right in front of him, how could he give up? "Let's go. I'll bring you to sign up." Mu Qing smiled and walked towards a hall at the side. The hall was located at the edge of the square, occupying an area of only 50 to 60 meters and only having 2 floors in total. Outside the hall, there was a very long queue. There were men and women, more than 100 people. Although there were many people, this place was unusually quiet. Everyone was silent. And these people were not old either. They were basically between 14 and 25 years old. "Big Brother Sue, hurry and line up. Also, it's forbidden to make noise here. If you violate it, you'll be disqualified," Mu Shui said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang nodded and walked behind the last person. Looking at the registration hall, his eyes flickered. Mu Qing and his sister also retreated to the side. Mu Shui said softly, "Brother, his strength is stronger than we imagined." "Yeah." Mu Qing nodded and asked, "What's the battle art he used to kill those 2 burly men called?" Mu Shui said, "I think it's called Ultimate." Mu Qing said, "If I'm not wrong, Ultimate should be a perfect battle art." Perfect battle art. Mu Shui's eyes trembled. Not only was he a 7 stars battle monarch, but his alchemy talent was also so high, and he had even grasped a perfect battle art. Just what kind of background did this Qin Feiyang have? "Brother, can your omniscient eye see through the level of his spiritual power?" Mu Shui asked softly. "No. I have to wait until the all-seeing eye evolves before I can see through a person's mental strength. But I'm sure that his spiritual power is very strong," Mu Qing whispered. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something and turned to look at the street behind him. There, 2 people walked over. It was the scholarly youth and the burly man. The refined young man seemed to have sensed something in his heart. He also raised his head to look at Mu Qing and her sister, nodding with a smile. Mu Qing also smiled and looked away. Mu Shui whispered, "I didn't expect them to come. The Pill Tower only recruits disciples once every 5 years. It would be strange if they didn't come." Mu Qing laughed in a low voice. The refined young man and the burly man glanced at the registration hall and directly walked to line up behind Qin Feiyang. Both of them were sizing up Qin Feiyang, but their expressions were different. The refined young man was a little curious. The burly man had a disdainful look on his face. Half an hour later. Finally, it was Qin Feiyang's turn. The registration was very simple. He just had to say his name. As for what happened after that, the people in the registration hall didn't explain anything and directly let Qin Feiyang leave. Walking out of the hall, Qin Feiyang came to Mu Qing and her sister and frowned. "Do you know the rules of the assessment? I'm afraid that among all the people who came to register, you're the only one who doesn't know. Let's go. I'll tell you slowly on the way." Mu Qing shook her head with a smile. After Mu Qing and her sister's explanation, Qin Feiyang understood that the assessment was divided into several levels. The first was to test willpower. The second was to test mental strength. The third was to test one's control of alchemy fire. The fourth was to test alchemy. This was also the ultimate assessment. The assessment would begin a month later. One had to pass all the assessments to enter the pill tower. As for the specific situation, when the assessment time came, he would naturally know, so the siblings didn't explain much. Mu Qing said, "Brother Su, I wonder if you noticed the two people behind you?" "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang frowned. He saw them, but he didn't take it to heart. The refined young man is the son of the chief of the Purple Sun tribe. His name is Shi Yun. The burly man is the son of the chief of the Black Tortoise tribe. His name is Yan Shi. It is said that the mental strength of these two people is very monstrous. They may become our strong rivals. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. I won't compete with them for anything. As long as I can enter the pill tower." "That's true," Mu Qing said with a smile. Qin Feiyang glanced at the siblings and said with a smile, "Brother Mu, Miss Shui, I still have something to deal with. I'll take my leave first." Mu Shui said, "Do you need help?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, "No, it's just a small matter." Mu Qing said with a smile, "Okay, when you're done, come to the Spring Rain House to find us." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and then turned to walk to another street. Mu Shui sighed. "He's really a difficult person. That's why I'm interested in him." Mu Qing smiled and a strange light flashed in her eyes. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's brows were tightly knitted. He always felt very uncomfortable staying with Mu Qing and her sister. He even had an illusion that the siblings had seen through him. He had seen many smart people all the way from Iron Ox Town to today. But it was still the first time that someone made his heart palpitate. Moreover, he felt that these two people were even more mysterious than him. Especially that Mu Qing, she always gave people an unfathomable sense of mystery. This made him not want to continue interacting with the two of them. Because he had thought it through. There was no need at all. Anyway, he would leave sooner or later. As long as they did not hinder him from snatching the Sky Thunder Flame, whatever the siblings' motives were had nothing to do with him. If they hindered him, he would not show mercy either. Finding a deserted alley, Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle and copied the 7th stroke of the battle character formula without caring about what was happening outside. Following that, many young people entered Sky Thunder City every day. They were all aiming for the Pill Pagoda. In the end, it was really as the Spring Rain House's waiter said. Sky Thunder City was overcrowded. Many people set up tents outside the city. Time flew by. A month later, Qin Feiyang only copied half of the 7th stroke. His speed could be said to be greatly reduced. But Qin Feiyang was not too angry. After all, it was all within his expectations. Phew. He retracted his arm, let out a long breath, and closed the 6-word divine formula. Then, he took out the jade pendant and drank a drop of transparent liquid. Lu Hong opened her eyes and said with a smile, "We've been in the Forgotten Land for half a year." Qin Feiyang sighed, "That's right, time really flies. I remember when you guys went to the martial arts treasury, Dongfang Yu and Xiao Jian said that the Sacred Hall will hold a competition in half a year. It should start now." Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded. "That's true. Why? Do you still want to participate?" "I'm not interested, but," at this point, Lu Hong looked at Fatso and Wolf King, shook her head and smiled. These two guys definitely don't want to miss this opportunity to join in the fun. Fatso opened his eyes and said unhappily, "Don't drag us into this. Fat Lord and Brother Wolf only have one thought now, and that is to go into seclusion." Wolf King said, "That's right, breaking through to the War Emperor is the main thing. Who doesn't know what you guys are thinking? It's because we're not in the capital that you guys are saying this. If we were in the capital now, I'm afraid you guys would be the first to join in the fun." Lu Hong looked at them with disdain. "Believe it or not, I won't talk nonsense with you. Fatso, go into seclusion." "Yes, go into seclusion." The man and wolf closed their eyes and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Qin Feiyang looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. The sacred hall should be very lively today, but the Sky Thunder City will be even more lively today. The heavenly thunder flame, I must get it. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. Shwa! In the next moment, he left the castle. When he arrived at the plaza in front of the Pill Pagoda, the huge plaza was already filled with a sea of people, and the noise was deafening. Brother Su, why are you only here now? I thought you had forgotten. Mu Qing and Mu Shui walked out from the crowd and looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly. He had said that he would go to the Chunyi restaurant to look for them after he was done with his business, but in the end? For an entire month, he didn't even see a shadow of a ghost. Those who didn't know would think that this guy had disappeared from the face of the earth. Qin Feiyang entered the plaza, walked in front of the two of them, and said with a smile, "How could I forget such an important matter? How is it about to start?" Mu Qing said, "Soon." Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he felt a murderous aura coming at him. He turned around and saw Luo Yi staring at him with hatred in the crowd not far away. And the refined young man and the burly man were both beside Luo Yi. The two people's expressions did not change at all from a month ago. The refined young man looked at Qin Feiyang curiously and even nodded at Qin Feiyang in a friendly manner, while the burly man still had a look of disdain. Qin Feiyang smiled at the refined young man, turned back to look at Mu Qing and Mu Qing, and said with a frown, "Didn't the Bright King Battle Tribe's qualification to participate in the competition was revoked?" Mu Qing was stunned and asked back, "You don't know?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "What do I know?" Mu Qing's face twitched and said helplessly, "You don't even know about such a big matter. Were you in Sky Thunder City this month?" "Big Brother Su, it's like this. The city lord originally wanted to revoke the Bright King tribe's qualification and had already given the order. But later, the Bright King tribe's leader, Luo Guang, personally came to Sky Thunder City and apologized to the two guards. In the end, he went to the city lord to plead for leniency and persuaded him in every possible way to change his mind. Luo Guang even went to the Spring Rain House to look for you. He seemed to want to apologize to you, but you weren't there." Mu Shui smiled. "So that's the case." Qin Feiyang was enlightened. Mu Qing asked curiously, "Brother Su, what exactly did you do this month?" "After settling my personal matters, I cultivated outside the city." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said perfunctorily. He looked at Luo Yi again, and there was a cold glint in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 390. Half an hour later. Almost everyone who participated in the assessment had arrived. There were more than 10,000 people. Swoosh! At this moment, two figures broke through the air and arrived. They landed on the steps in front of the Pill Pagoda. One of them was the leader of the guards. The other was a middle-aged man. He wore a fitting white robe with white hair at his temples, giving people a feeling of vicissitudes. He stood there with his hands behind his back. His eyes were calm and he was emitting a strong oppressive force. Mu Qing whispered, "Brother Su, he is the city governor of Sky Thunder City." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. When the city governor and the leader of the guards arrived, the square quieted down. It was dead silent. The city governor glanced at the people in the square and said, "Everyone knows the rules, so I won't say much. Now we will begin the first round of the willpower assessment. As for those who are not here yet, they will be disqualified." After speaking, the city governor nodded to the leader of the guards. "Under my pressure, if you can hold on for 10 breaths, you will pass the first round." As soon as the leader of the guards finished speaking, a shocking pressure roared out from his body. In an instant, it enveloped the entire square. The people in the square suddenly felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on their heads. Their legs trembled, their faces turned pale and beads of sweat appeared. Such a strong pressure, it should be an 8-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The pressure of an 8-star combat emperor was not a threat to him. When he was in Yen City, he could withstand Yen Nanshan's pressure when he had only opened the first level of the Gate of Potential. Moreover, he had already opened the third level of the Gate of Potential. However, he could withstand it, but it did not mean that others could. The pressure of a combat emperor was enough to intimidate everyone in the square. Plop. One by one, the young people fell to the ground. Their faces were filled with helplessness. They were unwilling to accept it. Because once they fell, it meant that they had lost the qualification to continue the assessment. As for the person who fell down, the pressure also disappeared, and he left the scene quietly. 10 breaths passed quickly. There were only 1,000 people left in the square. In other words, the first round of assessment eliminated 9 out of 10 people. It was extremely cruel. The first round of the examination is over. Those who have been eliminated, please leave the stage immediately. The guard commander shouted as he retracted his aura. The moment the pressure was withdrawn, except for Qin Feiyang, everyone's body went soft, and they fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat fell like rain, dripping onto the ground. Mu Qing and Mu Shui were the same. The city lord and the guard commander glanced at the crowd, and when they saw Qin Feiyang, a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. It seems a little too eye-catching. When Qin Feiyang noticed their expressions, his eyes flashed slightly. He also pretended to bend down and put his hands on his knees, panting like a cow. The city lord's face twitched. Isn't this too deliberate? Can't you just pretend a little more? What an interesting little fellow. He whispered, what's his name? The guard commander whispered, he is the young man who injured Luo Yi. I think his name is Su Ping. Su Ping, the city lord muttered to himself as his eyes flickered. In less than 100 breaths, all the eliminated people left the square. Next, let's start the spiritual force test. The guard commander shouted. More than 1,000 people left in the square also regained their strength. They got up and looked at the guard commander expectantly. Only those who have reached the 5th level of spiritual force can enter the next round of assessment. The guard commander waved his hand, and 20 wooden tables appeared, neatly arranged under the steps. Then, he took out 20 spiritual stones and placed them on 20 wooden tables. Everyone, line up one by one. No fighting. Let's start. As the guard commander's voice fell, the 20 people standing in the front immediately stepped forward and pressed their hands on the spiritual stones. As a result, only 2 people's spiritual force reached the 5th level, and the rest failed. The guard commander shouted, those who passed the assessment, stand on the right side, and those who didn't, leave quickly. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. Brother Su, what's wrong? Mu Shui looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, just let those who haven't reached the 5th level of spiritual force leave. Why bother? Mu Shui was stunned. She pursed her lips and smiled, Brother Su, you're wrong. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. If you don't test it, even if you haven't reached the 5th level of spiritual force, you will pretend to be one. Besides, not everyone knows the level of their spiritual force. Many of these people haven't been tested before. And some teenagers, I'm afraid they haven't even condensed their spiritual force. Mu Shui smiled. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he noticed that Luo Yi and the other 2 were walking towards him. At that moment, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He pretended not to see it and looked up at the spiritual stone in front of him. The 3 of them walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Seeing this, there was a flash of light in the eyes of Mu Qing and her sister. Luo Yi glanced at the city lord and said in a low voice, do you dare to compete with us? Qin Feiyang pretended not to hear it. Seeing that he was ignored, Luo Yi's face showed a trace of hostility. He sneered, what? You don't dare? Qin Feiyang still ignored him. Luo Yi was about to go crazy. Su Ping, don't go too far. Yan Shi, the burly man, also had a fierce look in his eyes. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned his head to look at Luo Yi and asked, "Are you talking to me?" Mu Qing and her sister looked at each other with a smile on their faces. This guy was really good at pretending. "I'm not talking to you." "Am I talking to a ghost?" Luo Yi growled. He was so angry that smoke came out of his head and his eyes were red. "Don't be agitated, don't be agitated. It's my fault." Qin Feiyang reached out and patted him on the shoulder. He asked again, "What did you just say?" "Bastard." Luo Yi was about to go crazy. So it turned out that all that talk was for naught. If it weren't for the assessment, and if it weren't for the city lord and the guard commander watching from above, he would definitely fly into a rage. "I said, if you have the guts, compete with us." He gritted his teeth and said word by word. "Compete?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. "Not interested. Not interested, or don't dare." The burly man, Yan Shi, looked at him contemptuously. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, "Did I provoke you?" Yan Shi said, "You didn't provoke me, but I just don't like you." "Can't I?" "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and said indifferently, "Who forced you to look?" "If you don't like me, then don't look, idiot." "Who are you calling an idiot?" "Say it again if you have the guts." Yan Shi's face darkened, and the fierce look in his eyes became more intense. "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Get lost as far as you can." Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and turned his head away. Yan Shi's big fan-like hands suddenly clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Luo Yi's eyes flashed and said with a smile, "Yan Shi, calm down. It's not worth getting angry over this kind of trash." "Trash?" Mu Qing and Mu Shui looked at him in a daze. They really couldn't figure out how this person still had the face to say such words. Thinking back, who was the one who was scared by Qin Feiyang like a stray dog and fled in panic? Wasn't that slapping his own face? Noticing the brother and sister's gaze, Luo Yi sneered. "Now we're competing in alchemy. If he doesn't even dare to compete, what is he if not trash? By the way, you should be his friends, right? Why don't you compete with us? Do you have the guts?" Luo Yi provoked. "Arrogant." Mu Shui's eyes turned cold. But Mu Qing glared at her and looked at Luo Yi with a smile. "Although your strength is not that great, I heard that you are very talented in alchemy. How would we dare to compete with you?" When he heard the first half of the sentence, Luo Yi was very angry. He even wanted to find a chance to teach the brother and sister a lesson. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, a smug smile appeared on his face. "At least you know what's good for you, unlike some people who are clearly trash and still pretend to be calm." "How disgusting." Luo Yi glanced at Qin Feiyang and sneered. The disgust on Mu Shui's face became more and more intense. She whispered, "Brother Su, you should compete with him so that he won't always find trouble with you." Mu Qing said, "That's right. Maybe you can even lure the Tower Master out." "Tower Master?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "Rumor has it that the Tower Master is on the top floor of the Pill Pagoda. If someone's alchemy talent satisfies him, he will appear. And he will accept that person as his last disciple and personally teach that person alchemy. But in history, no one has ever been able to alarm him." Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the top of the Pill Pagoda. His eyes flickered. "Stop looking. With your alchemy talent, you want to become the Tower Master's last disciple? It's simply a pipe dream." Luo Yi sneered. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Originally, he wanted to keep a low profile. Because, if no one paid attention to him, the success rate of snatching the heavenly thunder flame would be higher. If he was too high profile, his every move and every word would be scrutinized by others. At that time, it would definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. But if he was valued by the Tower Master and accepted as his last disciple, that would be a different story. The heavenly thunder flame belonged to the Tower Master. As long as he could become the Tower Master's last disciple, there would be more opportunities and it would be easier to snatch it away. It seemed that he had to change his strategy. Whoosh! His eyes flashed and he turned to look at Luo Yi and the other two. These three people could be used. He smiled faintly and asked, "How do you want to compete?" Agreed? The three of them were stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "It's not that you want to compete. Now that I've agreed, why do you still look like you don't want to? If you don't want to, then forget it. Brother Su, I think you misunderstood. It's the two of them who want to compete with you, not me. I'm just a person who wants to join in the fun." The elegant young man, Shi Yun, smiled. Qin Feiyang looked at the elegant young man. He, who had seen countless people, could tell at a glance that this person was much more difficult to deal with than Luo Yi and Mu Qing. You only have this bit of courage. Chapter 391. Compete in spiritual power? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Are these two stupid? Or is it that these two people's spiritual power is also beyond level 10? Otherwise, how could they have such confidence? Seeing Qin Feiyang not speaking for a long time, Luo Yi mocked, "Are you afraid again?" Qin Feiyang said, "If you say we'll compete, then we'll definitely compete. But there has to be a prize, right?" Luo Yi sneered, "Whoever has the lowest spiritual power will kneel and lie down 3 times around this square. And bark like a dog." Yan Shi added. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated, somewhat lacking in confidence. "Just say it if you don't dare. No one will laugh at you." The two mocked. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and nodded, "Okay, today I will risk my life to accompany you." Then he looked at the guard commander and the city lord on the steps and shouted, "Commander, city lord, I have something to say." Everyone's eyes gathered on him at once. The guard commander said, "Speak." "Luo Yi and Yan Shi want to compete with me in spiritual power. Whoever loses will kneel and lie down 3 times around the square and bark like a dog. I would like to invite the two of you to be witnesses." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Don't make a fuss. If you want to make a fuss, make it as big as possible." The people around suddenly whispered to each other. The city lord and the guard were also a little stunned. Nonsense. This commander will not approve of such a ridiculous thing. If you have any objections, you will be disqualified immediately. After the guard commander came back to his senses, he shouted at the three of them. The city lord smiled faintly, "I think it's quite interesting." The guard commander was stunned and hurriedly said, "City lord, this is against the rules." "It doesn't matter, the rules are dead, people are alive." The city lord waved his hand, looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and asked, "Do you really want to compete?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "I don't want to, but they have to challenge me. It's not too late to regret now." Luo Yi gave a cold snort and cupped his hands, "City lord, I want to compete with Yan Shi." "Regret?" Qin Feiyang secretly sneered and nodded to the city lord. "All right, it's settled then. The people in front, hurry up, don't delay this city lord from watching the show." The city lord shouted. Cough cough. The guard commander choked on his saliva. Who would have thought that the city lord would actually say such words? He reminded him softly, "City lord, please pay attention to your image." I know. Stop nagging." The city lord waved his hand impatiently. Since the city lord had personally given the order, how could the people in front dare to dawdle? Moreover, they also wanted to watch a good show. Half an hour later. Finally, it was Mu Qing and Mu Shui's turn. Mu Shui whispered, "Brother, are you going to give it your all?" "Yes. Let's try to alert the Pill Tower's Tower Master." Mu Qing answered in a low voice. The siblings each walked to a wooden table and placed their hands on the spirit stone. Buzz! The 2 spirit stones kept vibrating and the light became more and more dazzling. Qin Feiyang frowned. This pair of brother and sister really hid their strength well. At the same time, Luo Yi and the other two, as well as the others, were extremely surprised and bewildered. The city lord and the guard commander also looked at the two of them in surprise. Buzz! The spirit stone vibrated again. This was already the 9th time. Were they all at level 10 mental strength? This thought crept into everyone's mind. Buzz! The spirit stone vibrated again. But it was not over. It vibrated twice in a row. Level 12 mental strength. Even the city lord and the guard commander could not remain calm. Qin Feiyang's eyes were also shining. The mental strength that he had displayed so far was at level 10. The siblings had already surpassed him. Buzz! The spirit stone trembled again, and the light it emitted was dazzling. Level 13 mental strength. At this moment, the entire place was silent. It was also at this moment. The siblings' bodies swayed and they finally retracted their arms. The two shook their heads and looked up at the top of the pill pagoda at the same time. There was a faint trace of disappointment in their eyes. How deep are you hiding? Qin Feiyang muttered. Level 13 mental strength was unheard of in the state capital. He also followed their gaze and looked at the top of the pill pagoda. The appearance of two level 13 mental strength did not alarm the pagoda master. This person's standards were too high, right? And he said that the pagoda master was not in the pill pagoda at all? This is not good. After Luo Yi and Yan Shi came back to their senses, they looked at each other with a trace of worry in their hearts. This pair of siblings had level 13 mental strength. As their friend, how could Su Ping be too weak? The two of them poked Shi Yun's back, wanting him to probe Qin Feiyang's background. If there was no chance of winning, it was not too late to back out now. Shi Yun's eyes flashed and he turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He cupped his hands and smiled. May I ask, Brother Su, are you close to them? No, I only met them when I came to Sky Thunder City. We've only met a few times. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hearing this, Yan Shi and Luo Yi heaved a sigh of relief. The city lord and the guard commander also came back to their senses, and they were all smiles. The city lord nodded and said, very good. These two are good seedlings. You have to work harder in the next assessment. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought that the city lord would tell Mu Qing and Mu Shui, that they did not need to participate in the next assessment and could directly enter the pill pagoda. The two of them were completely qualified. However, he did not expect that he would ask them to work harder. The assessment of the pill pagoda was really harsh. Thank you for your encouragement, City Lord. We will work hard. Mu Qing and Mu Shui bowed to the City Lord and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Mu Qing smiled. Brother Su, you didn't expect this, right? Yes. I really didn't expect that these two people who claimed to know a thing or two about alchemy would actually have level 13 mental strength. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Mu Qing smiled faintly. There are many things that you can't just look at the surface, don't you think so? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. However, he was thinking in his heart. Mu Qing's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. He also noticed that the siblings' eyes were very strange. They seemed to be eager to see the pagoda master, just like him. Brother Su, we'll wait for you over there. Sister, let's go. Mu Qing called Mu Shui and walked to the right. Luo Yi looked at the siblings' backs and his eyes flashed. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said, let's start too. Let me go first. Shi Yun stepped forward and secretly placed his hand on the mental stone. Buzz! The mental stone vibrated continuously for 10 times before Shi Yun let go of his hand. He rubbed his dizzy head and turned to face the crowd. He cupped his hands and smiled. Sorry for making a fool of myself. After that, he also walked to the right. Level 10 mental strength is not simple. Qin Feiyang muttered. One had to know that in the sanctum, only Lu Ziyuan and the other two had level 10 mental strength. Murong Jing was the only one with level 11 mental strength. Level 12 and level 13 mental strength were unheard of. This showed that the overall level of the Forgotten Land was higher than the spiritual state. This place was full of surprises. To be honest, he didn't want to leave. You three, don't waste everyone's time. Hurry up and start. The guard commander glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two and frowned slightly. He seemed to be very unhappy. Qin Feiyang nodded and stepped forward. Yan Shi and Luo Yi looked at him in disdain and walked to a wooden table respectively. 3 big hands pressed on the mental stone almost at the same time. Buzz. The 3 mental stones kept vibrating. Once. 3 times. 5 times. 7 times. 9 times. They all vibrated 9 times. Do they all have level 10 mental strength? Everyone stared at the mental stones. The guard commander and the mayor looked at each other and were quite excited. 2 level 13 mental strength. 1 level 10 mental strength. And Su Ping and the other 2 definitely had level 10 mental strength. There were many good seedlings this time. By now, Luo Yi and Yan Shi had begun to feel dizzy and their mental strength was about to dry up. However, when they noticed Qin Feiyang's expression, their eyes were suddenly filled with deep disbelief. They saw Qin Feiyang standing there like an iron pine tree without shaking at all. How did his mental strength dry up? Does he also have level 10 mental strength? Their minds were in a mess. This was because their mental strength had been tested long ago. Like Shi Yun, they were all level 10. If Qin Feiyang's mental stone vibrated again, they would be tied. Even if it was a tie, it would be a great humiliation for them. Soon. The others, the mayor, and the guard commander also noticed Qin Feiyang's situation. They couldn't help but look forward to it. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's body shook as if he was about to fall. It turns out that you only have level 9 mental strength. I thought you were very powerful. Trash is indeed trash. If you can't hold it, don't hold it. Seeing this, Luo Yi and Yan Shi retracted their arms, shook their heads hard, and began to laugh. The mayor and Yan Shi frowned and also showed a look of disappointment. The onlookers even looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt. Since he didn't have this ability, he shouldn't compare with Luo Yi and Yan Shi. Wasn't this asking for humiliation? It's really disappointing. Shi Yun secretly sighed. He also thought that this person's mental strength was very strong, but it turned out that it was only level 9. Level 9 mental strength, in the eyes of others, was considered outstanding. But in his eyes, it was no different from trash. Only Mu Qing and her sister had a bright light in their eyes. Even during the whole process, they didn't look at Luo Yi and Yan Shi. They had been locking their eyes on Qin Feiyang. They could feel that Qin Feiyang's mental strength was far more than this. Trash, look carefully, what is called an alchemy genius. Don't be arrogant in front of us in the future. Luo Yi and Yan Shi laughed. Buzz. The 2 mental stones vibrated at the same time. Level 10 mental strength. After the mental stones vibrated, the 2 immediately retracted their arms, feeling dizzy. Their mental strength had been completely exhausted. The guard commander was about to announce the result, but at this moment, the mental stone in Qin Feiyang's hand also vibrated suddenly. What? Everyone was shocked. Wasn't his mental strength exhausted? Why did the mental stone vibrate? Could it be that there was something wrong with the mental stone? Luo Yi and Yan Shi hadn't had time to dispel the dizziness. Hearing the movement, they immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Chapter 392. It trembled. It actually trembled. He was also a level 10 spiritual force. It must be an illusion, this can't be real. The whole place was silent. Luo Yi and Yan Shi rubbed their eyes hard and looked at it again. The light emitted by the spirit stone was enough to prove that this person was really a level 10 spiritual force. It's actually a tie, the two were dumbstruck. They were both level 10 spiritual force. What qualifications did they have to call the other party a waste? All the previous sarcasm and ridicule was really a big joke. A tie? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them mockingly and said lightly, "The so-called tie is just your self-righteous thinking." His voice fell. The image crystal in his hand trembled again. Level 11 spiritual force. Everyone's eyes trembled. Luo Yi and Yan Shi directly collapsed to the ground. Not level 10, it was actually level 11. This meant that they lost. It also meant that they had to kneel and crawl 3 laps on the square later and bark like a dog. They regretted it. Why did they take the initiative to stir up trouble? If they didn't provoke him, these things wouldn't have happened at all. Waste, look carefully, what is called an alchemy genius. Don't be arrogant in front of me in the future. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them contemptuously, and the spirit stone trembled again. Level 12 spiritual force. Yan Shi and Yan Shi were dumbfounded. At the same time, their hearts were extremely bitter. Qin Feiyang said these words, they had said it before, but now it was returned to them. What a great irony. The others were the same. When they thought of how they actually despised this person before, even they couldn't help but laugh. Such a monster, do they have the qualifications to despise him? Compared to this person, they were simply worse than waste. That Shi Yun's face was also green and red. Although no one heard his sigh before, the spiritual force displayed by Qin Feiyang was like an invisible slap, ruthlessly slapping his face. He had never been so embarrassed as now. In his heart, a strong flame of anger was ignited. He was a little angry from embarrassment. The city lord suddenly said, "I understand." The guard commander was stunned and asked, "Understand what?" The crowd below also looked at the city lord. "There's no problem with the spirit stone. You're not hallucinating either. Because the way he fainted earlier was all an act." There was a bitter smile on the city lord's face. Even he had been fooled. This kid really needed to be taught a lesson. Faking it? Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang again. He saw Qin Feiyang standing there proudly. His long black hair danced in the wind. His spirit was hale and hearty, and there were no signs of exhaustion at all. Yan Shi and Yan Yu were tricked by him? Everyone looked at each other. They were simply treating the two of them like clowns. Wang. The spirit stone trembled for the 13th time. At this moment, even Mu Qing and her sister were unable to remain calm. They had long expected that Qin Feiyang's spiritual power was very strong, but they did not expect it to be strong to this extent. Now it was on par with them. And the most shocking thing was that Qin Feiyang did not show any signs of fainting at all. What was the background of this guy? Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised. He had thought that the level of his spiritual power might be level 12 or 13 at most. But the results of the test were far beyond his expectations. Wang. The spirit stone trembled for the 14th time. Amazing. Level 14 spiritual power. It's not over yet? How amazing is his spiritual power? People went crazy. The city lord and the guard commander were also trembling. It was because of excitement. The Pill Pagoda had recruited countless disciples, but there had never been a person with level 14 spiritual power. Wang. The spirit stone trembled for the 15th time. Oh my God. How can we live like this? A monster. It's not enough to describe him as a monster that only appears once in 10,000 years. Even the city lord and the guard commander were going crazy. They even suspected that there was something wrong with the spirit stone. At the same time, on the top floor of the Pill Pagoda, a woman in white was sitting cross-legged on a futon. She had long sky-blue hair that was soft and beautiful. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and her temperament was otherworldly. She was like a woman in a painting, stunning beyond compare. And in the void in front of her, an image was flashing. What was displayed in the image was the scene of Qin Feiyang testing his spiritual power. She looked at Qin Feiyang silently, and her bright eyes flickered with an inexplicable light. Wang. The spirit stone trembled for the 16th time. The light in the woman's eyes also became extremely bright. Wang. The spirit stone trembled for the 17th time. Whoosh. The woman couldn't sit still anymore. She suddenly stood up, and her eyes were like two bright moons. The spirit stone trembled for the 18th time. There's actually such a monster? She spoke in disbelief, and her petite body began to tremble. The spirit stone trembled for the 19th time. The woman's breathing became rapid. Wang. When the spirit stone trembled for the 20th time, the woman flashed and disappeared without a trace. In the square, the mayor, the guard commander, Mu Qing and her sister, and Shi Yun were all dumbfounded. The people outside the square, as well as the people in the square, were also full of disbelief. Level 20 spiritual power. Was this a dream? How could there be such a monster in the world? This place fell into a dead silence, and the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The spirit stone was like a sun at this moment, shining so brightly that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. And Qin Feiyang's back, which was not considered strong, was like a huge mountain in their eyes, becoming unattainable. However, Qin Feiyang was a little helpless. Level 20 spiritual power was already his limit. The dizziness that had never appeared before finally appeared at this moment. But even though he showed unparalleled talent, he still couldn't make the Pill Tower Master appear. Forget it. Qin Feiyang sighed and withdrew his arm. Although he didn't achieve his goal, he finally tested the true level of his spiritual power. Level 20. This number was enough to show disdain for the world. The light of the spirit stone also dissipated. But no one said a word. They were all immersed in deep shock and couldn't extricate themselves. Whoosh. It was also at this moment. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the door of the Pill Tower opened. Everyone came back to their senses at this moment and looked at the door. Qin Feiyang was also refreshed. Did he come out? He hurriedly looked over. However, there was no one at the door at all, and no one came out of the Pill Tower. Greetings, Tower Master. However, the mayor and the guard commander were kneeling on the ground, bowing and kowtowing. There's no one. What are you kowtowing to? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them in surprise and then looked at the door. Could this mysterious Tower Master be invisible? The others had the same thought as him. Su Ping, Mu Qing, Mu Shua, come in. I want to test you personally. A voice came from the Pill Tower. The voice was very pleasant, but it had a great majesty. There's really someone here. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Mu Qing and Mu Shua looked at each other, and a glint flashed across their eyes. Meanwhile, the others looked envious. In particular, Shi Yun and the other two did not hide their jealousy at all. Although they still had to be tested, the three of them were already bound to enter the Pill Tower. Putting all of this aside, just the fact that the Pagoda Master was personally assessing them was already a supreme honor. Because no one had ever enjoyed such treatment before. The mayor got up and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in." The three of them looked at each other and strode toward the door. After entering the Pill Tower, the door closed automatically. In front of them was a hall that was about 20 to 30 meters in size. Other than the wall on the side of the door, there were stone doors on the other 3 walls. There were a total of 10 stone doors, but all of them were tightly shut. And in the center position, a graceful woman was standing there. Her long sky-blue hair was like the clear sky, and it was pleasing to the eye. However, she wore an exquisite mask on her cheeks, covering her true face. Qin Feiyang and the other two glanced at the stone doors and then looked at the woman. However, as soon as they met the woman's gaze, they could not help but tremble. This woman did not have any aura on her, but she gave them a deep sense of fear. Her dark eyes were like 2 bottomless pits that could frighten people's souls and make them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The woman said, I'm the Tower Master of the Pill Tower. Greetings, Tower Master. The three of them cupped their hands. I'm very satisfied with your mentality, especially you, Sumu. Even I haven't seen mentality at level 20. But that doesn't mean you can enter the Pill Tower. The woman said coldly. Qin Feiyang said, please enlighten us, Tower Master. The woman pointed at the 10 stone doors and said, find any pill refining room. I want to observe your control of the pill fire. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other, walked to a stone door, and pushed it open. There was a pill refining room inside, but it was not big, only about 10 meters. However, it was very clean and tidy. Mu Qing and his sister glanced at the pill refining room and walked in. Qin Feiyang also stepped into the pill refining room. It was very hot inside. It was as if he was in a furnace, and he was sweating profusely in an instant. However, Qin Feiyang did not feel it at all. He looked at the stone platform for pill refining, and his eyes shone brightly. He could finally use the flame of heavenly thunder to refine pills. A grade 6 pill fire. He was really looking forward to it. How many pill veins could he refine? Huff. He took a deep breath and temporarily put aside the thought of snatching the flame of heavenly thunder. He pressed the button on the stone platform. A burst of flames immediately rushed out. This flame was not an ordinary flame, but a purple flame. There was also a trace of the power of thunder and lightning in the flame. Qin Feiyang's mind stirred, and a wisp of mentality emerged, tentatively approaching the pill fire. However, his body trembled as soon as he got close. He felt as if there was a flame burning in his mind, and his facial features were distorted. Pain. An indescribable pain. Moreover, as time passed, the pain became more and more intense. He gritted his teeth and endured. His mentality surged out and rushed crazily toward the pill fire. Chapter 393. Time passed bit by bit. For Qin Feiyang, every breath was torture. Not to mention the Mu Qing siblings, who would occasionally let out a miserable groan. Half a day passed. The torture was finally over. After the fusion of the mental power and the heavenly thunder flame, the pain disappeared and was replaced by warmth. Phew. Qin Feiyang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Looking at the purple alchemy fire, he turned and walked out of the alchemy room, cupped his hands and said, Pagoda Master, I have completed the fusion with the alchemy fire. Using half a day to fuse, you did not let down your mental power. Go and refine a healing pill for me to see. If you succeed in one try, I will take you in as my last disciple. The woman's tone was very calm, and no emotions could be heard. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. But immediately after, he became worried. If it was the netherworld devil flame, he was confident that he could refine it in one try even with his eyes closed. But he had to know. Now that he was refining with the heavenly thunder flame, he needed to control the fire again. He could not be as handy as before. The failure rate completely exceeded the success rate. But now, he absolutely could not fail. It was not easy to alarm the Pagoda Master, he could not fail at this step. He walked into the alchemy room again. He did not immediately start refining. Staring at the purple flame, he calmed the nervousness in his heart. Phew. 100 breaths passed. He took a deep breath, took out the bronze alchemy furnace, and placed it on the alchemy fire. Then, he took out a set of medicinal materials for the healing pill and the solidifying liquid. Everything was ready. Qin Feiyang focused and began to refine the spiritual liquid. Before each medicinal material entered the alchemy furnace, he would reduce the temperature in the furnace to the lowest. Then, it increased bit by bit. He was extremely careful with every step. After refining pills for so long, he had never been so cautious like now. Even when the Black-Winged King and the White-Winged King rebelled, he was not so careful when refining the prolonging life pill for the Mermaid Emperor. Just refining the spirit liquid alone took him less than an hour. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. If it was the netherworld devil flame, he could refine hundreds of healing pills in half an hour. Next, he became even more careful when fusing with the spirit liquid. Not even the slightest mistake could occur. However, things didn't go as planned. When the fusion reached the final step, the bronze pill furnace suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Why did the furnace explode? Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly bent down. The fragments of the pill furnace flew over his head and crashed into the walls of the pill refining room, creating glaring sparks. A moment later, Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at the messy alchemy room, his mind full of doubts. He was certain that no matter if it was the heat, time, or control, there was not the slightest mistake. But why did the bronze pill furnace explode? Most importantly, he was only one step away. Just as he was about to succeed, such a thing happened. Wouldn't all the previous efforts be for naught? Do you know why you failed? The woman's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. War Master. Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart. Only experts above the War Master level could directly send sound transmissions. He turned to look at the woman and asked doubtfully, why? The woman sent a sound transmission, because a second-grade pill furnace can't withstand the burning of the heavenly thunder flame. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang muttered and asked, what about a third-grade pill furnace? Third and fourth-grade pill furnaces are the same. Only fifth-grade and above pill furnaces will not explode. The woman sent a sound transmission. Then why did you ask me to refine pills? Qin Feiyang was a little annoyed. A fifth-grade or above pill furnace was simply an extravagant hope for him right now. With this person's brain, it was impossible for him not to think that he did not have a fifth-grade pill furnace, but still wanted him to refine it. Wasn't this clearly trying to scam him? The woman did not say anything and looked at Mu Qing's alchemy room. Qin Feiyang did not continue refining and left the alchemy room. Without a fifth-grade or above pill furnace, it was useless. Boom! At this time, the door opened. The city lord strode in and said respectfully, Pagoda Master, the spiritual force test has been completed. When can we begin the third test? The woman asked, how many people passed? The city lord said, about 500 people. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Another half of them were eliminated. The woman pondered for a moment and said, let Mu Qing and Mu Shui in after I finish the test. Yes. The city lord responded respectfully, then turned around and left. The door of the tower also closed. The third test was to test the control of alchemy fire. This test required alchemy fire, so naturally they had to enter the alchemy room. In the past, the city lord could make the decision by himself. But it was different now. The pagoda master appeared in person and everything had to be approved by her. Time flew by. Another half a day passed. At this time, night had fallen outside. Mu Qing and his sister finally walked out of the alchemy room. Mu Qing cupped his hands and said, Pagoda Master, sorry to keep you waiting. Go and refine a healing pill. If you succeed on the first try, I will take you as my last disciples. The woman said expressionlessly. The brother and sister were immediately overjoyed and quickly ran into the alchemy room. After they were ready, the brother and sister took out their alchemy furnaces. Qin Feiyang frowned as soon as he saw their alchemy furnaces. Because their alchemy furnaces were also second grade. He turned to look at the woman again. The woman's eyes were calm and she didn't say anything. She just looked at the brother and sister silently. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. She knew that the furnace would explode, but she still asked them to refine pills. What was this woman trying to do? And Mu Qing and his sister obviously didn't know that a second-grade alchemy furnace couldn't withstand the burning of the sky thunder flame. Soon, when Mu Shui was refining the spiritual liquid of the third medicinal ingredient, the alchemy furnace exploded. She walked out with a disappointed look. The woman didn't say anything. Mu Shui walked to Qin Feiyang and asked in a low voice, Brother Su, did your furnace explode too? Qin Feiyang nodded. Another moment passed. When Mu Qing was refining the spiritual liquid of the last medicinal ingredient, the alchemy furnace also exploded. "Come out." The woman finally spoke. Mu Qing walked out dejectedly. The woman said coldly, "It's not your fault that the furnace exploded. It's because your alchemy furnaces are too low grade." Hearing this, the brother and sister felt a little better. The woman changed the topic and said again, But what?" The brother and sister's hearts were in suspense again. The woman said, "You've disappointed me." Both of their hearts sank. The woman said, "Your furnaces exploded when you were refining the spiritual liquid. This means that your control of the alchemy fire is not as good as Su Ping's." Mu Qing was a little dissatisfied and frowned. Then when did Su Ping have his alchemy furnace? He exploded at the last step of fusing the spiritual liquid. If he was given a 5th-grade alchemy furnace, he would definitely be able to refine it successfully. Under the same conditions, if you were given a 5th-grade alchemy furnace, you wouldn't be able to succeed on your first try. So you've lost. Su Ping is officially my last disciple. The woman said indifferently. Qin Feiyang was stunned and his heart was suddenly full of surprise. Mu Qing took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and nodded, "Okay, I'm convinced." He had to be convinced. Qin Feiyang's alchemy talent was obvious to all. There was no comparison at all. There was nothing wrong with becoming the last disciple of the pagoda master. The woman waved her hand and the pagoda door opened again. She said, "City Lord, bring them in for the assessment." After saying that, she rolled up Qin Feiyang and the other two and flew to the top floor of the Pill Pagoda. Soon, the 4 of them entered a hall. There was nothing in the hall. It was 50 to 60 meters in size. On the opposite wall, there were only 4 stone doors in total. 3 of the stone doors had numbers. They were number 1, number 2, and number 3. And on the stone door in the center, there was not a single word. "Your talent is not bad, I'll give you the number 2 and 3 alchemy rooms. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to the number 1 alchemy room to find me." The woman looked at Mu Qing and said, "Thank you, Pagoda Master." The 2 hurriedly bowed. The woman said again, "Su Ping, you're in the number 1 alchemy room." Qin Feiyang nodded. The woman glanced at the 3 of them, opened the only stone door without a number, and walked in. The stone door also slowly closed. Mu Shui smiled, "Big brother Su, congratulations." "What are you congratulating me for?" "Although I've become a last disciple, my treatment is not much different from yours." Qin Feiyang shook his head. To be honest, he really didn't see any advantage of being a last disciple. Still not satisfied? "Do you know that your identity as a last disciple is enough to make anyone bow to you?" Mu Qing rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. These were not what he wanted at all. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked doubtfully, "Why don't I see anyone else in the Pill Pagoda?" Mu Qing said, "Aren't they still in the assessment?" No. What I mean is, doesn't the Pill Pagoda recruit disciples every 5 years? What about the previous disciples? Why don't I see them?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "So this is what you're asking?" Mu Qing suddenly understood and said with a smile, "The previous disciples have all left." "Left?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "The Pill Pagoda is not a force, forget it, I won't explain it to you in detail. In short, the Pill Pagoda is actually a place to cultivate alchemists. Those who enter the Pill Pagoda can only stay inside for 2 years. After 2 years, they will be invited out." Mu Qing said. Mu Shui smiled and said, "Big brother Su, your last disciple is included." "There's such a thing?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Others cultivated talents for their own use and to strengthen their own forces. However, the Pill Pagoda did the complete opposite and cultivated talents for others. Did the pagoda master have nothing better to do? Don't think about it. The thoughts of such a big shot are not something we can understand. Mu Qing patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and turned to look at Mu Shui, asking, "Sister, which alchemy room do you want?" Mu Shui, glanced at the second and third alchemy rooms and said with a smile, "Anything is fine." "All right then, I'll take a loss and let you have the second alchemy room." Mu Qing smiled and then entered the third alchemy room. Mu Shui looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Big brother Su, when you're free, can you guide me in alchemy?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and puzzled. "Didn't the pagoda master just say that I can ask her if I don't understand? Do you still need me to guide you?" What a blockhead. Mu Shui rolled her eyes at him and entered the second alchemy room without looking back. "What do you mean?" Chapter 394. The alchemy room was very large, about 200 to 300 meters. There was a separate alchemy room, cultivation room, and lounge. And it was very neat and clean. But for the cultivation room and lounge, Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to them and went straight into the alchemy room. The first thing he saw was an alchemy furnace. That alchemy furnace was dark green all over, with a giant python carved on it. And the surface of the alchemy furnace flickered with rays of dazzling treasure light. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. The alchemy furnace that would be placed here should be at least a 5th grade alchemy furnace. If he could take it for himself, but thinking of this, he sighed deeply again. Such a precious alchemy furnace, the pagoda master would definitely not let him take it away. Then he bit his finger, a drop of blood dripped on the alchemy furnace. 1st and 2nd grade alchemy furnaces could be used without having to recognize the owner. But 3rd grade and above alchemy furnaces required a drop of blood to recognize the owner and sign a blood contract before they could be used freely. The blood was quickly absorbed by the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was also suffused with a faint blood light. When the blood light faded and the blood contract was formed, a piece of information also entered Qin Feiyang's mind. 6th grade alchemy furnace, flying snake cauldron. Qin Feiyang's spirit was lifted. It was actually a 6th grade alchemy furnace. His breathing also became rapid. The desire that had been suppressed with great difficulty once again emerged uncontrollably. And it was even more intense than before. But when he thought of the pagoda master's strength, it was like a wake-up call and he quickly calmed down. After pondering for a moment, he pressed the button on the stone platform. A purple flame, like a volcanic eruption, spewed out. The temperature in the alchemy room also rose rapidly, like a big furnace. Qin Feiyang's mind moved, mental force emerged, and rushed towards the alchemy fire. The alchemy fire in the first alchemy room was dozens of times higher quality than the alchemy fire on the first floor of the Pill Pagoda. It took him a full 2 days to successfully fuse it. Then he took out 10 sets of medicinal herbs for healing pills. The alchemy fire here was also more difficult to control than the alchemy fire on the first floor. The 10 sets of medicinal herbs were all scrapped one after another. And he found controlling the heavenly thunder flame consumed more mental force than controlling the nether devil flame. But it was also because of this that he slowly familiarized himself with the heavenly thunder flames, and could finally retract and release them freely. After resting for a while, he took out a set of medicinal ingredients for the healing pill and began to refine it. Every step was done in an orderly manner without the slightest mistake. 100 breaths later, the healing pill was finally ready. Qin Feiyang caught it in his heart and hurriedly looked down. The pill veins shone brightly like the sun, illuminating the entire alchemy room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He carefully counted and discovered to his pleasant surprise that there were actually 5 pill marks. Furthermore, every single elixir vein emitted an equally resplendent radiance. 5. Qin Feiyang was so excited that his arms were trembling. As long as he could obtain the flame of heavenly thunder and the soaring serpent cauldron, even in the imperial capital, he would have the capital to look down on everything. Putting down the healing pills, he took out 100 sets of bone-replenishing pills, 100 sets of body-tempering pills, 100 sets of chi-gathering pills, and 100 sets of battle chi pills. Refining these pills was for no other reason than to be more familiar with the flame of heavenly thunder. In this way, when refining the potential pill and Juku yellow dragon pill, the failure rate could be reduced. After spending half a day, he finally refined all the medicinal ingredients into pills. However, the success rate was only 50%. This was obviously not enough. He simply entered the ancient castle and asked Fatso for 10,000 sets of chi gathering pills and 100,000 sets of battle chi pills, and continued to refine. Because the medicinal ingredients for the potential pill and Juku yellow dragon pill were too precious, even if it was just a waste of one stalk, his heart would ache. So, without 100% confidence, he would not refine it. Chi gathering pills and battle chi pills were also useful, so he might as well take the opportunity to refine more. Especially the battle chi pills. Next, Qin Feiyang did not go out of the door and stayed in the alchemy room all day. When his mental strength was exhausted, he would continue to refine after recovering. Mu Shui came to find him a few times. But every time, she returned empty-handed. The pagoda master did not appear again. As for the other people's assessment, it had long ended. Those who successfully entered the pill pagoda, including Qin Feiyang and the other two, were only a mere 50 people. Out of 10,000 people, only 50 were left. This elimination rate was even crueler than imagined. But there was no doubt. Those who could successfully enter the pill pagoda were all talents with a lot of room for plasticity. In the future, they would definitely have extraordinary achievements in alchemy. But the premise was that they did not die prematurely. And as time passed day by day, Qin Feiyang became more and more familiar with the heavenly thunder flame. Whether it was the success rate or the speed of refining pills, they were also improving day by day. Now, he could refine a pill every 20 breaths. Time flew by. On this day, Qin Feiyang, who was refining pills, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. In a daze, the medicinal ingredients in the furnace were instantly wasted, accompanied by a burst of black smoke, turning into black ash. He hurriedly took out the jade bottle and drank a drop of transparent liquid. The sharp pain disappeared. But Qin Feiyang fell silent. The sharp pain caused by his heart made him think of a very cruel question. All along, he had wanted to take the heavenly thunder flame for himself. But he neglected one person. This person was the ugly old woman who forced him to come to the Forgotten Land. Even if he could snatch the heavenly thunder flame, when he left the Forgotten Land, he would give it to the ugly old woman. In other words, the heavenly thunder flame had no share at all. Unless he stayed in the Forgotten Land for the rest of his life. But this was simply unrealistic. Not to mention that he had not yet avenged his great hatred. The black fiend poison did not allow him to stay in the Forgotten Land forever. What do I have to do to get rid of the black fiend poison? Qin Feiyang frowned. As long as he could get rid of the black fiend poison, he would not be afraid of the ugly old woman's threat. That's right. Don't I have a cheat master now? She's so strong, why don't I ask her, maybe she has a way. With this thought, Qin Feiyang stood up straight and looked at the two chinquan bags on the stone platform, his eyes full of smiles. The black fiend poison acted up, indicating that another month had passed. He had already refined 10,000 sets of chi-gathering pills medicinal ingredients, and a total of more than 500 sets of medicinal ingredients were wasted. And when he was refining the battle chi pill, 100,000 sets of medicinal ingredients, only 100 sets of medicinal ingredients were wasted. Such a failure rate was almost negligible. After refining the remaining dozen or so sets of battle chi pills medicinal ingredients, Qin Feiyang took the two chinquan bags and entered the castle. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Wolf King immediately stood up and said angrily, "Why did you only come in now? Quickly refine a potential pill for your brother." Qin Feiyang's eyes had a trace of surprise, and he asked, "You broke through?" "Nonsense. It's already been 2 months, if I don't break through, would I still be the peerless wolf god?" Wolf King said angrily, but his eyes were full of pride. So fast? Qin Feiyang was stunned. But thinking about it carefully, it had indeed been 2 months since Wolf King went into seclusion. He thought for a moment, then laughed. Don't be anxious, even if I refine a potential pill for you now, no one will use their pressure to help you. Wolf King said, don't you have a master? Are you an idiot? If she finds out about the potential pill, forget about snatching the heavenly thunder flame, I might not even be able to keep my life. Qin Feiyang glared at Wolf King in annoyance, took out a Qinkuan bag, and handed it over to Lu Hong. There are more than 9,000 qi gathering pills here, and they all have 5 pill veins. It should be enough for you to recover to the War King realm. After Lu Hong took the Qinkuan bag, Qin Feiyang threw the Qinkuan bag containing the battle qi pills to Fatso. You can even refine a pill with 5 pill veins. Boss, why don't you go to heaven? When we get back to the city, the eyes of those old fogies from the Lu clan and the Dong clan will pop out when they see these pills. Fatty took out a battle qi pill and toyed with it as he spoke in a mocking tone. After 2 months of seclusion, Fatso had also broken through to the 6-star Battle King realm, and was working hard to break through to the 7-star Battle King realm. As for the pangolin, it had also improved a little, but it was still stuck at the 4-star Battle King realm. This made it want to go crazy, but it also felt helpless. Don't think too much, we'll talk about the future in the future. Give me the ingredients for the potential pill, and Juku Yellow Dragon pill. I want to refine all of them first. Qin Feiyang said, his eyes shining. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the heavenly thunder flame was really snatched away by the ugly old woman, he wouldn't have wasted his efforts. Fatso took out a Qinkuan pouch and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the Qinkuan pouch and was about to leave when he suddenly said, have you sorted out the ingredients you looted from the Exchange Pavilion's warehouse? Not yet. Fatso shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, then don't be in a hurry to go into seclusion. Help me sort them out first. The pangolin said angrily, are you kidding? How long will it take to sort out so many ingredients? I have to cultivate, I don't have time. Wolf King glared and shouted, do you still want the potential pill? Stop talking nonsense and get to work. That's right, how can there be such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Fatso said disdainfully. Actually, it's not troublesome. These ingredients were already categorized when they were in the warehouse, so it's easy to sort them out. Qin Feiyang smiled and appeared in the alchemy room again, starting to refine the potential pill. The more patterns the potential pill had, the easier it would be to open the door of potential. After controlling the fire and refining a few potential pills, Qin Feiyang slowly became familiar with the process. A total of 230 sets of ingredients for the potential pill were all refined in 4 hours. Not a single set was wasted. Next, he began to refine the potential pill and the Juku Yellow Dragon pill. Back then, with the help of Ren Wuxuang, he obtained a total of 52 sets of ingredients for the potential pill and 61 sets of ingredients for the Juku Yellow Dragon pill. Before Ren Wuxuang went to the inner palace, he gave Ren Wuxuang 2 potential pills and 1 Juku Yellow Dragon pill. As such, there were still 50 sets of potential pills left. There were still 60 sets of Juku Yellow Dragon pills left. After spending 2 hours, all of them were refined. The potential pill was blood red in color, as if it was condensed from blood, emitting a strange fragrance. The Juku Yellow Dragon pill was earthy yellow in color. At first glance, it looked like a mud ball, but the surface was round and flawless. Qin Feiyang grabbed a Juku Yellow Dragon pill, his eyes shining brightly.